LPL is back! And so is your scuffed sleep schedule. Double? No. Triple your caffeine intake. Crank your stream to max. Let LPL cast you to sleep or wake you up. Queue solo only at gremlin hours. Consider power naps. Or tape your eyelids open and watch the chaos unfold. Why stay up for all of this? Split 3 is the road to Worlds, and our teams have been cooking since Split 2 ended. New roster moves, renewed ambitions, and with no international embarrassment this time, 4 teams will rise to the world stage. Who wins the support carousel? Will Doinby deliver with NIP's rebuild? Can JDG return to Worlds with Clearlove and Wink now on board? Can Weibo awaken a summer tiger in Xiaohu? Will WE continue to slay giants? Is the IG Super Team the real deal? Can top esports recover from disaster? In the LPL, anything is possible.
From castaways to conquerors, the team no one believed in just dethroned the defending champions.
But IG are inevitable. IG are the LPL.
Get back involved as Shanks is looking for a fight onto Faker. He's in a 1v2, but he looks like he's winning it. Faker getting incredibly low, has no flash, and Scott connects with the abduct. Shanks getting 1, he's getting 2.
Best of 3s every day. Welcome to LPL Split 3. It feels so good to be back. Welcome to another night of the LPL English broadcast. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander Autumby. I'm joined here by the one and only Mr. Rude Dude from across the other side of that beautiful Atlantic Ocean. I just got to see this guy in person. I got to live with this guy in person for about a week, you know, and what would you say the roommate experience was if you had to give me a Yelp review?
Give you a Yelp review, Mark. Yeah. Great breakfast, great snoring, and good vibes.
Thank you for exposing the fact that I do have loud snores, but you know, there's no snoring tonight here, Rude, because we've got 2 exciting series for you all tonight between Edward Gaming against Thundertalk Gaming, and then later on it's going to be Weibo Gaming taking on Top Esports. And to catch you all up with how our standings are looking right now, let's go ahead and pull it up. It's only been 1 day of the LPL Split 3 so far. We're still waiting on AL and BLG to join us here in the ranks, but until then, we still got continuous LPL back-to-back days action. All best of 3s here, as you saw in our primer video.
Yeah, and you can see already, I hope we can get those standings flown so we can get a full landscape for these. Hearing that we are still struggling a little bit with that standings graphic, but you can see on the bottom here that our first team that are playing EDG up against TT. EDG played yesterday. They took a convincing 2-0 and actually making a pretty decent move in that support role, and maybe we'll talk a little bit about that later on. And the EDG roster in particular, the changes that they made, only notably down on that bot side, but Palkia coming in and having a statement start out, really, it felt like yesterday.
This guy picked up 2 back-to-back player of the game performances, Rude. This guy was more than just, you know, a pretty decent performance. This guy was cooking. Now, the fact that he was level 3 for like 3 to 4 minutes on top side while the grubs were going on, you know, might be a concern for a few. You know what? It was worth. It was worth. Palkia knew what he was doing. He got shiz done for his team. So already a super exciting addition considering that they lost Wink over to JDG. But meanwhile, Palkia, one of the things that I did not know about this guy until last night on the broadcast, Rude, he's only been with EDG as an organization for less than 30 days.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think that there's an element of that almost in the gameplay that we saw, because there's very few teams that are going to go, you know, I really want my support to be level 3 when we're fighting for the grubs. And almost that like unchained nature of this raw player that they've not yet had that time to sculpt rather, there we go, into that honed player that they'd be after. I mean, he was instrumental, right? He got 2 MVPs, was the reason they won both games, and for the most part you kind of have to sit and think, well, yes, there's still a little bit of honing in that we might need to do so that we find perfect timers to be finding XP and finding those roams.
Sure.
But equally, if he's doing it all and getting 2 player of the games, then very much so looking forward to how he can continue to perform, it feels like, in this support role.
Well, they had a good test against Ultra Prime. Now tonight, another test against Thunder Talk Gaming. We're going to get a chance to see their roster that they are fielding for Split 3 here. Mostly the same roster, but because Beichuan was, traded over to BLG, they were working with a jungler named Xiaohuang Ren. Not anymore, Rude. Now they picked up Aki, and all longtime LPL fans will recognize that Aki's last stint was with NIP at the end of Split 2.
Yeah, and I do think as well that on paper, if you were watching Split number 2, you might look at this and go, oh, why would we take Aki? He did have a really rough second split with NIP, right? Going from having the MVP mid laner in his roster in Split 1 to really struggling through Split 2, finding, themselves now down here in Nirvana as well, finding himself now down here in Nirvana. And now that pickup for TT feels like it might be something a little bit suboptimal, but I do want to highlight that I think that Arky overall, just with the amount of experience, really should have a little bit of a leg up for me over Xiaohuang Ren. But for Thunder Talk, this is about redefining themselves and about trying to refocus their energies, and mainly for me, it feels like down on that bot side.
And the big thing about TT's strength is still continues to be 1xN, which is why it's going to be such a dynamite matchup going up against EDG's bot lane, where their AD carry on looked pretty good now with Palkia at his side, because Palkia was helping On go for very aggressive looks as early as level 1. They were going for all-ins in level 2, so now 1xN, he's going to be put to the test tonight.
Yeah, I think that the text there below, often considered the standout member of TT. That's the really important part of this, and it's why we wanted to focus down on this bot side. We've got the Split 2 stats here as well, so that you can see that there are real numbers backing us up and sort of thinking, well, overall for teams that probably struggled a lot over the course of the second split, that actually them being able to have some sort of carry in the bot side is what's really important. And for 1xN in particular, now is his time to try using this new jungler to really establish himself and make his name that little bit brighter in the eyes of the LPL.
Yeah, and if not for TT's sake, then for his own individual sake, because even if your team doesn't perform that well or get that far in Split 3, if you look individually good, well, hey, Rude, off-season comes up in a few months, rebuilds, looking kind of nice, and if there's any teams that are, kind of hanging towards the top of Group Nirvana or, hanging in the middle of the pack in Group Ascend, and they're like, you know what, guys, I think we need a new AD carry. Oh, hey, 1xN is doing pretty darn good down there in Thunder Talk. Let's give him a shot. Let's give him the call-up.
Yeah, and that's really, what you have to start thinking about as 1xN. I mean, obviously being built up through this TT organization, but at some point there may well be a better opportunity for him, and unless we see some sort of AL levels of growth within the organization, expectations are that this Thunder Talk organization is going to sit around the sort of Nirvana Ascend cutoff, around that break point for a little bit longer, and probably finds himself trying to make playoffs this time round, but maybe not being able to make it all the way, really making that big stretch as they move later into the tournament.
At one point this season, Rude, they had all pro noms at the beginning of the year. Thunder Talk was a roster that actually took a full best of 5 series against BLG. And we thought to ourselves, like, oh, is Thunder Talk the real deal this year? And then the magic kind of just fell off as we got towards Split 2. BLG at least took notice of Beichuan during, that time period and picked them up for themselves. And now Thunder Talk are just trying to scramble and find that identity for themselves, because obviously 1xN has been their star player for quite some time, but at one point, Saytab was playing pretty darn good in Split 1 before he fell off, and Hoya has not been, this strong carry top laner that TT otherwise might look for. So hopefully for Aki, not just for his individual sake of redeeming himself after an IP split, but, hopefully he can help 1xN lift Thunder Talk up.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be that important part. It's using the bot lane carry that they've already got and hoping to sort of reset their expectations, hopefully push themselves into some more of that Split 1 form as opposed to that Split 2 form, because both of these two teams did have very different stories, it feels like, coming into this third split for EDG, a split 1 that you wouldn't want to write home about for split 2 as well. In Group Nirvana for the most part. They had a good run through Group Nirvana, but again, you played, what, 5-6 games in Group Nirvana, so it didn't have the same sample size of Ascend. Coming in this time round, week 1 EDG have played twice already. That's far more sample size than, we would have got from week 1 of Nirvana last time out. And again, I do want to re-emphasize that we, looking at the two rosters, had very few roster changes coming in. We've got a change in jungle and a change in support for TT and EDG respectively, so expectations for these two teams might be a little bit similar to how they were previously, but those two changes, I think jungle and support, can be very impactful, and they can be those shot calling roles that dictate a lot of how the game goes.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see these two teams really test themselves for this split, as we should be jumping to live feed and seeing these teams get to grace the stage and greet everyone over in the LPL very shortly. Some of the things that I am looking forward to when it comes to just overall champion priorities, because we're still in best of 3 fearless, there's still going to be a lot of priorities and some of the same champions picked up here. I will say, was a big fan of the Tarek pick that Jouer locked in yesterday for themselves in FPX. I know that Palkia has been super aggressive, psychopathic even. I'm now curious if he's also got, a niche champion pool, if he's got like this pocket pike, or if he's just going to be sticking to the tried true classics for himself here.
Because there are some, very unique support picks that you can go for. I mean, AD carry plays everywhere will tell you. I hate it when my supports take those, fringe picks, but when you look at these fearless drafts, I mean, we saw it at MSI as well, how some fearless drafts, if you make it to, in fairness, a game 5, but that can be something to talk about a little bit later on if EDG do have a really good season, is what kind of picks you can take as you get into that 4th, that 5th game, because they can become very mismatched in power level, and it's all about finding out how your composition wants to work versus theirs. And even in a best of 3, if there are situations where that pool does get pinched, there's a very real possibility that having a unique champion pick, having a unique support role or support player that can pull out a Pantheon flex if necessary, or can take that pike down to the bot side as you alluded to. There are definitely avenues for some highlight moments just from the draft, and Palkia, at least from 2 games of seeming like he knows what he needs to be doing on the map, gives me that little flair and gives me that little bit of an intonation that he might know what it is in the draft that will win that game as well.
Yeah. Whether that is, just some of the standard Rel, Poppy, Alistar even, I mean, I'm ready to see Palkia play some Alistar, because anytime you have a support who is very, very aware of their surroundings in a very close team fight, and then quick Q flash right onto a key target and then punch them backward, those can make or break those kind of team fight scenarios. On the flip side here for Thunder Talk, obviously the jungle meta has been pretty solved for the past couple of months here, so I don't think Aki's going to be pulling out anything too spicy for Thunder Talk, and it also just comes down to, what does Aki need to serve for this team? Does he need to be a facilitator similar to what Beichuan was doing, and just trying to help snowball some of these lanes that want to get accelerated, like say Tab and 1xN, or does he start taking the kills for himself? Can you actually kind of carry forward? Because even though we look at something like Trundle, and it's like, oh, you don't want to give kills to Trundle. I don't know. Trinity Force accelerated. That guy just 1v1s anyone in the game in, at 15 minutes.
Yeah. And I think as well, it's about, on NIP as well, it definitely feels like Arky taking kills. You're taking kills from Leave, you're taking kills from Doinby. Those are 2 players that you would definitely argue you don't want to be denying resources to. But on this TT roster, the power of Tab hasn't been as high as we might have liked. And Hoyer as well on that top side, maybe not somebody who's been largely a carry player for a long time in the LPL, it feels like. But as you look at what it is that he can do, as what Aki can do, for this TT roster, you might think that he could fill that more carry role.
Look at that, Rude. We're just a few moments away getting a chance to see the official LPL intro. Man, The visuals for this look so sick.
Lots of roster moves across the board as well. I mean, highlights of JDG here for their, I don't call it tumultuous, but their rampant off-season antics as well. See how they got to, or how they get to fare in just a couple of days or so. And then a little brief preview as well into our next series that we have got coming up after this one.
Weibo Gaming taking on Top Esports. That's going to be a fun conversation to really dive deep into, because we got a brief look at Top Esports last night against IG. And I don't know about you, Rude, but I've been kind of looking at Group Ascend that has like 6, maybe 7 legitimate Worlds contenders. Like teams that could all be within striking distance of each other and pushing to represent LPL on the world stage. Which, I don't know if that means LPL is incredibly competitive, or you know, if it's just, all right, AL is going to spank everyone, and then everyone else has to fight each other for those spots.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that we have got a large range of contenders as we are now making it into the arena for walkouts for this first series. It's a good point to bring up, right? With 4 world seeds for the LPL, there's a very real possibility that we end up with one of our top 4 teams from last time around making it in, right? There's a real possibility that your WEs can start making a bit of a push and maybe, you know, for going back to that international display.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that WE finished at 4th in playoffs last split and took down teams like JDG and Top Esports, that was the biggest surprise ever. And it's a shame that we haven't gotten a chance to watch them play yet this split, because that has been one of the teams that's just been on my radar ever since. Monkey and Vampire have really impressed, not just us, Rude, but they've impressed really a lot of us here on the LPL English broadcast.
Yeah, sentiment globally has definitely improved of Vampire. I mean, there was not a lot that could have gone a lot worse for him as we made it into the start of 2025, but you know, it's good to see that those improvements are coming through as the players do begin to take their seats, focusing back in for our EDG TT series. EDG, of course, a team that we already got to see yesterday, a team that we were excited by from their new support player in Palkia, and TT, a team that are looking to reset some of those expectations from split number 2. After a disappointing run through the Group Ascend, they find themselves in Group Nirvana now, and will be looking to top this group. This is an expectation for me coming in as a TT viewer, that they should be looking to come top 1, top 2, establish themselves back in the play-ins, go for another playoffs run, and try and push themselves a little bit higher.
Yeah. Just the brief glimpse of seeing Aki in a TT jersey, full gear kit, is just kind of wild. I also didn't realize this before, how tall Aki is, until you framed him against everyone else on Thunder Talk Gaming. But, you know, he's got a tall task ahead of him, you know, no pun intended, in helping elevate this squad that had a brief glimpse of magic in Split 1 and now are just trying to do the best they can to realize any left in the tank that they were able to form when we first saw them in Split 1.
Yeah, and I think as well that if TT do end up with a little bit of a shaky start with this new jungle change, that the format favouring them just a little bit, they've got a good few amount of games that they can play through, but that they should look and hopefully can, as TT, be those contenders for the top 2, push themselves into a playoffs position, or into the play-ins position at least, and push themselves for an opportunity to play up against some of those top teams, reset themselves as a potential team that moves into Group Ascend. I mean, moving into, you know, what their organization looks like for 2026 as well, going to be very entertaining. But as we do end up moving our way into the draft, we're going to get to see some of those jungle picks that you highlighted being called out for.
No Pantheon, no Vi. Annie and Rumble also hitting the bans here. I think this is the first time I've seen an Annie being banned this early in a series, but there was a lot of Annie priority in both of our, or all 3 of our series last night. I think it just becomes so prominent in a landscape where once the Pantheon, the Vi, and the Xin are gone, Wukong kind of becomes the next de facto best skirmishing jungler on the patch other than Trundle, right? And Wukong really likes that setup, so that's why you're seeing it here. Azir, also another band that, you know, classic control mage, one of the best in the business to do it. Not sure if they want to, you know, they don't have to ban the Xin because you can always have a Trundle as an answer now that it's been solved. So, okay, Varus makes sense.
Yeah, and I was about to say that there's still the Varus open, which typically has defaulted to being that red side ban. So we see this potential trade now. It's which one of the junglers wants to take the sort of Xin for Trundle gambit and make a little bit of a play there. I do think that having this Talia locked in increases value of Xin Zhao, makes that landing that seismic shove really easy if you can get the knock up from the Xin Zhao Q. And for Angel, a good little bit of stability in that mid lane. I mean, on the Talia, should have a lot of opportunity to roam. It's matched by Satab's Rise, which again has an ability to roam, but not nearly the same capabilities in terms of global pressure. And it's an early Trundle taken by Arky here, so sort of hanging the fruit in front of EDG, saying, yeah, go on, take some of those AD junglers, we're going to play a Trundle into you, and we're going to make you suffer for it.
Yep. Almost daring Xiaohao to take the Xin now that the Trundle has been locked in, and EDG say, yeah, we don't care. We still trust in the combo being set up because it is that good and reliable. This might be a blind pick for CDC with the Gwen top lane, so now Thunder Talk, they can go ahead and lock in their top lane counter pick of choice, since bot lane has been left towards the second round of picks and bans in the past 3 series we've seen so far.
I do remember this duo back in just in 2024. The Xin Zhao Gwen duo is just circles of doom for ranged players, because the Xin Zhao puts his ult down, you can't auto attack him or do damage. The Gwen puts her W down, you can't auto attack her or do any damage, and you're just sat there sometimes, and that can buy a lot of space, right? If the Gwen is peeling or if the Xin Zhao is in front just creating space, that can mean that in some instances Satab 1xn, they're just going to be sat there idle for, you know, a good 3-4 seconds at a time given on each ability. So you do need to consider the fact that for TT, getting up close and personal is going to be quite important, but also the fact that they are playing up against this Talia and up against this Gwen almost. Moving into those 2 champions is actually pretty difficult. The Gwen not having to chase you down for the snips and the skip and slash is going to be really important, and I'm very interested to see what TT will look to round out that bot side with. Obviously, we've got a lot, still pretty much the majority of AD carries open and available, but whoever it is that 1xn opts into is going to have to struggle their way through these team fights.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Rude, even though they're relatively different champions on both sides, both of these composition cores want to achieve the same thing. There's global power in their mid laners that can make those roams. You have top laners that could be enabled to split push and apply a lot of turret pressure, so you want to play for grubs. And both of these junglers are heavy skirmishers, right? But not necessarily tanks. No one really has strong methods of engage, so that's going to have to come down to the support pool. Alistar is still available, so blinding a Rel would be a little bit of a gamble here. So it looks like Thunder Talk are going to go for an 80 carry option first, wait to see what Palkia locks in, and then give Feather counter pick of choice.
And I do think that that's smart, right? We highlighted that yesterday Palkia managed to get 2 player of the games in their 2 games that they played. He was a leading playmaker for them, so it does make sense that they are looking to counter the new support player for EDG, make sure that he's not getting as favourable a support matchup. And I do like that the Xayah gets locked in here. It gives a little bit of extra appeal and that little bit of safety as well to the oncoming engage. For EDG, this composition is about going forward. Gwen's in Zhao, they love creating space, they love buying time, and for the Rel to now get locked in, maybe Misfortune stocks do go up a little bit, but again, if you're looking for dive, Jhin isn't a bad option to try and layer damage over the top as well. A front line that, not necessarily the tankiest, but it's certainly one that TT will fear looking down the barrel of.
Yeah, anytime a Trundle is slammed, you just feel not really wanting to pick a dedicated tank, right? And so as long as the Rel can get her engage off, even if she becomes paper mache afterwards, it'll be okay. Thunder Talk actually not going for the Alistar, which is a common answer into the Rel since you can just easily punt her away, but just going for the Lovers Duo synergy with the Rakan for Feather. So I wonder if this is not just, hey, we want the Xayah Rakan synergy, but also we get to now keep Alistar as an option for the later series or the later games in the series.
Yeah, and that's something that they can consider moving into it. For EDG, we highlighted, again, this dive-style composition. They've got some good damage coming from the back with On and Angel playing these more utility and more artillery styles of carry. For TT as well, again, very short, very mid-range. Xayah, not a champion with incredible amounts of range. Rise, again, one of these battle mages that wants to get into your face. So the ability to create space for both of these front lines. Hoya, Arki, ZDZ, Xiaohao, they've both got big jobs up ahead of them. And the same to be said for these two support players as well. When I'm looking at the mobility of the double carries on either side, Palki's got a real opportunity to find access to the Xayah and the Rise. Same to be said for Feather as he looks to take down On and Angel. These are both these teams are playing double carries with no mobility, and as soon as you get caught, that should just be death. There's enough follow-up on both of these sides to take down these squishy members very quickly.
Yep. Rude, are we running cleanse on our 80 carries this game? Is that going to be the de facto?
No, it's all knockups. It's all gross, disgusting knockups. You can't take cleanse versus, you know, Rakan knockup, Trundle Pillar. It does feel pretty bad, to be honest. And then for the Jhin as well, or not for the Jhin, but for the Xayah, you're playing up against Xin knockup, Rel, who just sort of distorts you and keeps you in place with the Magnet Storm. You can opt to cleanse the Rel queue if you want, but again, Talia W, it's not, you don't get that value. It's not playing versus Leona style of value for cleanse.
Yeah. Wasn't sure if Rel Q or even Rise and Power W was enough to warrant it, but I'd be down for just standard defensive summoner spells like a barrier. On actually running with the heal as we're onto the Rift. Gyro time. I'm hoping there was gyos. It looked like there were in the pop-up camera. I'm not getting any audio through my feed, so we're gonna pray. We're gonna pray that there's some nice gyos there.
Yeah, and I believe there would be, right? The first time that we see TT out on the Rift in EDG, you'd like to think corralling a certain amount of favour after their dominant display yesterday. Again, coming in, this new support player that has been on the EDG roster for 30 days, no more than, and made a really big statement in their first opening games just yesterday. Might have corralled some new fans, might have generated some new players that are new fans of the organisation, or at least his playstyle, to give them something to gyro about.
Right now, if EDG fans were gyroing, they are definitely happy to see that Palkia and On already getting aggressive in the face of the Lovers Duo bot lane, and fighting for push control should be able to ding level 2 pretty darn easily. I don't expect any early jungle shenanigans or for essentially the Xin and Trundle to look for anything outside of a full clear and then start looking onto the map. I know that normally that these are the types of junglers that have that flexibility if you wanted to do just 3 camps and then just try and cheese one of these lanes that's getting super volatile, but it doesn't really seem like there's going to be a window before that time.
No, I mean, you're probably looking to burn a flash mid lane, and that's probably about it for the most part. So we'll hope to see some actions around that mid lane, maybe looking for some fighting around Scuttle Crabs as well. But Xiaohao here, both of our junglers, in fact, clearing up towards that top side, largely matched for pace as well. And I will say as well, looking at that mid lane in particular, I am a big fan of Satab on the Rise. He's a little engaged on the bot side. Feather does get ignited, but he's able to batter dance out to safety. But Satab on this Rise, actually, you know, when TT struggled quite a lot last split, it was the Rise that typically found them a little bit more success. He's got 6 games on the pick throughout split number 2. And actually found the 66% win rate on it, so 4 out of 6 of those games being a win, and there isn't really a champion in his play pool from the last split that has that level of success. So giving Satab the Rise here is definitely comfort, and is definitely a way that TT have found success previously.
Yeah. Managed to push out Angel early in the lane just to force a TP for that tier recall timer. Looks like Satab got to do the same thing, but at least for himself, he's going to get an extra bit of consistent sustain with that refillable pot. Both the junglers exchanging opposite sides with those Scuttle Crab takes. So like you said, Rude, doesn't seem like any exciting action is going to happen. Hoya is below 50% HP. Not sure if it's enough for a dive, but great chunk by ZDZ, already proccing the Ignite, and now, Rude. Now Hoya is looking submissive and diveable here, so Xiaohao can lead the charge here, already racking up the 3-town strike. Will wait out the counter strike. Flash follows up. Wind becomes lightning. Easy peasy, and that's first blood for EDG.
A really well played gank on the top side by Xiaohao, set up by ZDZ. This is a counter matchup that the Jax should have priority in, but ZDZ takes the Ignite, is outplaying in the 1v1, and that wasn't just a kill going onto the Gwen, that was a massive wave lost under the turret for the Jax. So Hoya now really far behind the curve. This Gwen gets to go back to base, pick up plated steel caps, is now incredibly safe on this top side because it's not just up against a Jax. If that Trundle happens to walk down, hey, that's an auto attacker that I'm getting value from. If they lane swap on me and I end up playing up against the Xayah Rakan, again, those are auto attacks that I'm able to sustain up against. And I think that ZDZ finds himself in a really good position. An initiated lane swap early on comes in for the TT bot side, maybe to try and bail out their top side, and maybe to give 1xN a little bit of a reprieve as well. We can see that down on that bot side, CS numbers not going too much better either, and for the time being, it's all EDG.
Yeah, definitely a must-need scenario for ThunderTalk, since, as you called out, both their top lane and their bot lane was starting to lose out in those respective matchups here. Aki trying to be a nuisance here and just yoink away the wolf camp. Not really stealing it away, just delaying the play here for Xiaohao. We're still about a couple minutes and some change before Grubs becomes a thought for both of these teams. Dragon is up on the table, but because we had that lane swap roll swap with the lanes on either side of the map, it's not really a priority for either of these teams given the time.
Yeah, I mean, early pings have come down from TT to try and make a move toward that dragon. Whether or not that's something that we will see them follow through on, you know, obviously remains to be seen. But TT are insistent on keeping this duo away from one another. And Hoya manages to counter-strike to get into this wave. And
oh no,
to see 3v1.
I was about to say, it's like this would be pretty hard to do. And now with the TP coming in, ain't no way it's going to happen now. And thankfully, it's not even Satab burning the TP, just Feather using the power of that unsealed spellbook. Notice how Palkia is actually went for the Aftershock Keystone this game, not matching the unsealed spellbook. So just trading a little bit of that extra combat power for what Feather is going to get as utility later stages of the game. Because Xiaohao did show on the top side of the map, first dragon going to be secured here for TT.
Yeah, and you know, they had this plan. This is why they moved 1xN and Feather down to that bot side. Having 2 members on the bot side gives them more prio than having 1 member down on the bot side. It's a simple rule of maths, and it works out for them in the end. Getting an advantage in this game is definitely quite important because they were struggling across the board, and if this game does happen to need to go long, need to go late, having that extra 5 minutes where we can see EDG not have a soul could end up being very, very important. You know, speaking of that scaling as you do move into the late stages of the game, both of these teams with AD carries that can do a lot of damage as you move later on. Jin in a different facet to the Xayah, I will say, but still, if it reaches critical mass in that late game, can do a significant amount of work in these team fights, and the same to be said for that Xayah as well. Again, can become that hyper carry. The attack speed steroid on the W means that she can just rip through teams if she's given the chance to do so, and again, that's the important part. It's the if she's given that opportunity with ZDZ again with the W, Xiaohao with the ulti. There's a lot of circles here that just make 1xN's life miserable.
Yeah. Story is quite different for both of these AD carries and how they want to be playing out those team fights. 1xN, if they're going into him, it'll be a better time with those feathers. Oh, do you really want this fight, TT? I don't think so. 1xN was a little too far away, disconnected from the play. Realm Ward from Satab might try and salvage this one, but not going to be quite the case. Angel now joins the fray, and Satab might be forced to flash here. Good seismic shove, not going to connect here. Oh, on with the curtain call, just going to try to slow Satab in his tracks, but the 3rd bullet connects. Wind becomes lightning, lines up the 4th bullet, and EDG starting to run away with the map on this one.
Them's what we call some zoning ultis from On as he fires the first two just a little bit wide, but it does force the routing from Zaytab to sign his own fate in the end. Quick roam off from those Swifties as now Hoya and ZDZ going to come to blows on this top side. I expect ZDZ can just hop out to safety.
Yeah, he's got Xiaohao and On right next to him, so no real danger there.
At least one grub picked up by EDG in the back half of this. And I do hope that we get a little bit of a replay of what happened down on that bot side so I can highlight how difficult this job is for, in particular, 1xN this game. So an early engage onto Palkia, really good positioning from Xiaohao as well. But look at 1xN here. He has to walk all the way into the Gwen W. And to get that close to do damage, he then gets knocked back by Xiaohao, has to ulti out defensively, and actually contributes nothing to this team fight except burning his own ulti.
It just really seemed like an overzealous play from ThunderTalk, and had EDG not been able to play the Fog of War game as immaculately as they did, you know, maybe TT are able to back off in time, but you see a stray Rel, no one else nearby, you think, yeah, we can kill this guy, and then suddenly, oh, they're all here. Well, now...
It was very clearly communicated as well. Xiaohao is playing on that the vision very, very well, and hopefully we can get to see this link up between Palkia and Xiaohao continue to develop as the season goes on. Already seeing some very good glimpses in the early stages of split number 3, but you know, if this can continue, EDG looking like a team that, you know, topped out on Group Nirvana last time round and might look to end up doing the same here up against some of our potential other candidates for top spots in TT.
Yeah. I mean, Xiaohao already had a pretty darn good look against Ultra Prime last night, and here in Group Nirvana, the competition is not going to be as fierce as, you know, the teams in Group Ascend, but if you're able to just blast your way through Nirvana, you're going to set yourself up for a nice opportunity to get into the playoff stage, you know, and then we'll get to really see, you know, what EDG's tests are like. Obviously, they have to get through all the teams in Nirvana, and they're probably... are a couple teams waiting for EDG. Maybe NIP will be, with this rebuild, a team that is really worth the fight. Now, but back to this game though, Rune. ZDZ trying to push out this wave, and Aki was trying to see if he was going to overextend for it.
Yeah, might end up being a little bit frozen on him now, but I'm looking at this dragon spawning in 30 seconds here, Offer, and thinking, well, I have first item picked up for my Xin Zhao, and honestly, that is not matched anywhere else on the board. That's probably just enough for EDG to decide that they want to take this. I think the fighting power of a 2-kill Xiaohao early on should be enough to set them up for this objective take. Yes, we're starting to see, you know, first items begin to come through for Feather and for 1xN down on that bot side, but I think that importantly, until those Trinity forces have been hit by Aki and Hoya, until Zaytab has that Rod of Ages completed, TT are in no position to look for this objective, and even sniffing around here is very dangerous by Feather. He puts one ward in the Tribrush, he gets immediately swept out, and EDG find themselves set up very nicely on this top side, or bot side.
Yeah, and like you called out, Xiaohao's the only person on the map that has the first item. I guess 1xN also was able to complete his Essence Reaver, but ThunderTalk not wanting to play into EDG's hand and further risk elevating and escalating the goal deficit that they already are in. It's just all about, hey guys, take a step back, wait for these Trinity forces to come online, give Zaytab a little bit of time so that he can complete both his Rod of Ages, get that stacking. This is, I don't want to say like a super late game composition that ThunderTalk have, but you know, this Rise will become a monster as long as they are given time. So the TT just have to take a step back.
Yeah, and it's about how well that side lane does end up going. I mean, as this Rise, you do sort of end up acting as a little bit of a frontliner as well, with the amount of HP, the amount of shields that you get from the Archangels as well. So there's definitely a possibility for Zaytab to take over in this game. Again, this is a pick that both he and ThunderTalk have found success on through split number 2. So taking it in this first game of this Fearless draft, we're expecting good things for them. But so far, this pace of the game has, you know, slowed down quite significantly. We've made it to this position now where EDG, don't get me wrong, what, 2k gold to the good at the minute, but That's kind of been the case for the last couple of minutes, and if they are just slowly racking up neutral objectives and slowly building out that lead, then it's absolutely fine for it to go down, but they are going to need to start to ramp up the pace of this game just a little bit here, as we do begin to favour maybe the side lane capabilities of a Jax over a Gwen. The same to be said for a Ryze versus a Talia.
Yep.
And then you've got the power of the Trundle as well, sapping the physical damage that's going to come out of Xiao Hao, who is the accelerated member on this EDG roster.
Yeah, and even though Jin can pump some nasty damage in each of those 4 bullets that he's got in the chamber,
importantly, not versus tanks, and not
Yes.
versus HP. It's Arky and Feather, you know, he's going to struggle.
yeah, it's still just a very, very scary proposition when you have to deal with Ryze or a Trundle Pillar slowing you so that you don't have as much freedom to reposition. The Jax just blocking your damage with counter strikes. You have to dodge and the Feather on Rakan, right? So I definitely favor and would prefer, if EDG want to close this game out, it's time to start picking up the pace once all these item spikes are coming online and really push that mid game forward.
Oh, looks like they're going for it on the top side. Needlework called. Diving top side. Goodbye, Hoya!
Nicely done, too. ZDZ, they must have been listening to the cast, Rude, because they, as soon as we're like, hey guys, you need to pick this up, ZDZ goes, you know what? I agree. Let's take this, Jax. Let's get this turret off the board.
But look at what's happening on the rest of the map here now. If EDG take 2 turrets, that's very beneficial for them, and they'll really be happy with whatever they lose on the rest of the map. They're not going to lose mid-tier 1. They may lose bot-tier 1, but you know, that's of little consequence to them, as with 3 people charging in on the top side. This is a massive acceleration of that tempo that we were talking about, where EDG able to push out and find themselves 1 kill on the top side, 2 turrets as well. And that then sets them up very nicely with a lot of gold going into their bot lane and resetting ZDZ as well, giving him a little bit of time to make his way out to the bot side.
Well, this does put them about 3,000-4,000 gold ahead of TT at the moment. Like you said, Rude, massive turret push on the top side of the map. So anytime they want to play through top lane, that jungle quadrant becomes that much easier to access, and then you can start really collapsing inwards onto that mid-tier 1. And then once you get the mid-tier 1, that's when things become just so damn difficult for any team to try and recover pressure on the map, because that one central point of safety is now no longer yours to have.
Yeah, and I think that importantly as well, for having this long lane now extended for whichever side lane matchup they end up looking at, is going to be pretty favourable for EDG for the next 5 to 10 minutes of this game. We talked about the fact that as we move later on, maybe we begin to favour the Jax in that side lane. But that's expecting them to be on parity, where those items are the same, where the experience is the same, and they've had the same influx of gold in this game, which is just not the case in this instance. We've seen ZDZ get 2 really well-played ganks from himself and the team, taking down Hoya twice on that side lane, and that has now been extended to giving funneled turret gold into the EDG side, getting experience advantages as well. So that timer for when the Jax will take over in the side lane is pushed further and further back, and it just adds to the ability for EDG to play through their sides and start to take down other turrets as well, as you alluded to.
Yeah, and by decelerating the one split push threat that could answer pretty freely either your Gwen or your Talia and make your Xin and Jin's lives much harder with well-timed counter-strikes, it's a good way to kind of delay that time window where EDG say, oh guys, we didn't close the game fast enough, GG, right? So
yeah,
I think EDG's game plan has been very logically sound and well structured, and I mean, given that this is a team in Group Nirvana, you know, I can't fault them for maybe not playing incredibly on pace, on fast, but they're doing so, you know, at a pretty respectable pace at the moment.
And I think as well, if they hadn't taken, you know, objectives, if they hadn't taken some of those neutrals, we'd be having a very different conversation. But they are, you know, taking pretty much everything off the map that they can as well, right? Like, they're set up around this Rift Herald. They've taken the last dragon as well. So they're in a pretty good spot just in terms of those neutral objectives to put themselves in a position to take this game, even if the gold or the kills that they found weren't necessarily the highest.
Just about 16 minutes into the game, potential click onto Feather, not quite. He just flashes away. But because he has Unsealed Spellbook, he's going to be totally just fine. He might just swap out that Burn Flash for something else off cooldown now. Rift Herald could be the focus.
EDG. Yeah, they need to try and fight for this. EDC has teleport, but again, talking about pushing the pace of the game, don't let TT take a fight when they're down on numbers.
Trying to jump onto Hoya. Prompts the Counter-Strike. Palkia looking for an engage right now. Satap could be the target. 3,000 HP on the Rift Herald. It's secured by Aki, but now the question is, can they get the hell out of there? ZDZ pushing the onslaught forward. Palkia goes right in, dies for it. Massive Counter-Strike by Hoya, but it's just a 1 versus 4 situation. And because he's so damn behind, he's not coming out alive. EDG walk away with another few kills in their back.
Yeah, the carries of Thunder Talk do survive, but EDG punish TT for trying to take that Rift Herald, and I say trying successfully so. They do manage to put a little bit of a dent in that EDG snowball. Not having that Rift Herald will slow them down, will make it so that this tier 1 turret is a lot harder to take out. And we get to see how all of this played out. It starts with Palkia actually having a bit of a whiff on the engage onto Satab, but managing to take him at least down to 50% HP means that he can't particularly contribute to the back half of this fight. And then it's the engage continued by ZDZ as he's needle working through 3, able to use once again that Hallowed Mist to keep himself out to safety, and a rogue dancing grenade from Arn finds its way all the way back to Feather, takes him down, and now there's another engage. Palkia in a little bit of trouble, but exhausted down.
Flash. He might just go down here because Arn does not want to step up and risk his life just for his supports. That's twice now that Palkia has gotten a little carried away in what kind of engages that he was looking for, but at least for EDG, they're still trying to pick up objectives on the bottom side. No, the dragon gets stopped because Aki's able to use the pressure of TT from the mid lane push with the Rift Herald and move on over. Now they can try and secure the dragon.
And this is that little bit of an experience maybe coming to the fold. Palkia trying to establish vision on the top side while his team wants to take that dragon down in the bot side. Just a little bit off temp or off pace with really where the rest of his team is looking to be, and this now nets TT again another little bit of a reprieve, down 7-2 in terms of those kills, and the gold not looking too much more favorable either. We look across the board, you know, 1k gold leads for every member in the top side of the map, 300 for on down in that bot side, and now Satab under a lot of pressure here as this turret, not much HP, and with 3 people here, he should just go down.
Yep, they kill the turret, and now Satab's got nowhere else to go. No TP, no Realm Warp either. Tries to flash away, but the Seismic Shove clips him anyway. That's an easy picking for EDG. What can TT do on the other side of the map? Not really anything here.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to respond. I think that's why Satab flashed in the first place, that they could hopefully buy enough time and allow for Feather, Arky, 1xN to make their way down here, but was not successful in that venture. And actually, as we see in the picture-in-picture there, looks like Arky was able to burn summon a heal of Arn, and now Palkia.
Uh-oh. Curtain Call at the ready. Aki trying to run for his life. Good knock-up by Xiaohao, looking for the Curtain Call last bullet, but it's just Xiaohao that finds another spear into the back of Aki's head and finishes him off. ZDZ getting a chance to push in this wave. No objectives for the taking, but this tier 2 turret will do just nicely for EDG.
Yeah, split 4 ways, that turret gold, so not the biggest influx, but once again, it's global gold for EDG, and continuing that progression through this game as Angel now sits 2k gold over his counterpart, Xiaohao, 2,000 gold, the advantage this Zen Zhao has over the Trundle. And we talked about the fact that, you know, this Trundle theoretically a counter to the Zen Zhao. Again, Ryze and Jax were answers, counter picks almost, and Palkia super cones in, triple Magnet Storm to start this fight off. Again, that heads-up play, the idea of this new support player taking over Group Nirvana is becoming more and more palpable with every single game we see.
Yeah. Now, at the 20-minute mark here, Rude, Otacon has spawned on the map. You have to imagine that EDG, with an overwhelming 6,000 gold lead, that should be an easy objective just to force as soon as they have the vision setup necessary, which is why EDG already taking the measures to do so here.
And again, I will say, like, the point of TT that we always talk about, that we always hype up, is 1xN. He's working towards that Infinity Edge, but he doesn't have it yet. Once that starts to come through, maybe TT can look for a fight. But again, to highlight the difficulties that 1xN's going to have, there are going to be, you know, 7 to 8 seconds where he can't safely auto-attack. just because of Gwen W, because of Zin's ulti. I can't understate how powerful this duo in particular was back in 2024, and we're starting to see shades of it back here again in split number 3, where ZDC and Xiao Hao can buy so much space, can buy so much time for Arn and Angel to do the DPS, where Satab as well as 1xN just won't be able to get any damage down.
And Satab is trying to do his best to find any stray gold here. The objective bounty's at the ready. However, now this Realm Warp does not get canceled. Palkia just not in time with that Q flash. Satab at least lucky enough to escape with that one.
Yeah, barely gets out to safety there. The flash from the Rel being down is a big hint for TT, or a big help for TT, I should say, as now cleanse forced from Feather. But the Realm having that engaged tool, definitely going to be something to keep our eyes on. Now, though, EDG collapse. 4 members strong into this mid lane, trying to take the tier 1 turret.
Oh, nice setup. Big chunk. Are they going to actually kill Aki? Yeah, even through the flash. Good night, Trundle. And Thundertalk, they are just losing kills left, right, and center here. Rude, ZDZ just picking up the wave on the bottom side. And with the next big objective coming up in just 50 seconds, another dragon can easily be picked up here. What do Thundertalk need to continue doing? Because we already talked about 1xN and Satab trying to just farm on up and get to those 3-item power spikes, but it just seems like they're not really given the breathing room here from EDG as, oh, well, I didn't expect ZDZ to push this far up, but now with the teleport being forced down, this should be a 3v1 easy kill on to ZDZ. Trying to see if he can turn around and find at least one more back. Needlework doing a lot of damage, but not enough to keep him alive or get a revenge kill back. So nicely done for Thundertalk.
And this is 3 recalls that now need to come through. 1xN also caught.
Oh no. Not gonna burn the flash because he knows that he was already dead to rights in that situation. Hoya TPing in there. Just gonna get CC chained. Counter-Strike at least buys him some time on chasing with that last bullet in the chamber. Meanwhile, Angel and Satab about in the 1v1. Oh, this is the LPL that I love, Rude. Just constant action and Satab, I don't know if he's getting out of this one. Tries to dodge all the skill shots. Not going to dodge that last set combo there. Xiao Hao still leading the charge. Maybe thinking about another pressing forward on the engage. No, not going to be the case.
And what I will say as well, I want to highlight some of the build paths that we've got. Angel in particular here, opting for the Rylai second, I think is really clutch. Looking at the lack of mobility on this roster, he knows that if Satab gets in range of this Hylia, then he's in trouble. But he's actually got longer range, and he can use Rylai's to kite out the Ryze very effectively, and we got to see it perfectly down in that bot side fight. I also think that for the purposes of chasing down people and for the purposes of keeping both he and On safe, that this Rylai is actually going to do a tremendous amount of work. Currently 2 levels up over his mid lane counterpart, 4 levels up over the enemy AD carry as well. And 1xN here just caught, walking his way back to his own jungle. Cleanses early, but doesn't really manage to find his way out anywhere near safety. And again, that's why I'm saying that, you know, back in the draft, you asked Mark, do we think we see cleanse? Like, how useful was that cleanse there versus the Magnet Storm? Like, but it didn't do anything. He just kept on getting pulled in.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, 1xN has had a very tough objective throughout this game, considering ever since the botched overextended play by TT on that bottom side of the map where they got baited by Palkia. Speaking of Palkia, are you dead, friend? You might be dead. Oh, a good crash down over the pillar, and now here comes the reinforcements with Weaver's Wall. Angel's not going to commit, though, because it's all 5 members there from the side of Thundertalk.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit of chicken, I will say. Aki and Palkia there, and Aki just biting off a little bit more than he could chew. Needs to wait for the W from the Rel to come through so that he can interrupt it with the pillar. Instead, just gives Palkia the free out, right? Puts the pillar down, and all of a sudden the Rel goes, well, great, I can hop over this. None of you guys can, and gets to go out to safety. We are now 25 minutes into this game, though, Rafa. 3.5 minutes on the Dragon means that we have got all the tensions turned up to that top side. EDG are so far ahead. They are so strong that heading toward this Baron should just be the logical course of action for them. Instead, they're going to move into this bottom side or top side jungle, take out every single camp, make sure that they have established that vision first, and then turn their attentions to the big purple worm. There's a blue ward that is on here, but it's disabled. And now TT are constantly playing this game. Are they on it? Aren't they on it? How can we get in to find out? Well, now they know, but it's already gone.
I mean, Aki doesn't even have flash, so he would just have to walk up and hope that EDG would allow him to maybe smite it, but Baron's already been taken. And EDG are just trying to walk on out unless they can get a free pick here.
Oh,
That's
no.
the call. Seismic shove hits Aki in the face, and now it's a guaranteed 5-on-4. Bullets are flying from the curtain call. Hoya's trying to run away. He's not going to get far. EDG continuing for the chase. As Feather 1xM, Magnet Storm's going to catch Satab. Seismic shove flicks him right back into the unraveled earth, and EDG are going to make quick work of Satab in that scenario. Palkia does go down, but 0-7 to the new support because ED did his job.
Yeah, and I think you happily take that as the support here. You know that taking down the Satab Rise is the important target there, and you'll happily sacrifice your life for it. Now with the Baron buff out there, backs EDG with a 20-second death timer on top lane, 30 on the mid laner. They're not just looking for inhibitor mid lane, they're going to look to the bot side as well. A pre-prepped wave by ZDZ. 2 inhibs will fall, and EDG putting a very nice little bow on this game number 1.
Yep. Already 12,000 gold ahead of Thunder Talk. If people didn't believe that the game was over a few minutes ago, then there is pretty compelling reason now to understand that TT are just looking at game 2.
And we asked them, sort of 12 minutes into this game, can you continue that snowball? And the second we did that, they made that play top lane where they take 2 turrets in the top side. They then a little bit of a misstep, it's worth saying. It's not without the occasional faux pas from Palkia, who, stepped in a little bit too close, got caught out one time, and gave a little bit of a reprieve to TT, then being able to find a dragon. But other than that, I do want to highlight again that for a new support player, and for EDG being one of these teams that are in the Nirvana group, that this is a very convincing game, especially with the sample of yesterday as well.
Yep. If Palkia did not die in any of those scenarios, then we might have to question if Divine Intervention is going on here in the LPL. So EDG definitely have a potential star support on their hands that, like any new player in the LPL, needs some polish, needs some refinement. And right now, EDG trying to put the finishing touches on this game with all 3 inhibitors fully crushed and demolished. It's all just a few kills away before they can close out this game. Palkia with another beautiful Magnet Storm sets up the chase onto Satab and Aki. Meanwhile, Hoya is buying time on the top left side of this fight, and he's doing a pretty darn good job considering he's down a lot of gold, but On still survives, and Hoya's forced to flash away, but cannot survive against the curtain call of doom. And EDG finally pushing in through the Nexus Towers. 1xN will try to do his best, but it is still an EDG victory over Thunder Talk.
Game number 1 goes the way of EDG in convincing fashion as well. Satab, Feather doing, little bits of what they can. 1xN chiming in as well, but the overall gold lead for EDG in that back half fight was just far too much. Baron pressure at their backs as well, and again, for EDG, almost a team-wide, really solid performance. I do think that ZDZ had a really good game this time round, and whether it's him calling for his team to come to the top side and dive the Jacks, or whether it's just the team knowing that there's a set-up play here, either way, the Gwen laning was able to set up for these really big advantages that then ended up spilling into the rest of the map.
True. And now if you're Thunder Talk, going into this Game 2 draft, I think on the one hand, you can give them the benefit of the doubt that this is technically Aki's first staged game with Thunder Talk, and, that bot lane Tribush bait by Palkia and Xiaohao was very devastating to recover from, because even though that it's like, well, it was a 2,000 gold lead, how much of a difference does it make? It completely slowed down any of Trundle's tempo that he wanted to have over the Xin Zhao, because, like we said before, guys, people have been looking at this Trundle pick as the answer to pretty much every single AD skirmisher that's in the game right now. And if you're able to get that Trinity Force undecelerated, you just win all the time. But after that fight, Thunder Sky rush for Xin Zhao, he's the guy that's walking with the big stick on campus.
Yeah, he's ahead of the curve. He's the one then able to push the accelerator or push the pace of the game, and that's exactly what Xiaohao did. I mean, I'm struggling really to look at somebody in particular who stood out in this game for EDG, because overall, I think that everybody really played their part. I think that Angel in the side lane on this Talia, having a flawless performance in game number 1, was able to not just build appropriately, but also made it so that he got some good kills in the side lane individually, was able to set up for some very solid team fights as well. By and large, Seismic Shove's on point, making it so that really this game never really looked like it was in doubt, and that all 3 carry roles looked like they knew what they were doing. The supporting cast were where they needed to be, and if EDG can continue this here, they could be coming into just the end of day 2 as very strong favorites for this group of Nirvana.
Yeah, and if they continue this pace just for the remainder of the Rumble stage, I know that many Group Nirvana teams don't have to fear for the, Shadow Realm. That was the punishment in finishing bottom 2 last split. Now it's just about, can we look good enough that maybe we get a chance to get into playoffs? EDG, I'm already calling as a dark horse coming from Group Nirvana. And now, if I'm like NIP or LGD, maybe... Yeah, no. Just LGD and NIP as the other 2 teams from Group Nirvana that might be like the teams that were going to push for a playoffs, potential appearance. Maybe Thunder Talk wanted to be in that same crowd, but the way that at least we're just watching EDG play out the opener of this split, I'm just very convinced that some of the bottom teams from Group Ascend are going to have to be very careful when playing against EDG.
It is a very good state for EDG, and it is worth saying as well that, we talked about this a little bit on the flip side, where the bottom half or the bottom stack of Group Ascend isn't particularly as large as we'd like the amount of teams in there, saying we've got maybe 7 contenders for Worlds potentially, like that. The bottom echelon of Ascend definitely on a completely different scale, but you may end up seeing that there are the likes of EDG that can start to take these really impressive performances and become maybe a new FPX, a new WE from split number 2, who had that really important, really breakout split. And if EDG can make a really big sweep through Group Nirvana, that's when you begin to think, well, actually, what is their ceiling going to look like? Yeah,
I mean, if WE can rise from the depths of split 1, 4th seed in their respective group, and Vampire went from like missing point blank dredge hooks and Alistar flashes and rel combos into legitimately looking like a top support in LPL by the end of split 2, I could believe an EDG train. Obviously, this is just day 2, week 1 of split 3, but this season moves fast, if speaking from experience with the Rumble stage in split 2, Rude.
Yeah, absolutely. And for EDG as well, just getting these 2 wins on the board is going to be really important, especially when you don't play nearly as many games as Group Ascend. Each game has that higher weighting on it. And I will say as well, if they're able to close this out in 2-0 fashion, game score ended up being a really important part of how tiebreakers were decided in the back half of Nirvana in split 2, so there's a very real possibility that happens to be the case again, and taking 2-0 wins will actually be very important and much more impactful as you move into the later stages of this split. These are the things that you look at now and you think, oh, a good 2-0, really nice, well done EDG. But when you move towards the end of the split and you think, wow, they had a really good game score as well, that's when it starts to matter. When you're looking at these tiebreaker scenarios and looking at these who's going to win out on securing that first place for the group, it's actually coming down to who got those clean 2-0s earlier on in the season.
Very true. Very true. And I just want to say, Rude, like, you mentioning that everyone on EDG did their part is just a really promising sign for this org, as well as fans who have, had to deal with the slow decline of EDG and performance domestically and lack of international showing ever since coming off of the high of their 2021 World Championship run, right? So, and you know what? Yeah, I think this is totally acceptable as an MVP, because like you said, everyone did their part. I would have been happy with Angel. Hell, like, I could see a world where ZDZ got it because he set up so many successful dives for Xiaohao to succeed, but he was the engine that got this early game rolling and was able to enable all of the snowballs to happen.
Absolutely, and you get to see that there's a little bit of a glimpse of where his presence was felt the most. And for EDG, you know, sad that Palki doesn't get to keep his 100% support player of the game ratio, but shouldn't have died, shouldn't have missed that 1Q flash on the rise that we all saw and giggled at. But Zhao Hao, though, a very deserving winner, and following up, I think that the support jungle duo is something that we need to continue to track for EDG, because there are definitely power, or there is definitely power in that. It's about whether or not they can continue to develop that and take that up against equally quite strong teams.
Absolutely. Well, before we toss it over to break and get ready for Game 2 of the series, we want to remind everyone at home that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it does pay on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Without further ado, it's time for break. See you all for Game 2. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Edward Gaming and Thunder Talk Gaming. And if you're just tuning in, well, first of all, glad you can make the show. Game one, you didn't miss much if you're already on the EDG hype train like me and Rude are, because, you know, these guys, with their new support Palkia debuting with less than 30 days with this org and less than 30 days just in general of playing in competitive League of Legends, I'm excited. I want to see this team already start playing against some of the teams that Group Ascend for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very exciting new prospect. The EDG could end up topping out this Nirvana group again, very early stages, but they've already taken a very convincing 2-0 series yesterday. They're looking like they could replicate that again today. And I think that Thunder Talk coming into this, again, my expectation is that they should be one of those teams that look to push into the play-ins, playoff stages of this split number 3, and them getting their ass handed to them game number 1 is not something that you would have expected from an EDG roster that didn't struggle through split 2, but that have made one change of a player who's sort of really inexperienced, but is seemingly taking over the games in the majority of these instances. But the EDG composition as a whole seems to find itself doing very, very well, and that's not necessarily what I'd expected, and I don't know that it's what TT were hoping for either.
Yeah, and I would argue that it's not just because Palkia has come in, everyone is suddenly just like playing different because of him, but I almost feel like there's a big refocus from EDG as a whole. And so maybe when they went into this off season and then lost Clearlove and Wink to JDG, EDG probably sat down and said, okay guys, listen, do we want to be serious about this and make a push for Worlds, like long-term goals in this split? Like, do we want to try to make the miracle run, and a lot of fans, a lot of people just like looking at the team on paper would be like, why the hell would you even try? Just be content that you can probably beat Group Nirvana. But their play just looks significantly cleaner and way more synchronized than I remember from Split 2 as a whole here. So it's early, week 1, but I'm hopeful.
Yeah, you know what, Rafa, and so am I, to be completely honest with you. So we can hope that EDG continue down this trend, and maybe they end up just having, I think that in Nirvana it'd be much more exciting to have one team that's just outright at the top to see, because we'll get to see that immediate challenge of the Ascend teams as well, pretty much immediately after the regular season. So for me, EDG doing well would definitely be something that I'm looking at as positive. For the LPL as a whole, as we move into the draft for game number 2, a Galio ban taken off the board suggests we're looking for Rumble for Hoya. Again, a pick that he was very stable on in split number 2, so we'll expect to see that either banned here by EDG or taken early by TT.
If they do not let the Rumble through, I imagine that Annie shoots up in priority here, and I think that's what EDG say to themselves, saying, listen, they're going to get the Rumble, but we do not want them to have the Annie either. Actually, wow. So not the Rumble Gambit, so Thunder Talk just locking in the Aurora instead.
All right, I'm still okay with this for Satab, to be honest. Again, a pick that he's got a wealth of experience on, was one of his most played through split number 2 as well. So looking at how well he can perform after a game 1, which wasn't bad by any means, but he did get solo killed in that side lane, wasn't being able to pump out as much damage as we might have hoped from him on the rise. And the Victor Slam here for Angel, putting himself in a position to be a late game insurance policy for this EDG roster. Wukong, one of those junglers that we still see up and available and maybe leading the charge for that premier AD jungle role. Not a pick that you typically see paired too well with the Victor, but might just give them a little bit of stability through this early to mid game.
I'll tell you what, Rude, since Trundle is no longer in play, Sion becomes a hell of a prospect. Never mind. You know what? I'll just shut up, EDG. Just playing with my emotions here. I thought for sure I should know that the hovers are always going to be a bait, but they end up going for the Wukong anyway. Now, other AD skirmishers that rise up once some of the original premier picks are gone or banned away. Jarvan, very great, especially into a champion like Victor, where outside of Flash, he's got no way out of a Cataclysm.
And importantly as well, this increases that priority on Rumble, right? Like, just because they didn't take it on their first pick doesn't mean that they can't just opt into it as you move later. That hot pot combo, you talked about it with no Flash. You get cooked on the Equalizer, stuck in the Cataclysm. It's going to be pain for Angel. And in particular now for Thundertalk, I think moving into the second ban phase, we can really isolate some of those mobile AD carries. Corki and Ezreal are the two picks that I'm looking at to just get off the table. Let's make sure that Arn here is also feeling the pressure of that immobility and sort of force Arn into going for something like a Kai'Sa, like a Caitlyn that can be exploited.
Let's see it here, Rude. What do the bans become for the side of Thundertalk? Try and limit On's potential champion pool with those 80 carries that could have a way to dash out of a Cataclysm or between worlds. Wow, EDG even doubling down and saying, you know what, we're going to limit your 80 carry pool too by going with the Ezreal ban.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, last time we saw, we see top sides picked in the first half of draft most times now, but it was actually a AD carry bans on second side, red side bans, so that they could take AD first. I wonder if they actually take the flip side of this now, and that they begin to take a support pick for Palkia early on with how they're looking to play this out. Or maybe the Ezreal is just a ban that they need so that they can take something that is very aggressive down on that bot side. A Nautilus maybe getting worked into the mix here as well. But for TT, their composition at the minute can play quite decently at that range with the hot pot coming through. With the Aurora in between worlds as well. Then you need something to help the Jarvan, I think, dive on in for Thundertalk. I'm looking at something that could end up diving in with the Jarvan as something to help them out. Alistair, you've touched on this champion for Palkia maybe being a secret pocket pick that we might want to see from him. With the Braum ban coming out, you're expecting him to look for something that's quite aggressive that can find those engages as well.
Yeah, and I think Thundertalk read it beautifully. Once the Braum ban came out, they were like thinking, well, what does become the best support that is next available? Now that Alistar is taken off the table, you're looking at Nautilus, Leona if you want to fish for long-range engage. We actually never got the Scion fully locked in. It was changed over last second to an Ornn, which I didn't notice until now. I guess both having red splash arts, I just figured, oh yeah, giant meatball
hey man,
in the top
what's the
lane.
difference,
What is the difference,
Functionally, it's a front line, it'll engage, right? Like, what else do I need to say? Maybe it has a slightly better lane versus the Rumble. Was known as, the Ornn was known as one of those picks that can actually dice with the Rumble a little bit earlier on, just with the base damages from the Bellows Breath mainly. But the Nautilus getting locked in here does give now a real pick nature to this composition for EDG. I think they've already got a very stellar team fight from those top 3 trio, and the Sivir actually getting locked in here is going to give a little bit of safety to 1xN, but is going to need to still rely on the rest of his team here. That going forward, that initial engage now actually does improve, does increase as well, with Jarvan now having hopefully a support pairing that can dive in with them.
And the nice thing with the Leona, with the composition that TT have, is you can always fish with the Leona ultimate first, and then if it looks good, you send the rest of the barrage, right? Equalizer, Cataclysm, Between Worlds, and you speed everyone up with the Sivir ulti. I will say, Kai'Sa, yeah. Yeah, you had the Nautilus, you had long-range engage methods, so many ways for Onn to be able to just fly to the backline, and even though Kai'Sa doesn't have, innate dashes and her basic abilities, that Killer Instinct is a great way to reposition and get the hell away from all these scary ultimates from the side of Thundertalk.
Yeah, right, like we highlighted, going into the second phase, Corki and Ezreal get banned away, so you're looking at things like Kai'Sa, like Caitlyn. When you've got a Nautilus locked in, it's simple which one of those two you opt into. And I think it's just the state of the meta as well. We know that Kai'Sa is going to be a higher prized AD carry, somebody that you want to take out of that pool more so than a Caitlyn is. And for EDG, it's as simple as that. A very good teamfight composition on both sides, it is worth saying. If Sivir can scale up to those 3-4 items, she can be a menace. Kai'Sa's breakpoints maybe a little bit earlier than that Sivir's. But again, you're looking at a Wukong Victor combo for the late game team fights versus this Aurora joining on with the Rumble and Jarvan on the top side. Lots of big circles, lots of big damage coming through across both of these rosters, and once again it's those 5v5s that are going to be important. If one of these teams can find some early skirmishes and accelerate the pace of this game, they are most likely going to run away with it at those neutral objectives.
EDG already had a great showing in their Game 1 performance against ThunderTalk Gaming. If they're able to clean this series out 2-0, it just adds even more confidence to our own little EDG hype train that we have for them going forward through the rest of the Rumble stage. Whereas ThunderTalk Gaming, this was their first official game of the split. Maybe with a composition that spikes a little faster than EDG's, can have the means to make a comeback. Let's get on to the riff between EDG and ThunderTalk for Game 2. That guy's my new favorite. I love that guy. Dude, I need that energy when I'm trying to wake up in the morning, you know? I'm gonna go back in this VOD. Yep, that's my new alarm tone right there, baby. Just EDG! I'm like, oh yes! I'm ready to start the day.
I mean, that's a lot of the LPL broadcasts, I think. You know, new flavor, I feel like. It's going to be just Palkia. And sort of any engage calls. If we get some, you know, comms released from EDG, that'd be pretty good to see. Hopefully Palkia just going screaming for engages. Don't know if that's the case at all. I think a new player on the organization might struggle a little bit with that, but either way, walking already very aggressively down on this bot side to try and find some semblance of push.
Who's gonna hit level 2 first? It's gonna be close, but
still need the second waves to come in, so they're going to be neutral for this. And Aki actually, he's on a journey.
Well, Aki might have looked at the tape where Xiaohao went for a level 2 invade as Trundle into Vi, and Jarvan, you can do something similar. EQ, that's all you need to start getting in the face of someone else. But Aki needs to be able to find something worth his while here, because Xiaohao drops the Grom and then just pass over to the Wolves, trying to lightly hit it. Might be forced off the Wolves here.
He's taking the little one. No. Reset on the patience bar. So one small wolf each. And looks like Aki is successfully able to bully Xiaohao out of that bot side jungle. We'll see whether or not Xiaohao can make a response play. Like, does he move into the blue side jungle, this Jarvan side, and try and find some response camps there? But the Wolves are going to go down. I would be surprised if Aki doesn't head toward that Gromp as well, to be honest. But he instead elects to leave it up and available. Looks like he's planning to just take his Raptors and then defend his topside jungle, looking importantly at that topside Scuttle Crab as well. With Satab a little bit low in this mid lane, he might want to find a recall pretty soon if they are looking to contest that topside crab.
So otherwise, even though Aki has done a pretty nice job of being a nuisance and bullying Xiaohao away, if you have a higher health Victor, it does make your attempt to try and take that Scuttle Crab a lot harder. There's been a lot of aggressive bot lane trading, though, between both TT and EDG. And even though Aki isn't on the bottom side of the map anymore, it might have been nice had Aki committed, because this could have been a dive scenario, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case now.
Yeah, but you can see already sort of how much priority this Sivir gives them, I guess, and the fact that you can push the wave in. I think that as you move later into this game, the Kais are definitely going to feel pretty decent, trying to take 1v1s and trying to engage in those fights versus the Sivir, but for the time being, she's going to get pushed under the turret here. It's going to be 1xN dictating the pace of this lane, and the safety of that spell shield as well means that there's never really any threat onto this Sivir. I think that Xiaohao early on, right, you don't really need to spell shield any of the Wukong's abilities, so you can save it pretty exclusively for that hook that's going to come through from Palkia. And it does mean that 1xN can keep himself nice and safe, can start to farm up a bit of an advantage, go back to base, picks up that cull and an extra longsword as well, and it's already an engaging lane swap initiated by TT. 1XN once again pivoting out toward this top side, and this time it feels like it's not to save the bot side as much. Across the board, small laning advantages for TT are picking up just a very minute advantage over the rest of the Rift.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, Rude. It was annoying for Xiaohao to deal with at the beginning, but I'm not sure what that really does in terms of advantage for Aki, because now he's, I guess, a couple camps ahead. But if they're not able to leverage that further, then, you know, what happens? You know, Xiaohao's still going to be hitting level 6 relatively around the same time that Aki will be, maybe, you know, 30 seconds beforehand. And TT, go ahead.
The thing is that functionally, he went back to base with the same recall as he would have done had he not invaded at all. He went back to base with 27 camps, or 27 CS, had done 6 camps, plus, or had done 7 camps, effectively, right? He looked at trying to take the crab on his first time out, didn't end up finding both of them, so goes back to base and just has the same recall anyway. It's Xiaohao who's a little bit behind the curve, but it is only a little bit, and he gets to go back to base, picks up 2 longswords instead of a longsword and a ruby crystal, so there's a little bit of an experience difference, but unless that actually rears its head in a fight, that invade doesn't mean too much right now.
Yeah, this dragon pressure is not necessarily happening from Aki getting an invade off of Xiaohao. It's the fact that you have Aurora and Sivir as your side lanes who are very easily able to just secure pressure and push for yourself. Not to mention also, Hoya did swap over to the bottom side of the map so that he could ensure that, hey, if you want to fight over this dragon, we have a level 6 Rumble waiting to just drop an equalizer on your face. So ThunderTalk just really trying to hammer in that objective pressure for the second game.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is going to be a swap back now from TT. They've transitioned the Rumble down to this bot side grub spawn in about 80 seconds time. It's roughly the timer that we're going to see on Hoya's ultimate. But with Sivir pushing that wave up on that top side, with the same to be said for Hoya down in the bot lane, I expect to see that swap back come through again. Nice and simple from TT. Same sort of thing that they did in game number 1 to find an advantage. And same time, I think, thanking his lucky stars that he didn't walk too much further to that bot side.
Yeah. Had On and Palkia known, they definitely would have waited in that bush and allowed Save Tap to just walk up just a little bit further. But we are about 40 seconds away from the grubs here, Rude, and right now with On and Palkia taking recalls here, I imagine that they're going to try to beeline towards mid, match the current setup that 1XN and Feather have, so that they can help Xiaohao try to contest for those grubs. The question is, do they really have any means to? Because this is still a composition that we've highlighted from the side of TT that does fare a bit better than EDG's when it comes to the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I think that those level 6 markers are going to be much more favourable for EDG. For TT, excuse me. EDG going to be relying a little bit more around that pick style of composition as Aki, with level 6 ready, eyeing up mid lane.
Palkia getting the aftershock to give himself a little bit of extra resistance to Xiaohao for the counter gank. Maybe TT overplayed their hand, and just like game 1, they thought that they had jumped Palkia, but it was all an elaborate bait and ruse. EDG get first blood again.
Say what you will about spellbook shenanigans, but Aftershock will remain the best tank rune that you can take. They engage onto Nautilus, and Palkia just goes, yeah, and what? He just tanks it up. That then baits in Aki, who goes for a good double knockup, but isn't able to find enough damage. Then a re-engage from Xiaohao, who has a great Cyclone. Aki even goes in with a Cataclysm, a sort of martyrdom, doesn't even get it down in time. And this is just a really good pick for EDG. Zenith Blade goes wide from Feather, but Aftershock comes up. All of the Sivir's upfront burst is put down, and then 1XN has to walk away from Xiaohao. They can't continue to put this damage down. All the while, On is free firing, and TT overplay their hand in that mid lane, and it doesn't look like it's going to be punished all that much, though, as they do find themselves what is the first of 3 grubs that they may well pick up.
And while TT definitely kind of looked silly in getting punished by EDG with that counter gank play, it did allow them to secure grubs because they at least knew, well, EDG won't have their ultimates for this play, and we're going to be the first ones back on the map. And I think in EDG's case, they are trying to take that loss gracefully by just saying, we want to play for our farm anyway. We are trying to get to our items as fast as possible. So that's just the trade we have to take.
How lurking on this top side has Cyclone in just a couple of seconds. And I think the second ZDZ calls the Forge God. This becomes a pretty sitting duck of a rumble on this top side. Has got flash available, so might be able to make it out to safety in the long run here. So we now see some pings coming in towards that mid side, a bit of an invasion into the Raptors spawn potentially. As actually looking at the breakpoints for these two teams, it's going to be once again around that second dragon. First one picked up by TT, same to be said for game number 1. But looking at this Xiao Hao Wukong, once again, it's the jungler for EDG who's that little bit further progressed, might end up finding that Trinity Force completion before we see that fight around the neutral objective. And once again, if you've got Trinity Force finished on a Wukong before the rest of the team are anywhere near ready, that's going to be enough of an indicator for EDG that they should be taking that fight, and honestly, they should be winning it.
Xiao Hao set up in position with Palkia on the river, just trying to see if anyone from the side of TT overextended their welcome here. He's still got one more camp on that Gromp that Xiao Hao is now looking for. I don't know if he'll have necessarily enough time, even if he does have enough gold with the Trinity Force, to base and then rejoin EDG for this dragon. Because if they know that Xiao Hao is off map, they can just easily burn it down. 15 seconds before this dragon spawns. Quick jump from Aki, but all they find is the clone.
They're the ones in position to start this Drake up on spawn, but ZDZ just TP'd up to the top side, Palkia.
That might have been a dredge line that you did not want to take. Some damage at least exchanged by Angel with that Chaos Storm, but Xiao Hao saw that hook and thought about it for a second and said, yeah, I'm not going in on that one, buddy.
Okay, I was about to say that EDG are on a little bit of a timer here with ZDZ making his way into the mid lane, and Hoya didn't actually push out an extra top wave like I thought that he might do, but TT the ones looking to take the fight to EDG. Now they've got Cataclysm, they've got that Equalizer, they've got all of their go buttons and all of the tools they should need. Hoya looking to position himself on a flank here, may just Equalizer to zone EDG away.
This is a little scary. However, Palkia was waiting over the wall with the control ward, looking for Satab. He uses Between Worlds to get away, but come on, as at least is able to commit with the Killer Instinct. Dragon does go over to TT, but the fight continues for EDG as they're looking for stragglers on the side of Thundertalk. Hoya getting flashed on by ZDZ.
Palkia's
no flash
long
available on this Rumble, and Palkia is getting in range for another dredge line, just waiting to pick his target. Patience is rewarded, and EDG pick up another 3 kills.
It's another stellar fight from EDG, and this time it's engaged by this new rookie support player. Same as yesterday, we saw him popping off in games 1 and 2 in their series, and it's another great engage from the rookie support that starts off this fight, taking down the Aurora in the early engage. They don't find the dragon. It is 2-0 for TT in that regard, but it's once again this fog of war from Palkia as he hops over. Satab hits this ward, knows that he's actually already in too deep, and it's a great follow-up from Arn, who's able to dive in, takes down Satab. Double knockup from ZDZ, and all the space in the world being bought by himself and Angel, as Hoya's not quite able to do enough. Again, remember, Nautilus, if he hits the wall with a dredge line, gets a refunded cooldown, and Hoya not able to dodge out on that second dredge line. It's a great pick, great fight, and all engaged by this Nautilus.
A nice way for Palkia to kind of rebound after taking a dredge line that was probably not for the best in that situation. But then, you know what? Comes back straight from base, fully topped off with the heals from the fountain, and says, well, hey there, Aurora, how you doing? You want... And then boom, EDG just serve him up on a silver platter. And now Thundertalk starting to face the same concerns that we saw in game 1 here, Rude, where this is now a composition that they're supposed to spike sooner. They're supposed to spike harder on the one item. And yes, they have the 2 dragons to the name, but I'm already getting concerned for their sake, considering that EDG are cleaning house on them in these early fights.
Yeah, I will say that the way in which they took that fight didn't really feel too clean, as They didn't get that classic combo going down, right? Like, say, Tab wasn't really a part of that fight. He was forced to ulti defensively. There was Arky as well, not landing big Cataclysm onto that backline, getting Angel locked up, for example. But I will say as well, just with the regard to the Victor into Jarvan, it's actually not as bad for Victor as it is for other control mages if you save gravity well. You sort of put it on yourself or put it in the Cataclysm, and yes, you get rooted up in there, but you also just stun the Jarvan, so that Arky can't actually do that large portion of damage, take your HP down. And this Jarvan, again, looking in terms of experience, is really far behind the curve. He's 3 levels down on that Victor, so if he gets locked in the Cataclysm with a Victor, there's a very real chance that Angel just takes the 1v1 and says, yeah, and what, buddy? Like, I'll happily fight you for this. So, does need to be worried if you're Arky.
It's the classic, you're not locked in. Oh, how do you say it? Is I'm not locked in.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Yeah.
And then you need to add like a passive-aggressive greeting to it, like buddy, you know, pal. You need something in that cadence to make it really sold.
And now, looking forward, Rift Herald has spawned. Give credit over to TT that they were able to secure first feat with the objective epic monster score, but of course feat of warfare went over to EDG, so now it just comes down to who can get first Rick in order to secure feats of strength. EDG doing a good job of controlling the mid wave and using their pressure to push TT out of this top river so that they can prevent them from getting an easy Rift Herald secure.
And again, right, you talked about the fact that we actually expect TT to be spiking a little bit earlier right now. I again want to hammer that home because despite the fact that they're down 2,000 gold, if we look at the items in inventory right now, that 1k gold lead in the jungle is materializing in terms of Merc Treads. The rest of the map, there's nothing really too much to write home about in terms of an advantage. So TT can still look for these skirmishes. They're not completely done for just yet. But as they do move later, do begin to fear for how their composition is going to play out, whether the damage does just fall off. We get to see Angel. He's got Flash available here, so if he does get locked up in that Cataclysm, might just end up getting himself out to safety. Might be the one baiting in for the rest of his team.
Oh no! Feather! He has Flash, but
yeah, Spellbook
somehow,
Ghost.
Yeah, Spellbook Ghost is a hell of a drug. Now looking for Angel, trying to see if Angel will be forced to flash first before following up with the Cataclysm. Neither bites it. And so the game of chicken is won by Angel. He just walks out while preserving his flash, and Aki's not able to get anything more off the Victor.
Well, if you're not able to burn the flash on the Victor there, that just means that any fights coming up, particularly one around a dragon that's just spawned, is going to be that much harder. Now, Hoya does have TP if they want to get into this fight, but Undertalk, they're going to have to go in through the front door.
Dragon is already secured. I think it's now just bail for TT unless you can find a good angle. Looking for Palkia first. Solar Flare goes a little bit wide. Equalizer trailing behind On brings him down just around 50% HP. And you can see that Aki is trying to angle for an engage, but he doesn't know which target to pick because everyone has Flash. Now, here comes the re-engage. CDZ, great with the Oran Horn. Not enough damage, though, nor a setup that EDG really want to take.
All right. Lots of pretty colors, nobody dies. My favorite kind of team fight where we just throw our ults, throw some flashes, and everybody's chilling in the end of it. 1xN has made it to 2 items now, and again, the saving grace for TT, as we so frequently say, is going to be whether this Sivir can make it to critical mass, and I think even at that stage, it might be a little bit difficult for her in particular. Looking at trying to auto-attack a Victor in the late game, that is going to be very, very tricky. But it's about those ricochets. It's about whether or not they can pass through that front line and, you know, really cause grievance to Angel, or whether he's actually just going to be absolutely A-okay and can sort of weather off that storm.
And it seemed like Xiaohao was poking his head on the Rift Herald, but just went for the Scuttle Crab instead. So they have full info that TT is going for this objective. EDG deciding if they want to go for it. Xiaohao currently sitting on the blast cone, sends it, 1900, 1500. It is secured by Aki, and Xiaohao might have overstayed his welcome. He flashes over the wall. Now TT looking for the chase. Solar Flare right on top of Palkia, getting locked down right now. This support's not going anywhere anytime soon, and TT will finally see their first kill of the game.
Yeah, and shut down for 1xN as well, getting that gold in the exact right place. They're not able to make too much more out of this, as the Victor wave player is doing very well, keeps it so that this tier 1 turret is nice and healthy, but a Rift Herald summoned and 4 people strong in that mid lane. TT, they're not happy with Victor having good wave play. They want this structure.
Wait, Aki got stunned under the gravity well. Oh, that's disaster for the Thundertalk jungler. Able to survive with the Thunder Sky heal, but then On sends it with the Killer Instinct. Feather steps up a little too far forward, trying to stun On. It gets punished. EDG take 2 more kills.
Yeah, they're just doing too much here, TT, and it's a great response from EDG as they find 2 kills for effectively nothing here. An overextension by TT. Yes, they're able to get the Herald charge in, and they think that they can take that turret in the mid lane, but it's just not the case. Atacon spawning now down on this bot side, and EDG with complete control over it may just look to rip it off spawn. Arky, you talked about this. He gets interrupted, so he puts the flag down, looks to drag towards it, but the gravity well stuns him up. He's not able to get out to safety, and then On, you think he's gone a little bit too close, but Cleanse gets him out to safety. Xiaohao's right nearby as well. 2 quick kills for EDG, and they are put right back into that driver's seat.
Taking stock of the items right now, Angel and On are both so far ahead now. Guinsoo's on top of the Kraken Slayer. Rod of Age is almost fully stacked up, currently at 8 stacks. Leandri's with this Victor. I mean, both of these carries for EDG are so damn scary. And if you are trying to jump on top of On or Angel with this Cataclysm, this Jarvan is low-key very poor right now. So he's not surviving for anytime soon, Rude.
Bro is on food stamps. Like, he needs serious help and like a lot of support. But unfortunately, you're playing jungle. That's not your role. You know, this isn't a Kindred. This isn't a Nidalee who you can make a case for being that really high agency, really high impact jungler. This is somebody who's going to press R. There are worlds where I see Aki go for a Zhonya's second because it will give him more power than any other item that he can look to build at this stage in the game. But with the Rift Herald already down and a big engage down on the bot side, the Atacon's probably just gone.
Dude, Palkia... Wait, okay. I thought Aki was about to just walk up and smite that thing away, but EDG secured the Atacon. I was very amused that Palkia, all he did was see Hoya in his sights and say, you know what, I'm just gonna throw a death charge at you, and Hoya goes, why? And then he has to flash away because he's like, are they near me? Can they kill me? There's no way, right? And I think Palkia is just laughing his way to the bank on that one.
Yeah, a game of chicken to see whether or not, you know, the Rumble, if he doesn't flash there, maybe they've got the damage, but is there a TP coming down? Spellbook from Satab, he's here.
Aki and Satab trying to lead the charge. Decent poke from Angel. They just grab the Aurora and blow her up. Actually, it's just Aki. My mistake there. And EDG, they're deleting everyone else off the Rift. Feather tries to flash away. Satab critically low. And EDG don't care about this turret. They're trying to press forward for this advantage. Angel taking up as many turret shots as he can. They delete the tier 1 turret on the bottom side of the map. And this one's looking like another wash for EDG.
4,000 gold to the good. More kills in Angel's back pocket as he's now got a fully upgraded Hex Core. Maybe waiting still just for that ulti, but all 3 of his basic abilities going to be feeling very, very good with where he is right now, and won't be too far away from having that full glorious evolution either. Tier 1 turret falls in the mid lane, the Dragon falls as well, the Atacon goes the way of EDG, and currently in Group Nirvana, not just today, Rafa, they can do no wrong. A little glimpse of what they looked for. I mean, Aki, we talked about this Jarvan is so weak that you can just hook anyone and they're gonna get immediately blown on up. There's no front line that can withstand EDG's force right now. Angel's left untouched, Arn's left largely untouched as well. And for TT, they just don't have the damage. That Sivir not yet at that critical mass, and having to go for this Last Whisper as a third item means that, yes, you're going to have a little bit more damage against ZDZ, and maybe you might be able to chip him down, but you're not going to get those Infinity Edge crits ricocheting into the backline and tearing Angel apart.
And I just have to say, Rude, this opener series for Aki on TT definitely stings a lot. The way that things ended with NIP in Split 2, you're hoping that, you know what, you get rid of the bad juju on how things, you know, went with NIP and, you know, not being able to live up to expectations alongside someone like Doinby and falling to FPX. You think, okay, you know what, maybe we can try again. Aki's going to send it on to Angel, flashing away from the Cataclysm and at least getting the flash out of Victor there. So that's a start. But see, these are the plays that should have been happening 10 minutes ago before EDG came online.
Yes, good spell shield actually. Palkia in trouble now.
F-charge right into the back line. Okay, well, Palkia went a little too far forward on that one, and the TP out of Hoya means that the Rumble is here. Doesn't look like TT are gonna send it for the Baron. I mean, this is a 5-on-4. They are down in the dumps. Do they just want to send a Hail Mary? Doesn't look like it's gonna be the case here.
I think that their argument is going to be, well, Satan might just die here.
Smite slow.
Okay, he's fine. Jaha didn't want to commit the Cyclone, I guess for fear of it just being traded for the In-Between Worlds. But I think that the argument for TT here is that there is a world where if they stall the game long enough, we can use Sivir. And that 1xN can win us the game. So if they throw at Baron, that's less likely to happen, but if we keep Sivering, we can maybe win that way.
The classic Jin Air Green Wing strat, you know? If we can get this game to 50 minutes, 60 minutes, anything is possible.
That was 80 minutes, right? That one? That was a... We were in the ropes. You know, we were in the depths for that game. But you are quite right that... Okay, Palkia the target.
It's got no flash. He's trying to Hex Flash. Unfortunately, when you're in combat, you don't get a chance to do that at all. So Thunder Talk, okay. Back-to-back picks onto our new support for the EDG squad. At least it's just delaying the game from ending, Rude.
Yeah, I mean, MSI fans will remember that the LPL support sometimes can have a tendency to drag a game out. On in particular, you know, maybe a little bit of inspiration here for Palkia as Hoya may be in trouble.
Hoya does have flash, immediately use it. Xiao Hao answers with his own Cyclone right on top for the knockup. Easy 2v1.
Yeah, and importantly that the Equalizer goes down to clear the wave, so a little bit of an attempt to save the tier 1 turret. Unfortunately, it may come at the cost of something a little bit greater.
Seitab does have TP, trying to contemplate whether he wants to join his teammates. Yep, he's going to send it. Rest of Thunder Talk, only 4 members at max. 5 for the strength of EDG. 5k on the Baron, 3k on the Baron. Aki getting stunned up by Palkia, then they commit to burning down the Baron. Aki getting knocked up right now. Feather in the woods right now as EDG will just send him back to the fountain. Looking for Seitab next, trying to use the walls of Between Worlds, but now on using Killer Instinct to close the distance and send Seitab back to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, it's really solid play all round by EDG. They find the pick on the top side using Xiao Hao's flash. Then when the contest comes through, Aki, again, just not able to get access to the pit. It's Palkia running anchor on this Nautilus who, you know, depth charge goes down. The triple CC threat that the Nautilus provides does more than enough to keep the Jarvan out of getting into that pit. And now they can really look to lay waste to this structural integrity of TT. Hoya may be in trouble again here.
Thankfully, he sidestepped the knockup. I guess the pillar was just a little too far back, but EDG got what they wanted, sieging for that tier 2 turret on the top side of the map, and they have a lot of gold to spend since they are now 8,000 gold ahead, and with ornaments decorating a majority of these members, that's like another 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 being added on top of it as well. So once again, Rude, we've arrived to the point where EDG find themselves, you know, pretty much 10,000 gold ahead. Yeah.
They're going to take this dragon. It'll put them onto Soul Point. Again, a reminder that this is why we discussed those early game Drakes being really important for TT. And You know, we'll recall that there was a fight around one of the dragons early on that TT lost horrifically, but they did secure the dragon anyway. It means that, you know, right now they're not playing up against a Soul and the Baron, but just the Baron and a potential looming threat of a Soul in 5 minutes time. And maybe, just maybe, 1xN can farm all of these waves, find himself in a position to get to Infinity Edge before that Soul fight, if there even is one. Because the way that the pace of this game is going, leading us to believe that EDG may have this game signed, sealed, and delivered within the next couple of minutes.
Flash still available for on Angel. I think his flash is starting to come up. Yep. Just dinged it right there. So there's no really promising targets for a Cataclysm lockdown. You almost would hope that Feather can maybe look to preemptively burn their flash first so that Aki can confirm and deliver a guaranteed hot pot setup for Hoya to follow up on. The bottom turret has already fallen. Now looking at the mid turret, Palkia hex flashing forward just to scare them. Feather gonna get locked up by the dredge line. Here comes Call of the Forge God. Big knockup as Angel's trying to press on forward through the bottom side. Equalizer trying to slow EDG in their tracks, but they still brute force their way into the heart of the base. Aki trying to dance around them with the flash and the Cataclysm, but it achieves absolutely nothing. And EDG are gonna make short work of these Nexus towers. They're gonna make short work of the Nexus, and ThunderTalk, tried as they did, just cannot do it against the new EDG. GG, well played. It's a 2-0 sweep.
A second 2-0 for EDG in as many days, and again, we've already highlighted that coming into this series, we were really excited for what they managed yesterday, and again, another glimpse of that. It's very promising, it's very exciting for EDG to add some context as well to this organization, and at least in this year. Yes, last split they ended up being, I think, 4-1 overall was their series score, but their overall game score was 9-5, so that every single series excluding one went to that 3 games. Like they were struggling their way through a lot of those series, and I think that for the looking forward stage of EDG, the fact that they are now 4-0, that they've got 2 2-0s back to back, is very promising, and it shows that growth, shows that development, and for the flip side of that, TT, it's a much scarier prospect.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Rude. I mean, we're excited about EDG, and I think EDG are just playing on a level that is way above the class of probably the other teams here in Group Nirvana, but that is a rough one to open the split with. And, not to say that they can be condemning of, an opening series like that, but as you mentioned before in this show, Group Nirvana teams don't get nearly as much games as the teams in Group Ascend. It's a single round robin for best of 3s. It's not a double round robin. So for them, that's the last time they'll get a chance to play against EDG. So now for ThunderTalk, they're going to have to really rally against the remaining teams here in Group Nirvana for a chance to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for EDG, that's a pretty promising prospect. There's top 4 ends up going through to the play-in stage and giving themselves an opportunity to have a go at playoffs. So having this already very solid looking performance for EDG, it bodes well for them, right? Having this 2-0, 4-0, and for TT as well, we talked about the fact that actually this is a start out for them, probably not the performance that they would have liked, and I think that importantly those jungle woes continue for TT, right? Losing Beituan early on has cost them quite significantly, and they've not really been able to rally behind any of their former glory almost in Beituan, and this Aki pickup not really having the same effect that they might have liked it to, and it's something that is going to need addressing sooner rather than later.
Well, Rude, I'm not going to lie. I don't know if ThunderTalk are going to be swapping out, another jungler anytime soon, just because I don't know if they have the luxury to do so. And even though Aki didn't necessarily look great in this opener with TT, I don't think that there's reason to try and look for another one unless the next series is just like downright horrendous, or obviously with behind the scenes stuff, we don't always have, info too, but if things are like, I'm not saying or insinuating that they are, but those are the only scenarios where it's like, okay, we need to make a change because it is actually harmful to the environment for this team. But that doesn't seem like the case, Rude. It's just growing pains, and unfortunately they don't have a lot of time to get over those growing pains.
I will say as well, just to clarify, it is double round robin for Group Nirvana this time round, so there is like there's 10 total series to be played. So overall it's not super drastic. This isn't half of EDG's games having already been played, but they do have a second round robin. It's not the worst case scenario for TT to go down 0-1 to begin with, but you can see here looking at the post game stats that 1xN again, trying as he might, doing the most damage on his team, he's not anywhere near what Angel was able to put down. And again, this Victor never really felt like it was under threat. We were talking about it time and time again. Can we get the hot pot? Can we please try and force a flash out of this Victor? We forced flash but done nothing with it.
It just seemed like the timers that they went for and the targets that they chose for the early fights and skirmishes were maybe too hastily chosen. Like going for Palkia, for example, he's got Aftershock, so he's going to be way harder to kill and a lot more to invest just to pick off. And
I will say, in that fight as well, Aki didn't ult, right? Like, yes, it was on cooldown because he used it as sort of a martyr, but if you're going to look to commit on a one-shot, you kind of have to commit to doing the one-shot with your ultis, and that just wasn't the case that time round. So the decision-making for TT, can be called into question. Look at as well some of the crucial players that are making those choices, maybe a little bit dodgily, let's say.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I think as the game fell further into chaos, there is clearly more panic and probably more frustration out of the players on TT's side, and some of the way they were just reacting to things happening here. Obviously, Aki just got completely, absolutely shut out of this game. And the way that the game opened up, it was a very creative, aggressive route for Aki, where trying to bully Xiaohao out of the jungle, be a nuisance, try and delay his level 6 timer on the map effectively. They did nothing with it. I mean, it was a short window, but if you're going to do that, you have to be on top of it and look immediately to one of the lanes that you can easily try and burn flash off of.
There are certain compositions that demand you play a certain play style, and when you take Rumble Jarvan, it demands that you try and make plays onto those immobile carries, and for TT, they didn't do it, and their composition felt really weak, right? Like, they're not playing to the strength of their composition, so it ends up causing them quite a lot of struggles and ends up being one of the pitfalls for them, as well as we do get to run through a couple of the highlights, seeing EDG again largely slaughtering Thundertalk. I mean, their group KDA is going to be very, very impressive after week number 1, or at least these first couple of days, because they've done very, very, very well so far for the first couple of series.
Yeah, EDG are definitely feeling amazing just off of their first 2 series of this double round robin in Group Nirvana, and just goes to show that now it does mean that there's a little bit more games in than I previously was imagining for the stakes of Group Nirvana, but still, this is a very awesome start considering that EDG last split were just kind of like an mid team. Now they just look like a dark horse, and yeah, I'm still standing by the statement that I would love to see how EDG can fare up against a team from Group Ascend.
Definitely worthy player of the game here for Xiaohao once again on this Wukong, turning this fight back around. And it's so far for EDG has been about those supporting members keeping their hopes of playing really well in these series alive. Yesterday we saw Palkia find 2 player of the games. Today we've seen Xiaohao with a great flank angle on this Wukong have really solid performances time and time again. So 2 for 2, jungle and support, and that's not to say that the carries of EDG aren't playing amazingly. It's just to say that they've not needed to step up because all of their jobs have been sort of set up for them.
Stellar showing from EDG as a whole, and a great way to open up the week and overall split here. Third split for LPL. We're going to take a short break, y'all, because that's the end of the series. EDG triumphing with a massive sweep over Thunder Talk. But we still got one more series left in the tank for y'all. It's going to be Weibo Gaming taking on Top Esports right after this. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for numero dos series. It's Weibo Gaming and Top Esports. And if you did not check out yesterday's series where Weibo played against FPX and Top Esports played against IG, well, you can already inform yourself that, well, they won the series, but it was a 2-1 win for both of them, Rude. And while there were some good looks and high highs, there's still some inconsistencies in their play, Rude, and we've talked about both of these teams being, you know, on paper, potential world contenders, but they need to up that floor so that they can actually be contending and prove that here in the LPL.
Yeah, you know, lest we forget that the Top Esports were our first stand representatives. They were our first place in regular season of Split number 2 team as well. And for them coming into Split number 3, I think that those expectations again should be reset to be making it to Worlds, and not just as a, you know, a 3rd or a 4th seed, but they should be looking to plan for a much greater seeding as well. We're looking at their opponents here in this series. Weibo with Breathe, Chan, Xiaohu, Light and Crisp back in the bot lane support role, obviously with Weibo making a lot of decisions between Hong and Erha in Split number 2. They've gone back to Crisp, and that is going to be a very important matchup for today specifically here, Arthur.
Yeah, because they had a support swap off. When we look over at Top Esports, the roster, you'll see a familiar face over in the support lineup if you were a big Weibo Gaming fan for the majority of 2025, because they pretty much just said, hey, you got that support over there, Crisp? Yeah, we want him. You want our support, Hong? And Top Esports going, yeah, actually, we very much would. You know, why don't you send that support over and we'll take the swap. Handshake emoji in the bag. And I don't really know if this favors strongly one team more than the other here, Rude.
It certainly feels like from Split number 2 that Top Esports got owned. I'm going to be honest. Crisp was a relatively, you know, solid, it felt like, support player. I wouldn't call him like, you know, he wasn't performing to the high highs that we saw from, you know, from Jue, from other players as well. The AL support having a very solid series, a very solid split as well. Kyle, thank you. But it certainly doesn't feel like, you know, with Weibo subbing in and out between Hong and Erha, that Top Esports have won the good end of this trade. But that's not to say that it just wasn't the right environment and that we won't see Crisp, you know, and Hong thrive on their new teams respectively. So we'll see.
We definitely will. And for those that are unaware and relatively newer fans, you may not remember this, but Crisp was on this Weibo Gaming roster during the years of 2023 and 2024 with Xiaohu and Light. That was the main core that did at least get them to Worlds both times, right? So maybe a little bit of a reunion that helps reignite that summer road to the international stage again. And what better way to do it since, you know, Worlds is hosted in China this year.
Yeah, and I don't know that Light was happy at the start of 2025 having, I feel like he was quite happy that he'd got a change of support, but then had been sort of exposed to different support players and is now, okay, the better the devil I know kind of situation where he's knows that he can make it to 2 international events with Chris by his side. So we'll just sort of vibe with that for the time being.
Yeah. And one of the big things that we wanted to highlight going into the Split 3, Rude, is just the looming question of what is happening to some of our biggest names in LPL. Jackie Love and Xiaohu, you know, 2 of those big stars that have such great historical legacies under their belt. Xiaohu, MSI champion, Jackie Love, world champion. What's going on, guys? You know, what woman she it cooked right now? You know, what's going on? And if these 2 really want to be the faces of their 2 relative squads that want to push for an international redemption, to push to the international stage again, they have to lock in. And I will say, Rude, off of the strength of what we saw yesterday in their series, I think Xiaohu picking up 2 MVP performances, very respectable, very clean side lane play. Jackie Love playing an overall much more proactive AD carry role for his team. It's a good start for these 2.
It is, but that does need to continue, right? Like we already talked about it, we said the same for EDG. This is, still early on into the split. As much as we can get excited, we can get hyped for it, we need to see that continue. And we need to see both of these sides still developing and making sure that they are harnessing those true win conditions. And maybe we get to see, Xiaohu really return to that really top tier form that we've seen from him in literally years gone by. Or it might have just been a quick flash in the pan, finding himself a decent mid matchup as well. It's worth saying that opponents from yesterday, I think we are expecting FPX to be maybe one of the weaker organizations in this group ascend, so maybe that just gave Xiaohu a little bit of free time to look like he was styling on people. But for Top Esports as well, they played up against IG yesterday, had a 3-game series versus them, and that's the type of team that for Top you probably want to be just taking 2-0s. And again, we talked about how important game score can be. I expect that we've got some new people coming in for this series in particular, and with that in mind, taking 3-game series from the get-go can have an impact later on. We can see these things really bite you later on in the split, where game score becomes important for deciding who gets to place where. And Top Esports in particular, a team that faced themselves as the Split 1 champions, Split 2 regular season victors. They need to find themselves consistently winning those series and ideally begin to start winning them quite convincingly.
And that's the key, right? It's consistency. We know that these two teams can win games against some of the best here in the LPL. We know that these two teams have had some of the highest highs in their individual careers. There's so many international champions on this very stage across both teams, and yet we have seen some disastrously, almost hilariously falls and fumbles from these two squads throughout 2025. Everyone knows that Top Esports is not forgiven for a first stand. They need to step their shiz up, and if they can make it to Worlds, at least, try and make a respectable showing. We just had Anyone's Legend make their first international appearance at MSI, and while yes, third place, still falling to T1 and Gen G, they pushed those two teams to 5 games. We need the rest of the LPL crew to step that up and put on those kind of games as well.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we adore FlyQuest for the most part for some of our NA casters here, the fact that BLG are pushing them to 5 or getting pushed to 5 games by them, we'd like to see that some similar level of competition across the international board as well. So looking at those LCK teams, they are proving to be the nemesis for the LPL so far. As we move into our draft for game number 1, notable jungle picks. Vi still available if we do want to see that picked on up. The Xin Zhao again still available for that B1, and the Ambessa making its way onto the ban table. I feel like a lot more focus on Breathe in this draft by Top Esports than we typically see for other teams paying to top lane.
Weibo, knowing that both Xin and Vi are on the table, want to go for the guaranteed mid laner that would benefit off of either of them as the combo. Also, I know that Cubby has been very visceral about seeing any Vi B1s recently in the drafts that he witnesses, so he's going to be happy while doing social work for LPL English tonight as Top Esports answer with a rumble. There is Galio still on the table here, Rude. I'm curious if Breathe starts to circle towards it on the return end for B2 and B3.
Possible. Also could end up seeing Top just take that away for themselves as well. But expectation here is that you'll find yourselves a Rumble answer and then look to match that jungle as well with the Vi locked in. Could very well see Trundle come to fruition. Could see the Xin Zhao locked in as that answer. But for Weibo here, again, they've got that Talia, that stable presence in the mid lane. And like they've kind of alluded to, they've got the ability to take a tank into that top side, something to answer the Rumble. We've still got Sion and Ornn available for Breathe if they want to go for that. And maybe that's just going to be the case here. But Weibo instead opting to take the Lovers duo. I think this has been maybe a bit too popularized by the MSI fandom at T1, taking this so frequently as a very early blue side or very early draft pick. But getting it locked in for Weibo means that they can go for dive now. They've now got a really staple damage core as well as having that threat from Crisp as well.
You know, at first I was like, really? You want to give up, you know, guaranteed counter pick into the Rumble with Galio? It would have been nice into Arya as well. But as you called out, the fact that Vi was kind of the glaring jungler looking at you with a cease and desist pointed at whatever AD carry you locked in. Well, Xayah just says, yeah, screw you, dog. I popped Featherstorm, and now your ultimate is useless, and now you're suddenly super deep into enemy backline because it just forces you to commit. So I don't hate the pivot here. Now, heading into the ban phase, Weibo can now just try and create a favorable bot lane matchup for them by taking away powerful AD picks.
Yeah, and I like this Jhin takeaway, right? We've talked about the power of Jhin being this AD carry that can facilitate dive-style compositions or long-range compositions. Maybe see Ezreal taken off the board as a secondary glance. I mean, Jackie Love Ezreal has been popping off in significant numbers of games from split number 2. We could see the Sivir get locked in a little bit earlier if they want to enable this Vi and the Ahri duo going hand in hand, but for Weibo, they've pinched that AD carry pool. It's going to leave Jackie Love a little bit worse for wear, but even in these situations previously, he's not been afraid to pull out something like the Misfortune as well, and go into a really early aggressive style of comp, because Weibo have got this really good one-item turn on right now, and they can, Top Esports, excuse me, have got this really big one-item spike, and if they look to power that up with an AD carry that can do the same sort of thing, a Lucian would fit that brief quite nicely. We'll see if that ends up being the case.
Nope, it is a Sivir. So now, Top
The other
Esports
option, yeah.
just going to try and use that on the hunt movement speed boost to allow Top Esports to just swarm Weibo Gaming and overrun them. So now a little bit of extra disengage power would be nice. We kind of knew that Xin was going to be one of the nice pairings with Taliyah, but because Top Esports elected to ban both Poppy and Trundle instead, it does ensure that that power combo is still available. And hey, look at that! The Galio could still be the taking, but Weibo are considering other options or just playing with our food, and wow, not the Galio. They're going for the Yorick instead for Breathe, opting in for some of that split pushing power.
Okay, so with Top Esports sort of doubling down, and they are going to be this team fight composition, they want to hit 1-2 items and try and tear you apart. Weibo going to look to maybe just play a little bit more reserved, or maybe play to split that map up a little bit more. Worth saying that the Sivir Spell Shield, very much useless versus getting hit by a Dark Procession and then you get locked up in there. The same to be said for a Rumble as well. Really tricky to get out of that W from the Yorick if you do end up getting caught inside. So definite tools here for the Yorick to have a pretty decent showing here. And we'll keep our eyes out for Breathe, who has been one of the highlight players for me, at least, for Weibo. And see whether or not he can continue with that, especially with the focus that he received in the early stages of this ban phase.
Yeah, the funny thing about Breathe is that he has quiet, great performances with this roster. And it's usually quiet because, unfortunately, the team still loses, considering how their season has gone. But Breathe is usually not the problem. And now being enabled with something like a Yorick, and the fact that Xiaohu going for a classic Taliyah pick gives this team a Weibo style that is so significantly split lanes and or trying to go for 1-3-1s, splitting the map, ensuring that Top Esports can never go for that 5v5 death ball. That is signature of pretty much any team that Xiaohu has been on. But of course, Top Esports want to really triple down into their strengths as a team fighting composition and a team fighting overall team of all these individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, these two teams coming into today, they've played 3-game series yesterday. I'll have to wait to see whether or not they're going to take us to 3 games again as we head on to the Rift.
Top Esports taking on Weibo Gaming, y'all, for our second series. Let's hit the Rift.
Nice.
Very vocal in the arena today for Weibo and Top Esports. Love to hear that. Classic Ward being dropped down at the Raptor camp. Now, Trying to see here, Rude, and look forward into the future. Is there any shenanigans, any cheese plays in the cards here for Weibo and Top Esports, or are we just looking at some standard full clears here?
Nah, standard full clears. Let's get level 6. Let's do boring or VIR things and try and focus somebody either through taking the Tillia out mid lane or by focusing our way down to the bot side. Use that overlapping timers where you are going to get level 6 on your jungle and mid laner before the Xayah hits level 6. So there's a world where you can try and punish them on that timer. You can see Hong and Crisp actually duking it out down on that bot side. A reminder that these two supports were playing on the opposite rosters just last split. This is a very highly touted matchup for at least myself on the broadcast here, looking to see which of these two supports can sort of say that their team got the better end of this trade.
Yeah. This is almost like watching one of those like 90s coming of age films where you walk into high school and then you see the two couples swapping partners and it's like, this is awkward. This is how does this go down? Who is better off for where?
It's the classic who won the breakup, right? Like we run this story a lot on the LPL because there's so frequently these types of situations where rosters end up being swapped around quite frequently, and this time round it happens to be the supports for Top and for Weibo who've had that little change up, and keep our eyes out for who it is that's going to come out on top in at least game number 1 here. But the Alistair, at least in theory, a slightly better matchup into the Rakan. You can immediately see the Rakan as soon as he goes in, so hopefully he goes in and then gets punished for doing so. Quite the squishy support is the Rakan. But again, a reminder that for these two teams, it is about different things. Weibo looking to slow the pace of this game out, try and make sure that they can get to that 2-3 item spike for the Xayah. Whereas for Top Esports, they have this insane 1 to 2 item spike with their entire top side that they should be looking to utilize.
369 might be in trouble here. Tien thinking about trying to line up that W. If he wanted to close the distance, it would cost his flash, which would maybe not even get 369's flash out since he's so close to the turret. As we see a little bit more action on the bottom side. Because Tien showed on the top side, Kanavi now has full access to pressuring Crisp and Light off the tier 1 turret, pressuring them all the way to the tier 2 turret. And even though Kanavi's taking a lot of damage, he should be fine.
Yeah, it's all about the denial of experience here now. Light had to flash out from an engage from Hong, and looks like one full wave missed under the turret. With the pathing down to this bot side by Tian, they are going to be able to save this second wave as Crisp gets one interrupt.
What a beautiful bait. Crisp is able to at least get away, but it costed his own flash and heal. Hanabi just really pulling on the heartstrings of his former support from Split 1 and 2. Does not get their lives down quite yet, but a lot of crucial spells being burned off the top.
Flash from Jackie Love there, actually used to try and close that gap to take down Crisp. Unfortunately not able to flash in, take down his former support. Hong here, he's looking to hold this wave. Now he's in a 1v1 versus Light and a massive minion wave. It's not going to be easy, but headbutt away. Might just be able to buy enough time. Knocks up the rest of the creeps, and it's not even saving it for Jackie Love, as 369 is probably going to base and catch this big wave for himself.
I guess 369 could just easily TP towards the bottom side of the map, and at most is probably missing 3 creeps here.
Well, it's going to be a few more.
Yep.
Yeah, TP takes a while. A little bit desynced here. That's the best part of a wave that's actually just been denied here. Under the turret from 369 or from Jackie Love, depending on how you want to look at it. But this is the worst recall that you can find as a marksman in the current state of things when looking towards a Yuntal. Fair enough, there is a longsword in there, but it's slingshot jail, I call this, because you just can't afford a BF sword. And now you are just very weak for a large portion of this early game. Like, imagine a BF sword working its way through the Oryx health bar or trying to clear these waves would be significantly better, but a slingshot is the worst component that you can think to build because it just gives you so little. You know, occasionally a little bit of on-hit extra damage. once every 40 seconds or a little bit of attack speed, it's just not what you're really after. Look at the chunk onto Breathe!
I was just about to say, it's like, man, if he had a BF sword there, maybe Breathe is like sent to 50% HP, but he just shrugs it off. Cream, or Crisp, I should say, setting up a seismic shove combo onto Kanavi. At least able to use the Vault Breaker to get out of harm's way there, but now they're linking up towards the top side of the map since Tien knows Kanavi is way too low to risk trying to link up with Jackie Love and Hong on the top side of the map. For what it's worth, the bottom lane is still relatively healthy, so it doesn't look like a bot lane or a top lane dive would happen. And Grubs are not up for another minute or so, but Tien at least will be able to yoink away this red buff.
Well, Kanavi knows that it's going down. Red buff secured, and now he has no Q. He's got flash. Alright, nobody cares. We ignited for the banter. Lovely stuff. Tien might want more though. He has got this level 6 advantage as well, so can look to really force the issue as this
I love
is
this
Zhao.
from Cream. I like this. Light is not level 6 yet, so no Featherstorm to protect him, and still no flash either. Cream, what? He just hit level 6? Or was I not looking at the level 5?
No.
It looked like...
You're good.
No, well,
he did just ding
matter.
level 6. He did just ding level 6, and he did unfortunately get sent to Slingshot Jail as well. He had tier 2 boots to begin with. He goes back to base, buys a Slingshot. We're crying. The reason yeah, it's so tricky to get BF Sword after first recall, and with the way that these teams are looking to play lane swaps now, you kind of have to be perfect CSing for the first portion of the game in laning phase. Or you get in this really awkward position where your AD carries are incredibly weak for the early stages of this game. And now looking at it, you know, we've got more CS on your top laners, more CS on your Yorick and on your Rumble than we do on the Sivir and the Xayah respectively. So moving your top laners around the map is where your strength lies. And if you're looking to take these neutral objectives, you're looking to do it by having the top laners with you as opposed to your marksmen.
This looks like we get a exchange of neutral objectives here, Rude, although Weibo getting Grubs on time, whereas Top Esports just taking a dragon this late feels more like a consolation prize rather than a true objective trade, I would say.
And it's worth mentioning as well that despite the fact that, you know, that Drake goes down and, you know, at the same time as the Grubs, that Rift Herald has a set spawn timer. It's not 5 minutes after the Grubs fall, so it's going to be a slight desync on when those neutral objectives do respawn with one another. But again, a reminder that it is going to be Top Esports that are looking to somewhat progress the state of this game. At this stage, they're the team that has this slightly bigger one-item spike. And I know that we talk about this theoretical Sivir late-game win condition, but I mean, if MSI taught us anything, if just the way that we've seen so many games play out has taught us anything, it's that we very infrequently see Sivir reach that critical mass. And I mean, for Top Esports, I'm genuinely worried that if they don't continue this pace getting accelerated, that we may never see Jackie Love hit that marker.
But if Top Esports can just absolutely pwn Weibo Gaming at the one item spike, it may not matter. So it does come down to how well they can capitalize on that moment. We're still about a couple minutes away, I would imagine. Cream able to at least find one proactive good look onto Light while his flash summoner spell was down, making that dive with 369. Now Light has access to both summoner spells and Featherstorm, so is not going to be as easy of a target for Top Esports to look at. And because we're still waiting on objectives, it seems like Top Esports are just kind of chilling and just waiting for that one item spike to come through. And then I want to really see this squad turn up the gas, just really start getting aggressive with their ultimates. Even if they don't get kills, if you're forcing summoner spell cooldowns, your ultimates will come back up faster than those flashes.
Yeah, and I will say as well that coming into this series, I did have Top Esports in just as my favourites. I think that Split 2, you know, their playoffs run may be a little bit of a flub, but they were very high performers through that regular season. You know, it can be easy to forget the fact that they ended I think just 3 series losses throughout the entire split. So they are, you know, coming into this for me as the favourites. 7-11, the Weibo scoreline from split number 2 through regular seasons. Now Cream looking aggressively onto Xiaohu.
Took a lot of damage, but then the charm connects, but Xiaohu is able to flash away before Hong's full Alistar combo comes through. But right there, Rude, Top Esports already burning a flash off of Xiaohu, so the next time that Kanavi wants to link on up with Cream, that should be a dead Talia on my screen.
Yeah, and at least for Xiaohu, it means that he's now going to need to play significantly more safely down on that bot side, and that, you know, maybe a quite the difficult task, I will say. He's been definitely struggling a little bit in that 1 versus 1, just in terms of taking those trades effectively. But now the fact that he's got no flash as well, up against an Ahri of all champions, up against Zavai as well, will definitely pose significant difficulties, as we may end up seeing a bit of a fight on this top side.
Kanavi locked in that Dark Procession Crisp around the corner. Grand entrance. Kanavi will not flash it, using Hong to body block his way out of there. So Kanavi does get to preserve his life and his flash. The consolation prize is red buff going over to Weibo Gaming once again. It's the second one that Tien's been able to steal away, but with Dragon coming up in about 1.5 minutes time, more closer to the 10-second mark, Top Esports are just going to make sure that they have all their big buttons for that objective.
And that'd be nice if they can, you know, pick those up. I think that coming into this series, for me in particular, these were 2 junglers who I feel like we were quite happy with across split number 2 for Tien and for Kanavi as well. But they were maybe a little bit let down by their mid laners. I know that Cream came in and had, you know, really high hopes, but has yet to live up to them on that big level, on that international stage, and honestly at the domestic level as well. And then we know that Xiaohu as well is a player who frequently has been one of, if not the standout players of the LPL, not just of his team and his organization as a whole. But recently, you know, last split having a bit of a shaky split, having the same to be said for split number 1. You know, my theory for this was, you know, coming into this series, which of the junglers is going to be able to, you know, wrestle control of their mid laners and maybe be able to do that little bit more with them and sort of show them the ropes, so to speak. But with the way this game has gone and the way that we saw yesterday play out as well, it's actually been the complete opposite, where Xiaohu's done really well yesterday and maybe performing a bit above expectation, but coming into today and coming into this game as well, it's Tien who actually is starting this game with that 500 gold lead, one of the biggest advantages we see on the Rift. And I do think that this Tien Zinzao could be the pretty big linchpin into how this game progresses.
Yep. Even though Xiaohu does not have flash, if Weibo Gaming can get this fight started on their terms and be the initiators rather than the ones being initiated on, you can still find a pretty powerful combo. Xiaohu does not have that first item yet, so not as much burst. Tien trying to burn down this dragon in the face of Jackie Love. 1300. Kanavi comes through. Tien secures the dragon, but they send the full cease and desist. Here comes Cream on the right side flank. Tien caught in the crossfire. 369 with the TP, and now everyone's trying to bail. Light could be the next target to fall. Flashing away. Good flash by Kanavi. The dodge. The blade caller not get rooted in the crossfire. Cream helps pick up the feat of warfare for Top Esports, and it's 3 kills total for the squad.
Yeah, and I would say it's that 1-item power spike. We'd love to see them punish with it. And yes, that's the case, but Breathe just decided not to join, right? He can't TP down. He doesn't have it available. And instead, he just spends time working on that top tier 1 turret. He does take it down. So it's a very greedy play from the Weibo Gaming top laner, and honestly very greedy from the Weibo side as a whole. They should know that their top laner isn't joining this fight, so they have no purpose sticking around on this dragon when Top Esports look to take a contest. They certainly have no purpose standing and hitting when they know that they're getting TP'd on, when they know that the fight is already lost. By the time that they decide to turn tail and run, they've got Sivir resets, they've got Ahri resets, and the entire fight is lost.
End of the day, for Weibo Gaming's sake, they can say that, well, we're only down 1,000 gold. But yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, Rude. Seemed like a greedy overextension for Weibo on that dragon play. Now, Feats of Strength has not been overall completed since Top Esports got the kills, but Weibo got the first brick. Weibo technically are one objective closer since they have the grubs as well as that dragon. So Rift Herald could be a heavily contested objective if Top Esports want to prevent Weibo from getting feats of strength, I should say. Or they could wait for another dragon, which is coming up in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, I will say as well that if we do see these fights around those objectives, it's going to be very important to see what Breathe does, still without that teleport for another 30-40 seconds or so. But it's what he can do in the side lane as well that's really important. We've just seen a very greedy play from the Yorick to try and secure himself a little bit of a comeback in this laning matchup. Spent a lot of time out on that side lane, secured the first turret of the game as well, but still finds himself behind in gold versus 369. If he can use that gold to win a 1 versus 1 and start creating meaningful pressure on the side lane, then all of a sudden the fight that they lost down on the bot side doesn't look as bad, and it has a purpose. But if this Yorick continues to go even, not really able to push any advantage, you begin to think, why did we even fight in the first place?
Both junglers still circling around the bottom side of the map just to make sure these top laners are A-okay. Crisp even poking his head out since Hong is also here. Weibo definitely want to help elevate and prop up this York in the side lane split push, because as you said, this York pick completely altered the type of composition that Weibo could have gone for. We talked about the Galio that was a potential answer, but going for York means, yeah, we don't care about the 5-on-5s. We want to take as many turrets as possible, but if Breeze just goes even, then you're not really...
Why didn't I just pick Sion, you know? Like, where's my own?
Why didn't we just get a meatball?
And that's something for Breathe to try and negotiate as we move through the remainder of this game. Worth mentioning that so far the lion's share of deaths this game have been onto Light. Again, Xayah, this champion that wants to hit that 2-3 item spike and then start to really dish out damage, where JackieLove on the Sivir probably wants to hit 4-5 items before we hit that critical mass for the Sivir. And you're talking about those AD carries, we already highlighted as well the support swap as well. Currently, these two AD carries, you know, who are still playing, it's worth saying, are tied for third as having the most supports alongside them. Both 9 apiece, the amount of supports that they've had, and normally for AD carries, you used to sort of 3-4 people throughout the course of their career, and the bot lanes maybe stick together a little bit more. But for JackieLove and Light, they have had a very rocky situation with the majority of their supports, or at the very least just frequently change them around.
Let's see if JackieLove can make it work with Hong. This Rift Herald is about to go down, but Tien able to burst it down fast enough that, okay, you know what? They might not be able to walk up to this eye here. Cream trying to zone them off, but Tien able to finally find the right window. Seismic Shove is going to force Hong to pop his own ultimate. And Weibo Gaming, it looked a little dicey, but they're able to pull it off, Rude, and they even pick up the total feats of strength.
I don't know, man. Is JackieLove trying to donate back over to Crisp? Like a little bit of false loyalty there? Like he hit the eye for no reason, put down 1300 damage, and that meant that Weibo could then smite it down and burst it down. So I'm incredibly confused. JackieLove, you know, the intrusive thoughts won there. You know, he saw big number, he hit big number, and that was really all that happened.
I must hit this Rift Herald.
Yeah, like, I have to hit the eye. The eye's there, guys. Like, come on now. You can't expect me not to hit it. It's a little bit of a skirmish around this bot side. Charm connects on to Xiaohu, but nothing more to come through. The Drake secured for Top Esports, putting them up 2-1. Well, that's about it here. Once again, a lot of posturing, a lot of looking at neutral objectives going down, but nobody doing anything to prevent them.
Low-key, Rude. Put me back in the EDG series, man. I know Palkia would just be trying to rip some map plays right now, whether he's getting caught out or he's the one catching people out.
Hey man,
Weibo
what they
Gaming
didn't tell you is this the Palkia support number 10 for both of these AD carries. That's what's coming next.
JackieLove and Light after this split, and after, you know, if they make an international run, just look at EDG's roster and go, oh, hey, you got that new support?
Hello.
Welcome to the club. Oh my goodness, wait a minute. Breathe is just soloing this Otacon. Does anyone know?
No, they are completely unawares, and this is a really
awesome.
big play by Weibo. Herald down in the mid lane, and now I think they're starting to get an idea as the rest of Weibo have turned up to that top side, but Kanavi's in mid lane, and there's no spellbook. Smite for Hong. 369 cooks him on the way out, but for absolutely no purpose. Throws his equalizer to the wind, and for all intents and purposes, Weibo find themselves a Atacon with maybe a tier 1 turret bot side being the trade.
And I will give credit to Weibo. Yes, this isn't a super bloody game between these two teams because Weibo have tried to stay away from top esports and fighting into their 1-item spike, 2-item spike. But that macro play was awesome. And that is just kind of signature of what peak Weibo gaming can look like, because any roster with Xiaohu that we've seen in history is able to just pull those plays out of thin air.
Charging, Tien in trouble.
Uh-oh. Well, Tien might go down here. Crescent Guard, all for naught, and now Crisp is on the way out just as fast as he went back in. Xiaohu is teleported to the play. Good flick onto Jackie Love. Good night, JKL. And now Weibo Gaming able to at least turn the tides of battle and go for an even one-on-one. Hong might be the next... Oh, no! Breathe!
Oh, wow.
No! He was coming to your hands!
The timing on that blast cone could not have been worse for Breathe, and that's, it's a 50-50 of, is that just unlucky or was that a misplay? I think you could argue for both, to be honest, but in all honesty, Top Esports not really getting what they wanted from that situation. They found themselves deep in enemy territory, looking for a big skirmish, but instead ended up just trading 1-for-1, and not necessarily on favourable targets either. They took down the jungler in exchange for their AD carriers. Now Weibo look for this tier 1 turret bot side. It does get equalised as the wave does end up falling down. And, 1-for-1 trade in your bot side jungle doesn't really benefit either side too much.
And take a look back at the replay here. I mean, the burst and the instant kill onto Tien is pretty much guaranteed. However, it's the aftermath that is kind of monk a W for Top Esports here.
Yeah, Xiaohu with a great flick on that TP on in. And Hong here, I mean, the great escape, honestly. Cone comes up, Breathe is like, oh, what a great idea. And unfortunately, between Nimbus Cloak and the flash from Hong, he's able to actually get away from that quite nicely. Means that for the rest of Top Esports, they're not going to have a flash engage on their Alistair, but meant that he didn't fall there and still has the perfect KDA.
True. Deathless. We appreciate it. We love it. Overall, the series of plays that has happened within the past 4 minutes since that Otacon sequence, despite, one kill being traded back and forth, I am curious that even with this, Sivir late game endurance policy, how pressed are Top Esports to try and put more pressure on Weibo Gaming, because the more time that scales up without them being able to get anything, hang on, Crisp actually sending it onto his former AD carry, Jackie Love in a world of trouble, and he gets bursted out by Light's feathers here. Cream trying to dance now with the Spirit Rush, has 2 more charges, looks for the charm. Tien getting charmed up, but at least able to keep Cream at bay thanks to the W cast, and Top Esports not going to be able to find any return kills.
And it's Jackie Love caught on a mid-wave once again. Crisp actually doing very well there, knowing that the Rakan can do favourable interactions versus the Sivir. Uses the quickness to pop the spell shield, and then the knock-up lands anyway. And with the Drake spawning in 2 seconds time, now Hong caught.
Well, no flash on this Alistar, and even through the ultimate is not going to survive long enough. Kanavi sends him with the cease and desist. Maybe 1 kill back? No! Not enough damage in the tank. Even the equalizer sent on top of it from 369, who tried to go for a drive-by, does not find any stragglers on Weibo Gaming that he can burn out. And this is going to open up the map even further, since that's a tier 1 turret in favor of Weibo.
And they might look to try and take the bot lane tier 1 turret as well off the back of this. Kanavi still dead for 20 seconds, means they've got a lot of legwork that they can do on the map. Tien going to take down this neutral objective, and Weibo, they've evened up the scoreline, they've evened up the gold, they've evened up those neutral objectives. We are right back to that parity. And it's at this stage in the game where we're starting to think that, well, actually, top esports, your composition maybe starts to not do quite as much damage as you might have liked. And actually where Weibo really begin to thrive. We've got Seraphs completed for Xiaohu. We've got Jackie who, just looking at this, steps too far forward. The Rakan can all too easily take down a Sivir in this situation, and Hong not really there to peel up the Sivir either. It does mean that it's a net neutral trade across the game now. Cream, the only real decisive difference here in this game. This is 1k gold over the Talia, but again, Xiaohu's reached 2 items. He does do some good damage, and I think that for Weibo Gaming, this 3-item spike a little bit more favourable for the Xayah than it is for the Sivir. Breathe as well on this 2-item hit. It's going to do a lot of damage if you can get any access to anyone. Oh, Xiaohu.
Xiaohu. Unfortunately, that side of the map does not belong to you.
No.
And that's I think that was was that a shutdown I just saw? Even though
shutdown or not, it's 27 minutes into this game and they just killed the enemy mid laner. This should be top esports looking to do some serious damage, whether to the Baron or to some structures. I mean, if they can't do that, then that just speaks to the strength that Weibo have. Breathe in the side lane doing well enough to take down a tier 1 turret, and yeah, I mean, top esports, I think you have to rip this. 25 seconds until that teleport can come through. Weaver's Wall available as well, so it doesn't need to be the perfect TP angle. But this is a tricky contest here. There's availability for Breathe's teleport. There's Tian, Crisp. They can run amok in this pit.
Jackie Love pops the on the hunt. Kanavi goes in. Tian punts him back with the Crescent Guard. Chris trying to stall for time. Equalizer right over the top, forcing them into that choke point. Tian has to go in with the 3 talent strike. Cease and desist canceled by the Featherstorm. Cream following up with the charm in the Spirit Rush, now looking for more kills. Xiaohu arrives at the party, but he's too late. 2 of his comrades, I should say, have already fallen, since Breathe is on that Sigma Male grind set, just splitting on the bot side of the map.
I mean, he has to get the tier 2, and I mean, he's not going to be able to get that tier 3 at all. This is again a very beneficial trade for top esports, and it's Weibo committing to this split push style. This is again another conscious choice from the Weibo top laner, choosing not to teleport in, choosing instead to funnel gold into himself, to give himself the carry shoes and see if he can walk them through to a victory.
And top esports at least able to make some strong proactive moves. A great pick on the Xiaohu leads into the rush on the Baron, and that forces Weibo's hand.
Yeah, and I like this from top esports. If anything, I think they're a little bit hesitant about this. They have the numbers advantage here. This is a 4 versus 3 that they should be looking to take, and with Cream joining in as well, it turns into a 5 versus 3 after the fact. Light is forced to burn his flash and ghost as well, and I think that top finally finding that fight was a good idea.
This Weaver's Wall from Xiaohu, though, has cut off 369's path of retreat. Equalizer trying to prevent Xiaohu from walking on up, but he is still surrounded on all fronts there. No way to get out of that one. Jackie Love trying to push in through the mid lane through the power of this Baron buff on their side. Not going to be able to take down this tier 2 turret anytime soon, but top esports just focusing all their power, shifting from the top side of the map into this bottom tier 2 turret.
Yeah, remember, they've lost a player at this stage. This is them choosing to find a turret despite the fact that they are down a member. And we actually got to see in your picture-in-picture, it was Breathe's teleport that started off the pick onto 369 that meant that he ended up going down. Xiaohu burning his Seraphs just to the creeps here.
Xiaohu still has flash, but he has to wait for the charm. Good patience there. Cream is able to burn it, but here comes a teleport now from Hong of all players, just trying to keep Xiaohu in place, dodging out on the seismic shove, and finally headbutting him back into the waiting arms of Kanavi.
That's the split 2 Xiaohu that I know. Second time he's been caught on the side lane in top, and once again it's going to lead to an objective falling. 44 seconds on his death timer. Look at that timer on the Drake Rafa. 20 seconds before that one goes down. This is another blunder from the player who yesterday got 2 MVP votes. Again, it's so much of these two teams that we've been concerned about their mid laners. Xiaohu having a pretty rough split number 2. Cream not yet being able to live up to the high expectations that top esports as an organization have. But in this game as well on the Ahri has actually looked very solid. 2k gold over his counterpart. And For the most part, not really too many complaints.
Yeah. The funny thing is that it's almost been a quiet performance just because we've been so enamored with Weibo's ability to split the map and get a lot of these objectives under the noses of Top Esports. But anytime Top is able to force the issue, Cream is right there. He is immediately spirit rushing forward, landing good charms, or burning crucial summoner spells that then give Top Esports the ability to easily punish the next time they find them.
In what is, weirdly enough, somehow the battle for first in day number 2. It's currently Top Esports looking like they're going to take the first blood in this series. They still need to do a good amount of legwork here. 2k gold lead is by no means a signed, sealed, and delivered victory. Especially when we're looking at this Vi beginning to maybe struggle a little bit in terms of keeping up with the damage profiles of this game. When we look at Light on this Xayah now, 3.5 items, but looking at Jackie Love as well on this Sivir, 4 items, that critical mass. That point of no return where you just expect Sivir to completely decimate everybody. We're there.
Yeah, it's been tough. And for Weibo, even though the map play has been pretty stellar, they still need to find a way to answer to Top Esports when it comes to whether it's a 4-on-4 or a 5-on-5, depending on if Breathe joins the fray. He's been effective in taking turrets, but he hasn't had a surmounting gold lead. Uh-oh, Tien. I mean, flash away all you can. Chris trying to stall the fight as long as possible. Light has joined the fray as well as Xiaohu, but now they need to reposition in the choke point, and Light gets caught by Kanavi and crew. Weaver's wall at least gets Xiaohu out, but Kanavi sends it. Vault Breaker flash connects right onto Tien's face, and he's going to get smashed into the ground. The rest of Top Esports will not be able to push through this choke point, but they've done all that they needed to here, Rude. There's no objectives coming up for the next minute or so, but Top Esports continuing to extend their dominance on the map.
So fights for fight's sake, and they may be able to take this tier 2 turret in the mid lane, but looking at the way that this wave play is going to come through, it's going to be tricky as teleport comes in. Now
Hong. What a cheeky angle to look for with that Hex Flash, and Cream coming over with the teleport was ready to follow up there. It's just enough to guarantee pressure for that tier 2 turret and maybe more.
Tier 3 gonna fall down as well. Baron respawns in 40 seconds, Soul spawning in 3 times that 2 minutes 20 on that respawn timer, and it's just Hong deciding, actually, you're not allowed to be here, and it looks actually not too bad for Weibo. Tien survives for a long while. Light's got free access here to hit. Cream is pretty much 1 HP, but then he goes for a 1 versus 1 with Jackie Love, and unfortunately there's a knock-up ready for Hong. Those cooldowns are back up and ready. To go back to live, doesn't look like there's anything too pressing on the cards, as I say that, and Breathe may be the one caught out.
Oh no, Breathe trying to get to the wall so he can flash over, but 369 will follow with one of his own and burns him down. And Weibo Gaming now losing out on their crucial split pusher for the next 50 seconds, right when the Baron spawns. I don't know how Weibo can contest this one.
It's just those Weibo side laners. I mean, for the most part, in fairness, it had been Xiao who breathed the first time that he's really been picked off, but I mean, there's enough time for Kanavi to go back to base, walk back out onto the Baron, and still have a lot of time before Weibo can actually contest as a 5-man unit. Expect them to hit this purple worm, push this mid wave, move in, and try to take it down. We've still got timers on Breathe, 20 seconds, but he does have teleport. Top Esports beginning to be a little pressed for that time.
Oh, Hong, Hex Flash. Gets a pulverize on the Tien. No target really to headbutt into his team, though.
Used.
Good charm. Good damage on the Tien. Hysterics has been popped, and Hong is already chasing for another flank angle. Cream in a solo mission. Okay. You know what? His team gets the Baron. Maybe he didn't need to go that far in, but it's fine.
I think his team were getting the Baron. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that I don't know that Cream had to do that. Yeah, I'm not allowing that. I'm afraid that was illegal. I mean, shout out Crisp for looking for that, but this is unfortunately, you know, some of those concerns that we've had with these mid laners. We're seeing shades of it on both sides, where Zhao, who's, both of his deaths have been him just staying for one wave too long in a side lane, and now Cream, when his team is probably going to get the Baron pretty much for free, just stepping one ult too far forward ends up costing him his life, and is going to delay this top esports push by a good few minutes, or by a minute or so. It means that they're not going to be able to get the soul off of this as well, which is most likely the most logical recourse for them, having the Baron. That's now delayed another 5 minutes, and it just makes this game that little bit more tense. Even though top esports have got a 5k gold lead, they've got all of the advantages everywhere else. It does just, raises a question mark, doesn't it? Is there a world where Weibo can win?
I'm not sure if I have the answer to that, Rude, but I do have an answer to something else. And it is, whenever you buy the BM book, you get punished. Because Cream, upon walking towards that Baron play, had Medjai Soul Stealer. I don't remember how many stacks, but he had just purchased it off, or they upgraded it from the Dark Seal, and now it's back to 0. So it's a curse.
It will either remain 0 and he will die again, or he will, and then he'll sell it, or he'll end up with like 12 after one fight. And that's just the way that Ari goes.
True.
But struggling to siege onto this top tier 2 at this stage as well. I mean, with 369 having to de-push the bot wave, and Jackie Love being this Sivir, she's really good at de-pushing, really good at clearing waves, but actually stepping up to take turrets down as a low-range marksman can be pretty difficult.
Yeah, it is definitely a tough one. Shahu was trying to time the seismic shove on the teleport coming in. Cream takes a big chunk out of Chris' health bar. As well as a decent one for Shahu. Tien jumping onto the front line. Hong is popped.
God.
Okay, wait a minute. That's a 5-on-4 now for Weibo Gaming for the next 43 seconds. Top Esports gonna try to see if they can still yoink this blue buff away successfully, but Shahu is gonna press for it. Weaver's wall in, tanks a full fist. Kanavi forced to flash. Tien still looking for the chase. Jackie Love trying to support it with the on the hunt. Tien getting dropped low, forced to flash. Kanavi, GA gone, but he's got no way out of this one. The Dark Procession catching Jackie Love. He's still trying to cut this one out. The Sivir damage is not
Ricochet!
enough. Cream, though, and 369 can turn this one around. Flash over the wall, Charm connects it, and the solo laners for Top Esports will save what could have been disaster. A full 5-man ace. Weibo Gaming have no more defenders, and Top Esports are going to send it for the base push.
And Jackie Love, with his dying breath, puts out just a couple of autos, and those ricochets tear Weibo to pieces. The solo laners will do it, and Top will take game 1.
Rude, we're so back.
We are
so back. I was waiting for the super climatic, just all-out LPL brawl. Weibo Gaming got that pick on the Hong, and they said, you know what? Now or never, boys. It's time to send it one time for the lads. And it was starting to look good. It looked like Top Esports just completely lost control of the game, but just that quick turnaround, clutch performances from the solo laners, and even you called out from Jackie Love being able to pump out as much damage as possible on his dying breath.
Yeah, I mean, he got caught in the Yorick W, right? And we're thinking, oh, that probably is just death. He flashes out, dodges the Rakan knock-up, and then actually is able to pump out just enough damage to give Cream some resets to allow for that engage from 369, the follow-up to come through, and allow Top Esports now to secure themselves a 1-0. That's the thing, right? We had no soul, and the Baron didn't really break open the base. It felt like that game could have gone on for another 5-10 minutes or so, but we got so late into that game that actually one fight ended it all. And Weibo, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit. They chased just a little too close to the sun, and unfortunately, those wings did get melted.
And they fell right back into the dark depths of the ocean. Now, Weibo Gaming, we're going to see how well they can swim and try and float back up to the top of the surface here, as Top Esports will now walk away one game in their back pockets for this series. One game away from closing it out for just a fruitful 2-0, or if Weibo Gaming can answer back. Remember, both of these teams were able to take 2-1 series victories over their opponents, but as you alluded, Rude, the competition that Weibo Gaming was playing against in FPX yesterday probably not the same level as IG with top esports victory over them.
And especially with the style in which Weibo won as well, we were sort of thinking, actually, this is, you know, they were really convincing win game number 1. And then all of a sudden FPX managed to claw back a game, and that was a close game for Weibo, a world where that could have been a 2-0, but the fact that it wasn't, again, calls into question the consistency of this team, into consistency of this organisation, and it does mean that top esports, you know, probably coming into this as the favourites for it. Definitely for myself, they were a team that I was expecting to come away with this win, and we'll just have to keep our eyes out, see if top esports can close this out in a 2-0 fashion, or if Weibo are going to continue to show us those glints, those hints of success that they have.
Yeah, taking a quick look at the gold graph and the overall damage charts. Wow, Jackie Love. Wow. I mean, that is Sivir damage right there, but I wouldn't be shocked if, you know, he gained like 5,000 just off of that last fight. Just whoop, shot up.
It never felt like we had the big Sivir team fight until it won the game. And I think that's Sivir in a nutshell, right? Like, she's so infrequently the reason that you actually win a team fight until she wins you the game. And that's just typically when the champion comes online. And you know, Jackie, I think they had some very good team fights as well. I think that recognizing one of the difficulties of Sivir is knowing what it is that you should be spell shielding. And in this instance, did a very good job at recognizing, well, anything that puts a target on my back, you know, getting hit by a Zinzar W is the type of thing that I want to get rid of.
Yeah. And for the majority of this game, top esports played a relatively very clean game. A lot of these team fights were orchestrated beautifully. The target selection was pretty darn good. There were moments where they did overextend themselves. I think Jackie Love got caught a couple times just because either the safety of his team betrayed him in thinking, oh, I can step up this far. Oh, hey, I guess I can't step up this far. But
yeah,
still the question remains, and why we are so cautiously wanting to support this team and be fans of this team is just because we've been heartbroken so many times, Rude, in the past. I mean, even us as newer LPL casters, we saw what happened in Split 1. They made the lower bracket run. It was freaking awesome. They win the championship. It's the first title for Jackie Love in nearly 4 or 5 years. And what happens? They go to first stand. They stink. And it's just like, oh, top esports, we want you to be good. You just have to show that you can consistently do it. And this, you know, this is one of those moments where Cream, we called. He's like, wow, he's having a stellar game. You know, he's quietly, you know, having strong Ari looks, and then immediately after, a little too deep.
Yeah, and again, you know, this is the chase, and this is the first time we get to see a replay of this fight. Like, check out the ricochets. I feel like they just do so much work through this fight, and tearing through, you know, the majority of Weibo's health pool. We'll say 369 actually contributes quite a lot onto Breathe. But look, Ricochet, Light hasn't autoed anybody yet. He's down to 60%, 50%, and finally, by the time he flashes in, he's half HP and he's already dead, just to simply Sivir ricochets before he even got into the fight.
And a shout out to the LPL Observer crew for being able to get that crucial insight for us here, because since that was the last fight of the game, we didn't get a chance to, you know, pull up a replay of it until now. But those Zaz were hitting hard, Rude, by the end of the game. I think Jackie Love was pretty much on 4.5 items. I remember seeing a Last Whisper in his inventory, not fully completed for the Lord Doms. And MVP, wow. Okay, so
okay,
that one Sivir fight is enough for the broadcast to go, yes, take the MVP.
Objectively, I understand, right? Like, the reason Top Esports won that game was because of the Sivir, so yeah, sure, I'll allow it. Was the reason that this game was so difficult a little bit also because he randomly got caught once mid lane? Kinda, maybe, but, you know, it is what it is.
Oh, it almost feels like Split 1 Finals MVP all over again. Anyway, that 369 needs to get more credit. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to take a short break, y'all. We're going to get ready for game 2 of this series. So make sure that you are grabbing refuel on your popcorn or whatever drinks you want to get, because we'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. And if you missed out on the first game, well, first of all, welcome to the show and good morning or good evening or good afternoon, wherever you are. Just to give you a recap, Top Esports went for a team fighting comp. Weibo went for a split pushing comp. Hey, who would have thought? It's almost like that is the identity of these two teams' playstyles here, Rude.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the way the game ended was in a team fight, and believe it or not, the team fighting composition came out on top in the team fight. So Top Esports just barely able to eke out a victory. I will say it's a very worthwhile game going back and watching for the team fights themselves. So should be some good highlights to browse through for those. You can also check out the LPL English Twitter as well to see any of those that we've clipped and put on for our social purposes as well. And obviously any support you can give to us always very much appreciated. Moving into though game number 2 with Top Esports, they are coming into this for me as the favourites, right? They were Split 1 champions, they were Split 2 regular season dominators, and Weibo had a really shaky Split number 2. Coming into this third split though, we saw these two teams themselves swap the supports. Now Hong and Crisp didn't feel like they had major impacts necessarily in this game number 1, but it's worth noting that for the most part, these two supports being swapped out looked as though Top Esports were probably going to get the worst end of that trade, with, you know, Hong splitting time with Erha, Weibo really not valuing his presence, but Crisp as well has moved in and hasn't had that level of impact that we might have expected him to see, having come from the top team.
It definitely seemed like there was a lot to prove from both of the supports in the ways that they were itching for some picks and itching for some engages. I mean, Crisp, when you see Jackulov on your screen and just no hesitation to just send it, you know, I imagine that, you know, these players are playing with logically this is the best target, but I wouldn't also be surprised if there was a little bit of, you know, a little bit of friendly rivalry in those moves there, as I believe we are getting ready for second draft now. Let's get it, Rude.
Okay, so we saw the Xin Zhao and the Vi taken off the board. We can expect to see Wukong Pantheon hit the ban table in any games that we get from here. And then you just expect a Trundle to come through at some stage. Poppy was a possibility from last game that got snubbed out in the second round of bans, and it was actually Weibo taking that early rotate of the Xayah Rakan that threw things into a little bit of disrepair, as usually we see the top side get taken early on. We'll see jungle, then solo laners picked up, but this time round we may expect to see something a little different with Weibo fluctuating in game 1.
A lot of top lane bans again. I mean, we saw that Top Esports had tried to curb Breathe's effective champion pool with the Ambessa and the Gwen last time around, same as this game, but the Varus is open for the taking, and Light will waste no time in securing that one. Yeah,
Weibo dropped this Varus ban in favor of a Renekton ban, and then Top Esports, you know, really wise actually from Weibo here, because Renekton's one of those big answers to the Ambessa, so they ban the Renekton instead, saying, okay, you either ban Varus and we get Ambessa and you can't pick Renekton into it, or we end up with this situation where we just get Varus for free. Now, Jackulov responds with the Jhin of his own. Again, another champion that I really love to see Jackulov on. He plays this champion so well. He's got such good skill shot accuracy as well with those curtain calls. But in the Varus lane in particular, you can actually tend to neutralize the Varus, who's typically a really strong laner, and it might tell Light that he actually has to opt into that poke style as opposed to the on-hit style to make it so that this Jhin can't control the lane as well as usual.
And the nice thing about locking in a Trundle this early as well with a Jhin pairing, obviously the pillar works really great with a Deadly Flourish setup, but also Jhin notoriously hates playing into tanks. Well, Trundle is your answer. So even if they do slam a tank, that Subjugate is going to turn that tank into paper mache. So Weibo more than likely will not opt in for any of the super tanks that we usually see, trying to make Jin's life a little more difficult. Jarvan and Aurora are the answers for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already looking at some slight disengage options potentially for Hong. I mean, weirdly enough, Thresh has a lot of value this game if they were to try and delve a little bit deeper, but I do think that it's a little bit too early to try and pick out the Thresh, and we might end up just seeing maybe a Braum come through as a more traditional answer for the support, or maybe just best offense is a good defense and try and keep the Jhin alive through killing the people that go onto them.
Cream was hovering that Akali, which he did net a MVP performance in yesterday's third game of the series against IG, but goes for the Sylas instead because there's a lot of valuable ultimates on the other side of the rift there. So now Top Esports trying to ban out some of these support options that could make trying to fight into Weibo a little bit more difficult. That's why you see them not a ban. Hostile Takeover, very great at being able to either prevent you from diving or just comboing with the lockdown that Jarvan does provide.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Rel still up for the taking as well, so it could very well be the takeaway that Top Esports want. I think that giving Rel over to this Weibo composition could be pretty powerful as well. Looking at champs like Nautilus, Leona as well, still supports that are available for either of these sides if they want to end up taking it. I do think that the Sylas innately stops you from wanting to take the Alistar, so maybe expect Weibo to pivot away from that. As they move into this, the Rel taken off the board, and I think that Top Esports here, they could just lock for the Leona and then sort of say, well, you take the Alistar if you want to, but you're giving over a really powerful ultimate to the Sylas, or really whatever support you lock in is going to do that.
And you know, the nice thing is that the Alistar was already played in game 1, so there is no real premier support pick left unless you go for the Nautilus, right? I guess that is the last option that is on the board here. Braum was banned as well, so that prevents any other disengage measures that Weibo would have liked to have gone for. Top lane will have to be blinded though, unfortunately, for Breathe's sake, and so 369 will get his choice of counter.
Maybe preempting the Gwen a little bit here just by taking the Jax, which is the typical answer to that pick in the current top lane meta. What are they missing so far? I mean, it is just looking for that support, it's looking for that engage. Nautilus looks like the only pick that's left available, but they want something that can go forward. Maybe a Bard even can act as some sort of engage tool as well, especially versus an immobile AD carry like the Jhin. Don't mind this if they want to try and play a little bit flexible. Poppy gets locked into the Leona and the Sylas. It's a really, really valuable tool to be able to keep his verdict out, you know, potential engages. But that blind top lane Jax has been countered here. 369 on the Gragas. This is a very common answer to the Jax.
And 369, this Gragas is a staple. I mean, in the past, 369 has had some incredible performances on Gragas. Unfortunately, last night, I'm going to have to call him out. He did have probably one of the most uncharacteristic stinkers of a Gragas performance. He just absolutely biffed his lane against the Shy's Jace, ended up getting solo killed, and then he got focused on side lane a lot of the time during the game, getting caught out multiple instances. So 369, I'm really hoping for a big Gragas redemption performance because I know how good this guy can be on this champion.
Yeah, and I think that's it's good to see him immediately sort of get back on the wagon, so to speak, right, where he's just said, okay, I have to go back in and do this again, just to put the doubters to rest more so than anything else, knowing that might have just been a one-off game, and in particular as well, knowing that, you know, you're playing up against the Shy, he's occasionally going to go nuclear on you and have some of those performances in the top side where, you know, you start to remember why this guy has previously done so much for the region.
Both of these compositions now locked in here. Rude Weibo still have a little bit of essence of that split push available to them, since Aurora and Jax can be super slippery while trying to apply turret pressure, but at least for themselves, they have more means necessary to opt into those 5-on-5s and not be completely outclassed, whereas Top Esports still leaning into the tried and true of what they know best. Let's get ready for game 2.
Was that an AL gyro?
Yeah, I heard an AL gyro too. So based.
Just
so
thrown in at the
based.
end. Very good. Very good.
Don't worry, y'all. AL and BLG will come back to play this weekend. I think it's this Saturday, so that'll be a good time.
It's a tight turnaround. Tight turnaround for the fellas, unfortunately. But yes, they will.
Quick scan over the runes here. Unsealed spellbook for both of the supports here. So we will see some shenanigans with some smites, maybe with some teleports and ghosts and all sorts of nature of that doing. Now, there's been some debate about whether to go for PTA on Trundle or lethal tempo. I've seen like arguments for both, but normally the PTA is just really nice for better gank setup and just better for like kill setup. Once you come in and you apply that for your team, you're guaranteeing or you're increasing the likelihood of a gank being lethal in that situation.
Yeah, it's much better for your gank capabilities. Lethal tempo is I'm gonna 1v9 kind of style, you know. So we'll keep our eyes out for if Kanavi can utilize this PTA to be that quick, snappy play and sort of engage quite well with the rest of this game. There's early fight from Cream here. This is a lane that the Sylas should not be winning. This is notoriously a really difficult laning matchup for Sylas, and the fact that Xiaohu already forced to burn a potion and that Cream can sacrifice a couple of minions to try and find that trade is really positive, in fact.
Oh, I love to see this Kanavi get in there. Force an early flash out of Xiaohu. Spiller gonna force the W. Even though he's invisible, should still be able to proc the PTA. Large chunk onto Xiaohu. And, you know, I'm not gonna lie, Rude, I was very excited. It did chunk Xiaohu to about 50% HP, but Cream also took some damage on the way trying to assist Kanavi in the trade.
Yeah, but this is second wind D-Shield Sylas who still has his potion. So Cream is actually absolutely fine. As we do see a quick root coming through. Crisp and Light definitely struggling down on this bot side. -1 for the cannon for trying to greed his auto attack onto the Poppy. But with that being said, overall a 23-18 CS lead for Jackie Love down on that bot side. We discussed the fact that Jin typically a pretty decent laner, especially when you've got a strong support like Leona, and he's actually keeping that Varus relatively in check for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, this is now 2 games in a row that they've been doing well. Meanwhile, Tien was looking to see if Cream would be greedy, trying to push and correct this wave, but he is below 50% HP. Just going to take a base here and TP back to lane.
Do we see anybody swap? That's the thing that we've seen frequently from these series so far. Looking out onto the minimap, yep, Jackie Love is walking topside, Light is walking topside, Xiaohu's looking dead.
Oh, nicely done there. Cream able to layer that Q for the slow run on top, and that forces Xiaohu's hand and burns the flash.
Alright, good stuff so far, and I think that this Aurora really struggling in the mid lane, right? Like, this should be, we're already opening up to a 10 CS lead or so, but this is Kanavi coming back to Split 2 form. This was our regular season MVP from the LPL English, and with good reason as well. Like, he was carrying games left, right, and center, single-handedly putting the team on his back. But game number 1 was definitely getting a little bit ran by Tian on the Xin Zhao, and now game number 2 starting to put a little bit more emphasis on the fact that he is the king of the jungle.
Kong waiting in the wings. Crisp walks up, gets rooted by Jackie Love and co. Kong now going to be looking for another CC chain, and Crisp, knowing the timer of that spell cooldown on rotation, flashes away.
Yeah, spellbook heal used by both of our supports, but again, nothing really to write home about when you've got this spellbook opening available to you. Jackie Love gets a little decent, or gets traded on there decently by Light, as with no flash on the Poppy, Hex Flash is now going to be the premier movement of engaging, and looking at how these fights are going to pan out, I'm looking for the bot side fight here with the Drake having been alive, Trundle being one of our best single turret takers, single objective takers as well. He might look to try and take that down a little bit sooner, but Xiaohu at least focused.
Oh no! It was the Goon Squad. Weibo Gaming tried to bait Cream on in, and they pull it off for first blood.
Yeah, it'd been going really well for Cream until he threw his life away without having vision. And again, we have to sort of call back to these concerns that we've had about Cream as a player in the LPL. At this top level, top esports are contending for world's positions. They are looking at international tournaments, and Cream, you know, he is a very solid middle of the pack mid laner, but when we move into this top echelon, he is struggling.
Oh, Light, though, in a world of trouble. Well played by both Hong and Jackie Love to lock him down despite burning cleanse.
Drake got stole.
Kanavi trying... Wait, they stole Dragon, and now Xiaohu's in a world of trouble. And even though Cream did get picked off to lead up to the confidence to take that Dragon in the first place, Weibo Gaming get nothing out of it, and now Top Esports are back in control.
Yeah. We're going to need to see quite what happened down on that bot side, because that was not the expected outcome. As now Breathe might be able to take down.
Oh, he's forced the flash, and 369 will answer in response, and just ends up being a trade of summoner spells there, and that is the beauty of that matchup for 369. Take a look back at this replay, Rude.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're going to have to see what happened here. Kanavi, does he just walk in? Yep.
No
okay.
way!
And Weibo... Okay, well, I'm very upset that Weibo didn't decide to turn, and they just decided to 50-50. It's my pet peeve. Xiaohu has no flash. Worth calling out, 369's first cask that we get to see on camera is a whiff. We're looking at the performances from previous series and hoping to see some improvements. Currently, not quite the case, but he did evade the attempted play from Breathe down in the bot lane.
Still can't get over the fact that Kanavi just simply walked up and smited the Dragon in Tien's face. You can see that they were trying to combo their spells together, but I saw 102. So early on the smite from Tien, or just not being able to fluidly get the damage comboed in, or just overestimating how much damage they had in that rotation.
It was an early smite, yeah. And Tien's so frequently, actually a really solid smiter in the LPL, has frequently been able to, you know, steal away objectives. But Kanavi, I feel like, just because top esports are so frequently in the ascendancy, we don't get to see Kanavi steal away objectives. But again, is frequently one of those players who can very easily secure them. Now walking around these Void Grubs, Weibo, have they stepped a little bit too far forward, or are they actually absolutely fine and can just take all three?
Yep. Chris was doing.
They pulled up Breathe. Yeah.
Tien still has Smite, 1400, 1200. Should be able to yoink it now. It's 900 level Smite, so all three Grubs are secured. Do they want to force a fight here? Jackie Love might be in trouble, popping the cleanse, and dropped below 50% HP. Does not lose his life, does not have to burn the flash, but Weibo Gaming getting a considerable amount of pressure thanks to Light on this Varus.
Yeah, and I will say as well, Breathe walking up here, his bot wave got frozen on, so he just decided, okay, I will make something happen elsewhere on the map, and he's going to try and walk down to try and break this now. Don't know if it's going to be too easy for him, as actually the second that he just walks up, 369 starts trading aggressively in that wave, and it's looking like for the time being, we're going to see 369 continue to try and run roughshot down on this bot side, keep Breathing in check. And this Gragas counter pick for the time being doing its work versus the Jags.
Yeah, no flashes on either of these top laners meant that it might have been a hot spot, and Breathe respecting that there could have been a Troll King waiting to try and ruin his day with a giant pillar. Just at 10 minutes on the clock here, Rude. A minute and 15 seconds before the second Dragon does come up online. First item spikes haven't really been reached by either team here, so still waiting to see if any members are able to get some quick bases in, and we'll start to see some fireworks.
Yeah, I will say that the Jin's one item spike is pretty darn powerful. You then end up with a 2 item spike, which is the exact opposite as you build the RFC, but you can really start to fight quite aggressively with Youmu's and start to play quite proactively with that as JackeyLove waiting for the Rod of Ages to be picked up for Cream, same to be said for the Gragas on that top side and the Trinity Force as well. But right now, I think that Weibo, not too disheveled with where they are at this stage in the game. They are another team that, once again, with this Jarvan, with this Aurora, that 1-item, that 2-item spike hits pretty darn hard, and the Varus as well. Same to be said, but as we move that later and later on into the game, it can get a little bit tricky for them to navigate these situations. Jin may be able to start kiting, start dancing around you, and taking you all down, especially with the separation that Gragas can give you in these team fights.
Yep. Navi is spotted on the ward here. A couple members from Weibo sitting in that banana brush waiting for a pick. Navi trying to do his best to be safe as he wanders into the shadows. Blast Cone sends him over into the river. Are they still in the banana brush?
Yes, they were! And Hong is going to get jumped on, and he tries to throw out the Solar Flare and a Flash, dodging out of the Chain of Corruptions, forcing Light to just flash for that piercing arrow. Now it's a 5-on-4 in favor of Weibo Gaming, but it doesn't really look like they are super confident about just forcing the issue onto the Dragon, trying to look for poke first and make top esports that much harder at trying to enter into the river.
Yeah. I mean, they still have Keeper's Verdict here, so really wouldn't mind them just starting to hit this up. Crisp now with that level 6 can just, yep, here we go, punt somebody away. You get rid of the Silas, and the Drake's still quite high HP. Kanavi can once again go for the classic walk maneuver.
Subjugate onto Crisp. He's tanky enough. They're trying to walk up into the Dragon. Don't tell me! Okay, Tien does secure the Dragon this time around, but they've lost Crisp. Tien is able to EQ over back to safety. Curtain Call is going to try to find some stragglers, but Xiaohu able to escape that arc, and Tien tanks up a last bullet, but neither member of the Weibo Gaming roster that still survived goes down unless... No, Breathe should be fine.
Okay, alright. So, I mean, overall, that's a 1-for-1 of supports and a Drake secured for Weibo. So, really, nobody actually cares. The supports are a little bit like, well, I died, and then everybody goes, yeah, cool, you always die, that's your job. But for these two teams, again, just a little bit slower than we are maybe used to seeing from them in times gone by, as Hong is spending a lot of time down here on this bot side, not actually accomplishing a whole lot, but Breathe is not really under any threat. Quick belly bounce, and everybody's okay.
Rose trying to beat Palkia.
Did they spot Tien?
Hong is back. Oh no. No, Tien snuck into the shadows of the brush, and 369 knows that he is gone.
And the answer was no. They did not spot the Jarvan there. That's not good. Good feat from Xiaohu here. Gets himself out of the abscond abduct, and both of these sideways were looking pretty decent for top, and the second that Hong actually ends up recalling is the second that the gank comes on through. Like you say, they're crisply focused of this fight, but this time round it's an early smite from Kanavi that ends up causing Tien to find that smite secure. Breathe doesn't really ever choose to commit, and then JackeyLove with a rare whiff on where he wants to open up the curtain call doesn't quite find the angle to potentially punish Xiaohu. So now seeing a big engage, commit to the top side.
Uh-oh. Well, Tien no flash this time around. Once he gets jumped on, he's not going to be able to escape the death squad there from the side of top esports, as they were pressuring for potentially a dive on that top tier 1, but now that they have destroyed the jungler for the side of Weibo, they can just take relish in the fact that they're going to take all of these camps away too.
Yeah, and I mean, that's 2 camps secured for them that otherwise would have been picked up by the Jarvan and would have put Tien that little bit further ahead. Kanavi, though, now ticks over to that level 10, has about 2/3 of a level advantage, which will be very swiftly picked up because jungle XP is a very well-balanced mechanic in the current state of the game. 1k gold lead for top esports currently, which is sat largely on Cream. So once again, one of these situations where we've seen him have slightly shaky performances, definitely been a little bit of a loose cannon for top esports, but somehow, some way, he's still finding significant advantages. And again, a reminder that this is a really awful matchup for the Silas. The Aurora supposed to be the one coming out in the ascendancy through the early game.
Yeah.
Jackie Love might be a target here. Oh no, it's just 369 again. He has Flash, but I don't know where he's gonna go. He's just getting bounced around, flashing away the Cataclysm for what?
Nice.
Still goes down.
Yeah. TN with a really well-timed Cataclysm there uses it to unstoppable or immune the CC from the cask, and 369 pays the iron price here, falls for the second time in almost as many minutes, and now Cream on this top side. Quick little tap onto the turret whilst his team takes the Rift Herald, and overall, not the worst trade in the world for Top Esports, but they would really love to see 369 continue to get gold and maybe be able to answer this Jax.
Yeah, neither top laner, or just as I say that, Seraphs or Archangels has been picked up now for 369. Trinity Force still waiting to be completed here by Breathe. Now, potential angle here for Top Esports as this next dragon is coming up. There is still no flash on Breathe if they want to try make a quick dive. And Cream is trying to set it up here. Grandmaster Smite already used, but now with the teleport coming in, Kanavi is trying to bail. There's another teleport from 369, but I guess that'll allow him to pick up this wave and match Xiaohu for now. Top Esports. Does this put them in a better position to contest for this dragon?
Well, no. No, when they're top laner TPs to top lane,
yeah.
Not the greatest. But Grandmasters might used from the Jax. Maybe you can argue that's going to be a pretty big tool. Subjugate wasn't used by Kanavi. And Cream probably going to be able to take somebody else's ult. Maybe small advantage getting secured for Top Esports, but very real possibility that 369 just gets focused out under this turret once a game here. As instead the recall starts to come through, maybe realising that actually that dragon does indeed spawn in 7 seconds time as Xiaohu takes a quick junk onto 369 and sort of baiting that the rest of his team are still there, which they at this stage were not.
Yeah. Weibo clearing out some of these bot camps and getting ready to walk on into the river, or at least attempt to control the vision line. Oh, that one ward that was placed above the red buff brush is not sought out by Weibo Gaming, so Top Esports have a nice little pocket that will be uncontested here by Weibo Gaming in terms of unseen vision. And Light and Jackie Love just doing their best as these Yomos 80 carries, trying to push out the wave as fast as possible. This Rift Herald will be dropped, and that is the call for Top Esports to try and cheat this dragon.
Yeah, now the turret going to take a battering from that Rift Herald. Crisp able to navigate this, and now Keeper's Verdict.
They put him out. Tien's trying to walk up. It's still 3,000 HP. Cream trying to do the best he can to keep the dragon away from Tien's hands. Cream will fall forward. Kanavi walks back up. Who gets it? Kanavi secures the dragon. Hong flashes over the wall, and everyone else from Top Esports gets out. Xiaohu in trouble, forced to flash away from the 369 Gragas. And man, Rude, that could have been disastrous for Top Esports.
Yeah, but it's actually Cream this time, I think, giving his life for a just cause.
Yeah.
Spends a lot of time distracting Tien, distracting Crisp, meaning that the rest of his team can get in and secure that dragon. Sacrifices a little bit of his individual gold, meaning that you get to see the Aurora close that gold gap just a little bit. But the second he spots Tien here, he's immediately jumping on top of the Jarvan and causing as much trouble for Tien as possible. And yes, he ends up getting focused down. You know, man-made Cataclysm means that the Poppy stun into the wall is really easy, and I'll argue that flashing there is maybe the most criminal thing that I've seen him do all day. But the purpose and the reasoning behind his movement was very solid.
Yeah. Tien quick visit to the top side. That burns 369's flash. We'll see if Weibo can punish that in the next 4 to 5 minutes while it is down. And Top Esports still trying to find a window where they can get that significant gold advantage and leverage it over Weibo Gaming. The pressure that they have, though, between Hong and Kanavi all on this bottom side of the map will guarantee that they secure this tower for themselves. Unfortunately, it is not first brick since Weibo already picked that up a while ago.
Yeah, and again here, this is to remind people the two teams that swapped supports are two big ticket teams where we actually got to see a meaningful swap between our two players coming through. And I will say that Crisp so far on this Poppy has been I won't say underperforming, but not quite managing his Poppy ultis as well as we might need him to. Usually you want to save those Keeper's Verdicts for when the crunch time hits, not when the Drake has still got enough HP to be sustained on. And you know, we need to see that little bit more from Crisp. I will think that Hong as well has been a little bit along for the ride, not necessarily playing poorly, not necessarily making those instrumental picks that win you the game. And the expectation coming in may be that we would expect to see Crisp have a little bit more of that playmaking possibility, but so far has not really been the case.
Yeah, if I'm going to be honest here, Rude, the standouts have been both of the junglers this game. Tien 4-1 on the Jarvan. And even though, you know, there's a couple moments where it did miss the first dragon of the game, it could have been, you know, 2 dragons to the name instead of 2 dragons over to the side of Top Esports. Relatively, he has been putting in a lot of work and finding some early pressure, being able to at least secure all 3 grubs for themselves. And the Cataclysm is still very much a very powerful ultimate to use against champions like Jhin and Trundle that just don't have a way out once they're locked in and have no flash.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the Jhin in particular is really going to struggle. They're looking for Crisp, though.
He's pinned against the wall. Curtain Call should set up. One more bullet in the chamber. Jackie Love finds it. Just going to send the 4th one for fun, as Xiaohu was not in the arc anymore. This is a 5-on-4 on the map advantage now. Tien is going to make sure that Kanavi will stop chasing him for the pursuit, as Jackie Love needs to pick up this mid wave. Otacon is available for the taking, but Crisp with teleport and coming up in 10 seconds, it's not enough time for Top Esports to look for the objective quite yet.
Yeah, and they don't really have a good TP angle for 369 either. Might have expected to see him base, come back out onto the map and force Breathe to sacrifice a little bit here.
I like it. Tien just saying, all right, Jackie Love, flash right now. And Jackie Love said, yes, daddy, I will flash. And unfortunately now, the Jhin is going to be a prime target for Weibo Gaming in the next fight.
We'll get to see whether or not Tien can continue to call himself Jackie Love's father as we move into the remainder of the game, because Jhin with no flash is a sitting duck for a Jarvan, and I think that a 2-item Jarvan as well, no doubt, will be able to take the 1v1 versus a Jhin very, very easily. As we do see 369 is just use belly bounce.
Might be in trouble here. Grandmasters might use by Breathe just for a little bit of extra laning pressure. 369 does have some decent sustain on this Gragas pick, but it will take a while to get back up to full HP. We'll see if Breathe can at least lock him down, since both of these top laners do have teleport. And I don't know if Weibo want to just force the push on the split or try and give Breathe the teleport advantage here.
With Otacon available as well, if there is a big fight that breaks out here, I expect that to be the secondary consequence of how this skirmish plays on out. 369, about 75% HP, so it's regenerated a good amount of it. Here they go, though.
Good patience by Top Esports. Pull Tien away. Fight onto the left side. Hong flashing forward, trying to zone, but Cream is now in a world of trouble, and he goes down. 369 already teleporting to the fight, but he's got nowhere else to run. He's forced to flash over the wall. Weibo Gaming easily able to deal with him, as well as being able to lock down Cream and set him up for the kill. This is now a 5-on-4, and they're going to start the Otacon.
Yeah, and just as we highlighted, right, like, if you end up losing out on that fight, I expect the Otacon to be the consequence of this. Kanavi, though, still has Smite, still has Flash. Not a really great way for Weibo to keep him out. We're looking at Crisp. How well is that Keeper's Verdict going to be used?
He walks up, he punts out Kanavi. Now Weibo Gaming have to burn it down.
Fourth shot.
Doesn't have the Smite for the Unsealed Spellbook. Otacon is secured by Tien. And all Weibo need to do just is to walk away. They have done their job, Rude.
Perfect. That's exactly what we need from Crisp. That's really solid play from the Poppy. Use that Keeper's Verdict, punt the Trundle out of the way, and then you can begin to DPS down the Otacon. That was really solid play by Weibo Gaming. They knew exactly how they needed to approach this, and good to see that we're getting that development just in the game here from Crisp.
Weibo definitely need to continue locking down these solid plays, because they are staring down a potential Ocean Soul empowered top esports in the next 3.5 minutes, since top esports have been able to secure the past 2 dragons. Cream picking up a stray turret that was kind of hanging on the top side of the map for a while now. A little bit of extra gold. But so far, Rude, the nice thing is, hang on. Okay, the pillar at least slows down Weibo, and Cream will yoink away the Between Worlds ultimate. But I have to say, Weibo at least showing a lot more firepower. I know that game 1, they were kind of fake even just because there was a lot of dedicated split pushing with the Yorick, but it seems like this game overall is much more competitive than it was in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, this stage in game number 1, it was a couple thousand gold lead for top esports, and they were, you know, coming out largely on top in most fights, whereas this time round it's been Weibo who are just barely able to come out on top during those fights. And, you know, looking forward, I expect that to kind of continue for a little bit here. We have got a very close break point for the Varus, about to hit that 3-item marker. Same to be said though for Jackie Love, but looking at the Aurora, very strong. 2-item spike for Breathe as well has been connected, meaning that he's now going to start moving into those tanky items, looking for that Zonya's Hourglass, being able to threaten the backline consistently. And what I will say as well is that Jackie Love's flash cooldown is about to come back up, has about a minute left on that one, and we were praising Tien for his ability to just burn that at will. But it doesn't look like they're going to have generated too much of an advantage from this overall.
You haven't had a chance to find him on the map yet, and whether that is a fault of Weibo's or a credit to Jackie Love for...
He's an AD carry. I can tell you where he is. He's not lost.
Well, they're going to go for a different target. Cream already using the dash on the upsgun abduct, and no flash on that Silas. You know, they didn't punish Jackie Love, but they did punish someone.
Well, Cream, again, becoming moderately notorious for his ability to be punished, and unfortunately just checking out a little bit too much of his own jungle there, and maybe thinking that his team would be faster to back him up, or just thinking that they were closer by. Either way, falls for the 4th time this game, and 3, maybe 2 of those we've argued have been relatively unjust in terms of deaths. I'm going to have to see top esports continue to play this out. A lot of accelerated gold being put into various members of Weibo, just by nature of Cream having gone down a little bit too frequently.
Yeah. About a minute away from that Ocean Dragon, Rude. A reminder, this is Soul Point for top esports, and already they're putting in a lot of investment into early vision control. They know that as soon as that is secured for themselves, a lot of the damage that Weibo Gaming has in their back pocket, it's mostly burst, it's mostly poke. That can all be shrugged off by exchanging in combat and getting that Ocean Soul to top you back off.
We'll see whether or not Weibo are happy with this. Currently 4 people strong down on that bot side, making sure that they're able to try and fish back and claw some of that vision as well. 3 items hit for both of our marksmen though, as Cyrilda's picked up 4 light, and now we see 369 again in trouble.
Tried to force the flash away and the body slam, but the Cataclysm locks him in, throws out the cast, tries to get some damage down. Not really doing that much over to Tien, but does he survive? 369 goes back in for one last body slam before he hits the grave. Tien now in trouble. Good EQ, escapes from Cream as he casts his own Cataclysm, but now he's on the run, forced to flash away. Breathe joins the fray and forcing out the mid laner of top esports. Tien is quite low on HP here, but top esports might not have enough strength to brute force their way into the river this time.
Crisp did use Keeper's Verdict to interrupt Jackie Love's curtain call. It's not going to be enough though to incentivize Kanavi to try and go for a steal. They don't need to deny this one as Breathe hops in. Good disengaged pillar coming through from Kanavi. They just want to establish this mid push, but they're still down on numbers here, and Breathe probably going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, he's got a Seeker's Arm Guard. He's got Flash. He's got the hops with the Leap Strike. The Counter Strike prevents any damage from Jackie Love coming on in from Kanavi as well. And top esports trying to do their best to see if they can control this top river and look for a cheesy Baron angle potentially if it is presented. But right now, Weibo have all returned back to the map and they're ready to contest.
Yeah, really worried for top esports at this stage. Looking for Tien
flash
now.
on Tien. They know that he doesn't have flash, but he still has an EQ. Gets over the pillar. Kanavi flashing, trying to guarantee the kill onto the other jungler, but he's locked in with the rest of Weibo Gaming! And Kanavi falls without getting a
a single killing blow. TN survives. Disaster for Top Esports, and Weibo starting to thrive in game 2.
Yeah, Crisp does fall, so it is a 1-for-1 overall, but again, you're happy to keep your jungler alive when we've got Baron up and available. Breathe now threatening. They want to defend this tier 1 turret.
Well, it falls, and Cream sending it with the Between Worlds. Seeker's arm guard popped by Breathe. Potentially locked down low on mana, but enough for a counter-strike to prevent any damage from auto attacks. Curtain Call flying with the bullets. One more, it's blocked by Xiaohu, and Breathe gets a chance to survive on the exit for that one. Top Esports doesn't look like they'll get a chance to push in for another tier 2 turret push here.
Quintessential Top Esports. They just team fight better. They're down, it feels like, in all of these situations, but they're coming out on top. That gold is not favoring them anymore. We're looking across the board at deficits on that top side, but still, Weibo can't find the fight that puts the nail in the coffin for this one, and Top Esports are just barely limping their way through this.
Aaron, still an objective that could be looked at. Tien, gotta be careful about looking for vision here. Thankfully, the safety of EQ as well as the newly acquired Guardian's Angel will give him a second life to play for in these fights. So we'll have a little bit more confidence to go for bold Cataclysm plays, just trying to lock down or burn summoner spells from the backline of Top Esports. Still 2.5 minutes before another dragon spawns, another chance for a soul for Top Esports.
Baron live this whole time as well. Last time around it was the Atacon, which was likely to be that secondary objective. This time around we're likely to see teams head toward that Baron if there's a particularly convincing fight that happens. Eyes are turning towards the Top Esports solo laners, who have been honestly very much underperforming. We look across the board at who's died in this game. 4 deaths for Cream, 3 deaths for 369, and again, probably 4 of those, 2 apiece, could have been prevented, weren't necessary, and have led into significant trauma for Top Esports this game. They've had to deal with so much more struggles than they would do usually, because their solo laners are getting caught out a little bit on side lane, are being that little bit too overzealous. For the time being, it hasn't cost them the game, but it's definitely cost them status in it. If it happens once more, it could very easily be the tool that ends up taking them away.
This game is so close, Rude. I'm definitely here for it, but the tension is practically just emanating from the screen right now. And for Weibo Gaming, they have done so many good things this game to try and correct from the wrongs that they were not able to make up for in game 1 to give them what could have been a pretty impressive game 1 win with the way they played the map. This time around, it's been trying to take to Top Esports at their own game in these team fights. And like you alluded to, sometimes they can find small wins, but not wins big enough to get game-winning leads. And right now, Weibo just trying to set up that proactive vision to deny Top Esports a safe entryway into this bottom river.
Recalls have come through for Top Esports. They are at maximum strength that they could be as they walk back out onto Summoner's Rift. Kanavi and Hong, the duo, trying to face check their way through this bot side jungle, as it's not easy for them to gain access. Varus going to be poking away at them. Good little chunk onto Cream there, great example of this, and with Breeze on just a little bit of a unique angle there, causing them to have to think twice. Dragon has now spawned. Cream steals away that Varus ultimate. It's 369 though who gets a little bit of a chunk taken onto him. Xiaohu not messing around. He's had a very marked turnaround from game number 1. From getting caught out time after time to now finding himself in a pretty good spot.
The Scuttle Crab will be secured by Kanavi. Keeper's Verdict winding up, punts away. One of the members here looks like it was Cream sent back, but
now this is Top's time, right? Like there's no ulti to stop Kanavi from taking this dragon. Yeah, there's a little bit of poke here. 369, he's got teleport though, so if he needs to go back to base, he can get back out onto the map. He needs to decide to do this sooner rather than later though.
There's a ward that was in that pit. It is gone. Plenty of health on this dragon.
but it's hard for the Leona to mark a Jax because he can just counter-strike and go through you. Now teleport's coming in, now 369 can mark the Jax, and all of a sudden Hung can take a better position more aggressively to defend the Dragon, to defend his team as well.
Dragon take is such on a knife's edge. 369 might be caught here, but Tien is punted in with that explosive cast. CC chain, so good. Tien caught in a world of trouble, and can Weibo Gaming bail him out? He sends an EQ flag right onto the backline. Jackie Love flashes away and gets enough distance. Now he opens up with the curtain call. Top Esports, this is their home turf. This is their home playing ground, and Top Esports have no equal when it comes to team fighting. Weibo Gaming lose 4, lose the Ocean Soul, and Top Esports have full control.
And they'll take the Baron off the back of this as well, Rafa. It's once again Top Esports team fighting that comes up clutch. 369 separates the pack. Tien immediately burst into his Guardian Angel, and Breathe cannot do enough to survive, to sustain his team and get them back in control. The Baron will fall. Top Esports will go back into control of this game and begin to open up that gold lead once again.
And you can see how frustrated Tien was in particular, just scratching his head, just wondering how a setup that looked okay went so wrong so fast.
And the timing on the cask is beautiful. He buffers it so that as he gets knocked up, he's channeling that. He puts Tien to the other side, and just because of the terrain that Top Esports control, they're able to find the way into this fight again and to get there faster. 369, not just with the cask, but also with the second body slam that stopped Jackie Love getting chain CC'd and taken down. Tien and Breathe both jumped onto him, but there was a body slam that just barely prevented a counter-strike coming through and kept Jackie Love alive.
Yep. It was right in that window where Jackie Love was trying to cleanse any of the incoming stuns, and had that not occurred from 369, that fight is completely different. Jackie Love completely taken out, no chance for the curtain call, no chance for further bullets from that Jin chamber, and Top Esports now off the back of that play, they were slightly behind Weibo, for the most part even, now find themselves nearly 3,000 gold ahead, Ocean Soul in their back pocket as well. Weibo Gaming, the game's not over, but it is no longer in their control. And Top Esports, it's now, the onus is on them to win this game.
Yeah, and I think that Jin now, at this 4.5 item spike extra BF sword in his back pocket, is a genuine cause for concern, as Tien forced to flag and drag out to safety, but it's the tier 2 turrets that are the focus for Top Esports. Cream level 18 already on this, and it's just a zoning ulti. Get away from our tier 2 turret, we're going to take this.
Some poke and chunks on the health bars of Weibo Gaming too on the exit. Kanavi stepping on forward with this Trundle, trying to fish for pillars to combo with Jackie Love or Hong. The rest of Weibo will be able to pick up this wave and prevent sieging onto the inhibitor tower into the bottom side of the map. Everything else feels threatened. Breathe trying to maintain this mid wave under control, but Kanavi just trying to escort these minions, protect them so that they are doing considerable damage to the inhibitor tower.
Like you say, right, with Ocean Soul, there's a very real possibility that weak spells are just going to heal up Top Esports. Tien goes in though.
Oh no, Tien is gonna get brought super low. He heals back off with the Sunder Sky, forced to flash away with the Between Worlds that separates the pack, but the rest of Top Esports corralled onto the back line of Breathe, and now they get to press on forward. The Ocean Soul paying dividends. So much work with the healing. It's gonna give Top Esports the second win necessary to push into the base.
And they'll take the inhibitor as well. Only the bot lane, but again, when we look at that Baron timer, Baron buff wears off. They've already taken an inhibitor. Tien looking once again, though. Defender's advantage mean they can get out quick.
Right onto 369 and Hong, forces the flash out of the Gragas, but now Tien has to walk away. Another curtain call is about to hit Weibo Gaming in the base. Fourth bullet, a lot of damage onto Chris, not enough to take him out as Cream pushing in this mid wave.
Yeah, I mean, that should be it for Top Esports. Take your wins, cut your losses, head back out. Bot inhib going to be down for the duration of this Elder dance, most likely for the Baron dance as well. So, small pressure for Weibo Gaming. They'll be grateful rather that the inhib is down in the bot lane. As long as they can push that wave up, they can maintain it whilst they're jockeying for position around the Elder. It's not going to be too detrimental to them until we start turning our attention up towards that Baron. That's when we're going to get to see top esports really start to come into their own, where we will see their map movements begin to be exemplified. And you can actually already see that they are the ones pushing out, trying to make sure that they can claim control over this top side. Maybe hoping that they can break open that top inhibitor before they can go to that Elder. But with 90 seconds on it, looks like they're cutting it a little bit thin here.
There is a world where if Weibo still have all 5 members and find a way to steal this Elder Dragon, that would be the reverse Uno card, much needed to turn this game around to bring us to a Game 3. Top Esports, I imagine, would do their due diligence to make sure that that is not even a reality seen in this timeline. Still 5,000 gold ahead of Weibo Gaming at this time, and just trying to play the sieging game, trying to get as much pressure as they could. I would even be okay if Top Esports wanted to just continue this siege push and then look for at least trying to split Weibo Gaming up and just not even open up the angle for an Elder Dragon.
I think that's how they want to be taking these fights. I think the Gragas Cask is always going to have so much impact in how these fights are played out that it's really going to come down to how well 369 is able to deploy it. We're at pretty much maximum capacity for the majority of our members at this stage. I think that once TN finishes off that, I think it's a Sterax that he's working on again. This Jarvan becomes even more daunting, but quick summoner spell check-in, everything available except for the flash from 369 and from TN. Cleanse taken on the spellbook for Crisp here, so he's going to be looking to try and keep himself in the front line.
Flash from Hong, Zenith Blade goes wide, but the Solar Flare does connect, forcing the flash out of Crisp. Oh, the pillar interrupted him while he was channeling the Keeper's Verdict! Hong still goes in, low on HP, gets bursted out by Light. Cream following up with a Seeker's Arm Guard already popped. Breathe onto the back line, but good cask. Punts it away from Jackie Love so he can still continue firing, but Weibo Gaming trying to win the fight. Breathe goes in with the counter-strike, bops him on the head, looking for another one. Jackie Love has the GA!
timing!
Can he 1v4 this? He's already only him, and the rest of Weibo Gaming still have their jungler. They still have a smite. They're gonna look for the Elder Dragon, but Jackie Love has to be a hero. He has to kill. All the members of Weibo Gaming are trying to look for a steal. The Keeper's Verdict will punt him away. Weibo Gaming,
still go.
This Elder Dragon is still at 100% HP. Can Jackie Love make the difference?
He has to look, but he's gonna get caught.
He still has a GA. He's healing so much from the Ocean Soul Root. Chris dies.
That's one.
Jackie Love is immortal. He's killing them all. The G is popped. Tien might be able to look for him now again. And patience is rewarded for the side of Weibo Gaming. Elder Dragon secured.
And just not enough vision. That's the power of sweepers, everybody. If only you could just put a couple of blue wards down, or if you could just auto-attack the people that he just can't see. Jackie probably comes up with a quadra kill there. It means that it's Elder on 2-3. Crisp and Breathe are the ones that don't have it. It also means that there's no AD carry for this potential Baron contest. An early engage from Top Esports, but unfortunately, Tien, 4-man Cataclysm, barely is able to survive, as Cream on this front line just absorbs a little too much and doesn't manage to get the work done. 369 is clutch keeping his AD carry alive, and with good reason. We saw the power that Jackie Love had, but the rest of this fight, just not quite enough. And that timing on the auto, he's firing it while Counter-Strike is up, but times it so that he knows it will be down by the time that it lands. Gets punted away, and this is just a case of vision. Tien knocks him up with the flag and drag. Chris not quite able to get him into the wall, but if he'd had any vision or anything to work with here, he just wouldn't be walking into darkness. He flashes forward, and it's a great bunny hop actually from Xiaohu, which cancels his auto, and he flash 4th shots the dragon, of all things. If there'd have been one extra bullet onto maybe one extra member, maybe the entire fight goes differently.
The Weibo Gaming coach. I feel that sentiment so much because Weibo were down 5,000 gold before that Elder fight. It went huge, but so much tension, so much nerves were on the line when fighting up against Jackie Love, who could have just had the craziest 1v4 had
anything gone differently. But now with the push, Elder on their side, Baron secured. Weibo Gaming might just send us to game 3. We'll see how far they go.
30 seconds left on the Elder. It's now or never. It's this wave or never for Weibo. Hunt trying to come through. Clears out the wave, actually, which stalls the engage. 20 seconds now on this Elder. Can they clear these minions? Baron still there.
Explosive cast kills some of the wave, but they're pushing through the Nexus Towers. Curtain Call trying to dissuade them. Now Weibo Gaming find themselves untouched, immortal, everyone full hit the Nexus. We're going to game 3.
Weibo claw back in this game and push us to a third match. A massive fight around the bot side, around the Elder, sends us to game number 3. And my oh my, that was an incredible series, but we've got another game still to go for it, Rafa. These two teams just continuing to deliver.
One clutch fight is all Weibo Gaming needed to slingshot themselves back into the driver's seat, and how relieving it must feel for that squad after you could see the frustrated expressions on the looks of Weibo, especially Tien, in that one fight where they just go, guys, how did we lose this Ocean Soul over to Top Esports? We had a decent setup, we were playing so patiently, and then it disappeared like that. But they held their ground, they play through bot, they walk up to the Elder, get ready to contest, and somehow, someway, Rude, they finesse a comeback. And now Top Esports, they're back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, importantly as well, I think that Weibo taking this game, puts a little bit of a check mark on however this series ends up going. Whether it's a 2-1 or a 2-0, I think that in best of threes is actually really important. With Top Esports being one of the contenders that we're looking at as potentially being the top end of regular season, Weibo being able to take a game from them in a best of 3 as a statement, as a part 1, is always going to be really important. So keep our eyes for how well that develops, and whether these game scores do end up meaning quite a lot as we move later on. But Weibo putting themselves back to series point now. They can just take this series 2-1 if they're able to find a successful second game.
Yeah. And that kind of resilience is going to be important for this roster in the long run. Remember, this is for the road to Worlds. A double round robin, a best of 3s. You have to qualify either as the top 4 teams to automatically get you a bye into playoffs, or if you are the bottom 4, then you will have to play a playoff series to then get in to the road to playoffs, the road to Worlds. And the most exciting thing about this split, Rude, is that there's genuinely 7 teams that we could look at on paper from Group Ascend, and we go, yeah, we can see them going to Worlds.
I think that importantly, right, I sort of even up until the end of regular season of Split 2, we would have probably argued maybe 5 or 6, but with the playoffs and with the way that playoffs developed in Split 2, I mean, 6 or 7 is definitely not underselling it by any means. As we now get to see the post-game stats, and you can see that is the LPL gold graph that we all know and love, right? It is just constantly swinging, toing and throwing between different teams. A 5k gold lead for Top Esports that they lost. And coming out of this, Weibo with an incredible victory. I think Tien, for me, the undoubted MVP, but we'll see what the rest of the composition of people think about that. As for me, does a good portion of the damage, 38% of his team's damage in this game, but I think that Tien's setup through the early and mid game was absolutely instrumental, and the fact that he's able to make these big plays in the late game is also really important.
Yeah. That first dragon, definitely stings a little bit, but I agree. Every other objective that Weibo were able to control was thanks to Tien and being able to find really strong engages, Cataclysm setups as well.
I mean, both junglers really this game were doing incredibly well, right? Like that's just the case, is that they were both doing very good work. And I mean, we get to see some of the highlights of the game and see that there are certain issues that do need to be addressed for maybe both of these two teams, as with the solo laners for Top Esports this game being in particular a bit of a liability and catching themselves off guard. Oof, that is depressing to watch. But this is where it all went really well for Top Esports. It's a well-positioned cask, but for the rest of top esports. You look at this team fight and then you think, well, how couldn't we get something that went this well for the rest of it? Unfortunate story. Really just comes from the fact that your team fighting didn't quite have the matchup almost. Even with an Ocean Soul, they got caught in a 4-man Cataclysm by TN in the end, and ended up costing them incredibly massively. Like, I think this is the fight that seals the deal here, as it's Hong that goes a little bit wide. But look at TN with this engage, honestly. 4-man Cataclysm, immediately bails out and lives. They take a lot of damage onto Hong, who ends up going down, and 369 is just getting chewed through this entire time, and he doesn't even do anything through this team fight. Flashing forward, taking down every single person that really dares to challenge them. I mean, I think that JackeyLove earned his flowers for this game, but unfortunately not quite strong enough to be able to deal with everything that Weibo had in the locker.
Yeah. I will say, if you are still a top esports fan, despite all of the heartbreak at the Split 2 playoffs and the disappointment at first stand, and you're still sticking through them thick and thin, JackeyLove is playing much more consistently, I think, so far in these opening 2 days. I know that, in the previous game, there was a couple picks that he got fell victim to as the Sivir, but, I mean, the Sivir ricochet damage on the way out was still pretty damn nasty, and being able to, throw those boomerangs out as you are falling to the ground dead, that's some gangster shiz right there. But player of the game does go to TN, who is able to orchestrate that game-winning reverse comeback fight on the bottom side of the map. Super resilient, even in such a disappointing Ocean Soul fight that you could see that he was very visibly frustrated with. But you know what? They locked in and they got it done. And now with that, it means that we are going the distance on this series, y'all. Game 3 coming your way right after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for the final countdown. We went the distance on this series, y'all, between Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. Game 3 is coming your way in just a few moments. Weibo pulled a miracle on that last Elder fight, Rude, and, you know, for us, it does mean that we get one last look at these two teams taking a go at each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly really exciting. I think that game number 1, we got to see a fairly closely contended game, but Top Esports barely able to come out on top. Weibo, again, in game number 2, were largely the majority ahead in this series, or in this game, until Top Esports found one fight. Again, 369 was instrumental in finding that. But then we get to a stage where actually you've not quite pushed your lead as far as you needed to, and it ends up costing them dearly, and it ends up giving Weibo way back into this game and giving TN an opportunity to shine on the Jarvan. 100% kill participation on that Jarvan as well, just making absolutely everything happen for his team. So we'll be looking at if he can continue that moving into, you know, more games into this third game in particular, and we'll be looking at whether or not it's going to be another one of those, not necessarily jungle kingdoms necessarily, because I think that Kanavi had a really solid showing as well, but I also want to highlight that it's very possible that we just see these two junglers going at it blow for blow, and it not really being resulted in how well they play, but more so how well their team plays.
I'm also gonna immediately call out Cream. We need to stop getting picked on these side lanes, bro. What's happening? Come on, man.
One of the mid laners has to do it. It's either him or Xiaohu, right? Like one of them has to just die on side twice for no reason. That's just a rule, okay?
If Cubby is still with us and present, you know, Cream dying on side lane is very, very, how should I say this? In the spirit of one of Cubby's favorite players of all time in Jojo Pyun. Just sometimes thinking that you're safe, and then suddenly, oh hey, 3-4 of these guys are suddenly here. Well, my bad, y'all. I guess I should have known.
Yeah, and unfortunately, sometimes it's just not known. And I think there was a really funny one in that last game where Cream just uses his stolen Aurora ulti in the entirely wrong direction because it's about to run out, and if he'd have used it in any better direction, he would have just been able to hop quickly under his turret and might have been a little bit more safe or bought a bit more time. But it's the complete unawareness that did make me laugh, and has forced us ultimately to this game number 3, where once again we're going to see a couple of those picks largely pinched. Varus is taken out of the pool now, so we may end up seeing one of these two teams have to pivot their bans a little bit. Wukong notably the pick that I'm still waiting to see get picked up, and then again by extension the Annie, is that going to get taken off the board as well?
Ooh, well, with the Wukong pinched, there's no Jarvan, no Vi, no Xin, no Pantheon, no Trundle. Your skirmishers are pretty much limited to Lee Sin. And then that's it. Then you have to extend yourself into the realm of tanks like Sejuani, Skarner, Maokai, which can be played since there's no Trundle that makes you want to feel bad about yourself. Now, Zed has been a jungler that some of our other players have leaned into, but it does require a lot of finesse. It requires a certain angle in the composition, and Top Esports just say, yeah, we don't care about that. We had our Zed fun yesterday. It didn't look that great for Kanavi, so we're just going to slam the Skarner and have this powerful ultimate at our disposal.
Yeah, so QSS is not becoming mandated necessarily, but certainly becoming a little bit more highly prized. Maybe Mikhails gets locked in for Crisp, and we talked about the support role getting a little bit pinched as well in game number 2's draft. Maybe we'll see that end up coming through as well for game 3. The Skarner getting locked in, and now where do we look for our AD carries? I mean, Corki's a really solid pickup. It's a good flex pick as well. Xiaohu has got plenty of time, plenty of experience on this pick. Light as well, if he wants just that little bit of safety, can use this Corki to a great level of effect. And the Rel getting locked in as well, instantly picked up when Braum is available of all champions. I'm Lucian Brauming here. Lucian's banned, never mind. I'm still Brauming here. Maybe I just take a different AD carry with it.
Caitlyn Braum, maybe?
Ash Braum, Caitlyn Braum, like give me the Braum or give me death at this point. This is chronically illegal if they don't take Braum in my humblest of opinion.
You know what, Rude? I'm going to wait. I'm going to see if Top Esports slam the Braum right now while they have an opportunity before bans start coming out. And Top Esports just may say, we don't care about Braum, Rude. We care about securing solo lane picks that we can blind and that might be strong enough to overcome it.
Give me Braum or give me death. Why have we not taken the champion? Okay, I can understand taking one of these. Maybe Aatrox was going to get banned in second phase. Maybe Orianna was going to get banned in second phase. I don't know. We'll leave it up to the Top Esports drafting gods, and we'll see whether or not they can salvage something for their bot lane, as that is going to be a pool that is very much pinched. For Wavo, though, they now get an option, or an opportunity rather, to take double counter pick. They take the Renekton into this Aatrox, and they'll have an answer for the mid lane as well. No doubt Top Esports will be taking away some of those comfortable counter picks. I think that Akali something that we may end up seeing getting taken off the board here. Still looking for mid and jungle, so an opportunity to take an AP jungler if you want to go for something like a Yone as well in that mid lane. But it's a pretty tricky position for myself to theorize Top Esports being in, because that bot lane pool should get pinched quite heavily.
Yeah, and because now you know it is a Skarner, aka a tank, Tien can have the flexibility of going for something like a Lilia, depending on... I imagine they could save the jungle for their very last option, since you already know it's going to be Orianna if you want to wait to see what kind of support Han goes for. If it's another melee champion, Lilia doesn't look bad here, especially womboed with something like a Rel Magnet Storm, and it just gives Tien the flexibility to be a strong carry off of the back, a very good Jarvan performance in Game 2.
I mean, you know, Tien, former world champion as well, knows that he's more than capable of pulling out big games when he needs to. Leah taken off the board, so they're a little bit tentative as well. And I mean, again, just a little reminder here that Braum is still open. If Top Esports want to take you, he's been forgotten about. The big strong man does not exist, unfortunately, in this draft, and we'll see whether or not Top Esports decide to revolutionize their game plan and take it for themselves.
Oh, but look at this. I love this. Annie locked in. This still can set up for a strong carry jungler, because the Annie pretty much just guarantees that you have CC set up, even if the jungle pick does not. So that now means things like Nefiri, things like Zed could be a real answer if Top Esports' composition don't have ways to deal with like an assassin. Oh, Kalista! Ew, 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 ew! Get it off my screen! Ew, this...
Okay,
oh, no.
okay. 0-11, 0-10, MSI champion. Renata wasn't the problem. Renata got a win. Kalista, though, ew. For those that didn't watch MSI, this champion looked like absolute dookie throughout the entire tournament. Didn't find a single win. And it's now Tien who's going to lock in a Nocturne in an effort to try to shut down the Kalista. Top Esports looking to be the team that can right the wrongs of Kalista's narrative, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not they are able to do so. I do think that for Top Esports, their composition is a little bit weirdly comprised of damage, I will say. The very good burst that they've got, and then moderately semi-inconsistent DPS, I will say. The Kalista not really a pick that I'm too thrilled by. But I'm all here to be proven wrong, right? Like, Top Esports have elected to not go for the easiest answer to the Rel, but they've gone for the second easiest. Renata typically a very good pick into the Rel, I will say. And as well, with the amount of dive that this composition has, Renata is, that Wavo Gaming has, Renata is going to be a very good pick as well. So for Crisp, he's going to have a difficult job of things trying to make his way in through handshakes, through hostile takeovers, and expect to see Hong hopefully have a really standout performance, because this is the type of pick in the type of situation that he can do that.
Yeah. It was a really, like, on paper, the read is good from Top Esports, because when the Annie comes in, you're like, ah, Tien is gonna go for some crazy diving assassin. And so this Renata pick, at the very least, will be a strong disengage for that. But now the Nocturne, even though it's not like the most traditional assassin pick, Spell Shield helps continue being able to push through at least one form of crowd control. And the movement speed and the tether for the fear might just be enough to lock down this Callista. I'm still not thrilled that it is on our screen here, Root, but maybe they know something that we don't. Here we go! Top Esports, Weibo Gaming, Game 3.
Alrighty. Game number 3 here. Weibo Gaming, Top Esports. I think overall, fan sentiment is, it's Callista. We want to, you know, we're sad about that fact. However, Top Esports have consistently proven to, I feel like, the majority of domestic LPL viewers that they can never be counted out. And that you should never really bet against them domestically, and at the very least in the regular season. So I'm absolutely here for a Callista win. However, if Callista does not win, nobody's going to care.
Yeah. I would be very amused if, like, Weibo Gaming, the ones that were not on stage with the team, but the ones in the back room, see the Callista lock in and go, "We've won! They've won the bad champ! There's no way we lose this." Level 1 all in.
Probably just
wait,
kill
wait, guys. Hey. We still gotta respect what Callista can do. Despite this champion having a 0% win rate at MSI, Crisp and Light taking a lot of damage on the back end, and they still pop the barrier.
I'm surprised, honestly, that Jackie Love got so scared with his hops. Like, he was not just fully aggro, hopping all the way over. I think that could have been a lot more aggressive and probably burned some flashes, but Kanavi now fishing in the mid lane. Jackie does have his stun, so somebody's going to get CC'd. Never mind. Kanavi's going to tax his mid laner. Crack on. Fair play, fair play.
I liked how Xiaohu was kind of stutter-stepping. He was walking away and then said, "Wait a minute, I can just stun you if you E towards me, and then you have nothing. You literally have nothing."
Well, that was one of the ganks we've seen. Tien,
Definitely.
significantly further ahead of his clear, may actually be able to make his way into that bot side, but you can tell the Spidey senses that they do be tingling here. If he skips a camp, he can be bot lane, right? Like, that's the conversation that they have to be having right now, and
Yep.
they're just aware. Great foresight.
Yeah, it's just extremely strong game sense, because normally, as Nocturne, the thought is, I should not care about ganks, I should just power farm and get to level 6. Only looking at the map once I've taken all my camps. But he skipped the blue buff, he went for the crowd control. Oh my goodness, wait a minute, mid lane. Cream under fire. The flash is so late. And Tien is just going to pick up first blood. This is yet to be a Nocturne that has picked up his own blue buff, but he took the crab, looked mid lane. Xiaohu committed early with the flash. Weibo Gaming are back.
All right. Nice job here from Xiaohu. Flashes in, makes it so it's point and click stun, and that Cream can't easily evade it. Tien able to get in there, uses a spell shield to stay on top of Cream. Pushes himself in and finds first blood as a Nocturne pre-level 6. Very, very impressive to see that Tien once again making these aggressive plays and really honestly putting a little bit of a dent into Kanavi's performance and at least trying to outperform him as well. And for these two teams, you know, this is their second three-game series that they've played in as many days. So it's maybe taking a little bit of a toll on them at this point, but you have to think that as they're looking at this game and looking at the previous one as well, I would bet that both of these teams are thinking, Yeah, we can beat these guys. Like, there has definitely been opportunities for both of these two teams to win the series or to have won both games. And going into this game number 3, I'd expect to see that both of our teams have got some relatively high expectations for themselves.
Yeah. And with Weibo getting that extra bit of gold and experience into the hands of their player that picked up MVP in game 2, could just be the early writings of a Weibo triumphant victory. That being said, Top Esports with the power and priority of Callista. Oh, Cream. Oh, Cream.
Now, fortunately, Xiaohu isn't 6. But Oh Cream is exactly the right response to have to that situation. He does also deny Xiaohu a little bit of experience, but you just know that that probably was a kill if it landed.
Yeah. Because they had no flashes from the prior setup onto Cream for the first blood, so that's a missed opportunity there. And seems like Rude, Cream's performance in this series has just gone downhill. We'll see if Cream can pick it up for this game 3 and help Top Esports manufacture a comeback win, as 369 might be in trouble here. 3-man gank incoming. Meanwhile, Jackie Love trying to play around Hong and get a lot of damage onto Breathe. Not going to be killing him under the tower anytime soon. Meanwhile, the dive has commenced, and 369 immediately answers with the World Ender, pulling Tien back in thanks to the Infernal Change Light, Valkyring forward. 369 running out and away from danger as the teleport from Breathe actually puts him on the bottom side of the map, away from Jackie Love and Hong, and at least he and Light will share in some gold on the turret plates and some of the experience from this minion wave.
Alright, well, 369 is able to get back under the turret and absorb a lot of that gold, which is objectively not what you're after as Weibo Gaming here. So the fact that 369 can just walk in is pretty impressive and honestly a little bit scary, but nevertheless, Weibo, they made a play, it didn't quite work out, and now they're looking to try and catch a little bit of a top wave, try to transition into this mid lane as well. You can see that Light is just lurking off in the wings here. Xiaohu ready with the stun.
Cream still doesn't have flash. Decent setup from Xiaohu, but not enough damage, and Light was just a little too far away when the stun came through. He's not able to help finish off Cream, but it might be enough just to send him back to base. He does have teleport, not have teleport.
No.
I think it's still coming off cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, it's that and a combination of the fact that Light has got the most impoverished item build currently for an AD carry. He has spent 1,200 gold on items and has got, like, a long sword of stats, you know? Like, this is the sad reality of trying to play scaling in this into the mid game, is that he's gone for a tier, which gives him a little bit of time. He's gone for a cull, which also needs a little bit of time, and then he's got a longsword. Wow, cool. Unfortunately, it's not enough to really be able to challenge with a Orianna who's 2 levels up over you. Top Esports, though, recognizing that they've got a little bit of free time on this top side, will be able to take down at least one of those Void Grubs, and looking at the position of Tien as well, take down a heck of a lot more. The Nocturne maybe looking to try and dive out onto the Aatrox, but instead it's just looking to take away camps.
I'd imagine that diving this Aatrox is not going to be as easy as it was the first time around, since it did not result in any deaths, only a flash. The World Ender's still available for 369, but they're going to commit 4 members to this dive. So 369, 07, and good luck under the tower. We'll see how you can outplay this one. Cream still doesn't have teleport quite yet, and all 4 members just dogpile onto the Aatrox and ensure that his world has ended.
Yeah, I mean, that time around, really well played. They've got enough CC between Renekton, Rel, and the Annie to eventually take him down. But it does give a little bit of free time over to Cream on this top side, who, you know, we've already highlighted has had a bit of a shaky series. And I mean, in this game in particular, is going to be taking a long time to get to where he needs to be. Is now Xiaohu potentially under threat here.
Oh, but they turned it around. He had the stun, he had Tibbers, and Tien was waiting in the shadows for that paranoia setup. That's the feats of warfare secured for Weibo Gaming. No dragons to take quite yet, but it is a dragon coming up in the next minute here.
Yeah, I mean, I highlighted this a little bit earlier on, that this series feels like which of the 2 junglers can mind control the enemy mid laner that little bit more. At least this game in particular, Xiaohu's actually not had a very a very shaky performance. Has done actually very well. Same to be said for game number 2 as well, and that's felt like the real difference maker in this series was that TN and Kanavi, we knew were going to come into this and be pretty darn impactful and relatively impressive, and it was about which one of those two junglers could facilitate their mid laners better, or at the very least make sure that their mid laner wasn't doing disgusting things on my screen. And for the most part, it's been TN who's been controlling Xiaohu and who has been, you know, maybe not controlling Xiaohu at all, but who has been able to reap the rewards of a stable mid laner.
Yeah. 5 seconds away from the second dragon of the game spawning. Top Esports have the 3-man core here in the mid lane to get priority on the wave before they can move into the river. You already see that 369 trying to do the same on the bottom side of the map. Xiaohu does not have teleports, so this just tells me Weibo are not going for this dragon at all.
And they might try and take some plates off of that tier 1 turret on the top side. Remember, we're only 10 minutes into this game, and this is going to be a second dragon picked up for Top Esports. So not a bad little position to find themselves in. Means that they are going to be stacking up towards a very, very early soul in this game. You see 369 caught up under the turret, but now it's actually Breathe who's having the tables turned on him.
Good smite by TN. Is it worth, though? The Impale is going to catch him since there's no spell shield anymore. Shockwave, decent burst damage. TN trying to flash away. Oh, great Magnusor from Chris, but TN still dies! Unfortunate. Light forced to flash over the wall as well. And Weibo Gaming just could not bail out their jungler.
Yeah, and it looked like there was an opportunity there for there to be a massive wombo combo, but there just weren't the people nearby. Xiaohu up on that top side, and unfortunately, Breathe not particularly in the area either. Did mean that it was just a 1-for-0. Tian finds that he is going to go down and could not contest that area of the jungle.
Yeah, like we said before, because Xiaohu did not have TP, there was realistically no way to set up for any contest of, obviously, the dragon, which they gave over free willingly, but then the further invade, and that can always be a frustrating position for the jungle. It's like, I just want to take my camps, man. Why do you gotta come up on my home and just invade? That's just rude.
But for real though, like honestly, like it's the best way for teams to find advantages without having to like really overextend for turrets or anything. Just slowly whittling down the amount of gold that the enemies can take is always going to be a pretty decent way of establishing your own advantage.
Yeah. Well, now that Xiaohu has TP and still playing towards this top side of the map, all ultimates are available. Flashes are available outside of both Light and Tien, so those two will have to be a little extra careful, but 2 1-item spikes for the Nocturne and the Annie. This is a very powerful combo right now, as long as they can ensure that no other members from Top Esports is going to bail out the person they're trying to isolate with that paranoia.
And what we've got to remember as well, right, like I feel like we've had a bit of a meme around the fact that Kalista is in this game, but the reason comes from the fact that Kalista is a champion that thrives from early game dominance, and that window is very much closing for Jackie Love and for Hong, as well as he's not quite finished off that Blade of the Ruin King, but once that gets picked up, expect that to be the window when you're looking at the Kalista to really come alive. And if that doesn't happen, then it becomes very detrimental, and you're almost playing, you know, as though you've got a little bit of extra engage because you've got the Fate Seal, but you don't actually, but you don't actually have the ability to have a consistent DPS threat in your AD carry position.
Top Esports clock is a ticking when it comes to try and leverage the power of this bot lane that you picked for yourself. Sitting on top of Ward right now is Top Esports Hong and Cream, as they're going to be able to spot at least one in this Otacon pit, but the rest of Weibo trying to look for a potential dive onto Jackie Love. They send it Paranoia, Magnustorm over the wall, following the flash after Jackie Love, and yeah, that looked pretty damn easy from the side of Weibo.
What do you even do if you're Jackie Love, to be honest? As much as, again, we've memed on the Kalista, any AD carry is 100% dead there. And there's just not the support from his team that he needs to have to stay underneath that tier 1 turret. Really solid play from Weibo, as now Crisp, now the one under fire.
That's an Impale from Kanavi, and yeah, that guarantees that Crisp is not getting out anytime soon, so no way.
Oh. Fancy feet.
Oh,
Combo combo.
Wait, what? You
I'm not sure that's how that should have happened.
Well, I feel like Chris just got scammed. If you
I do
stun
as well.
Kanavi while he's in Skarnery, that should stop it. All right, well, Riot Games, Weibo Gaming, gonna concede the Rift Herald over there, but there is a dragon to play for in 47 seconds.
Yeah, I think that Drake's going to be the real linchpin, right? Let's look at some of those items. We're looking for fully completed items for Light, Xiaohu, and Tien. And then on the flip side, across the board, actually, for Top Esports, they've got those first items finished. We'll see whether Breathe can make it there or not. But the quick pit stop at Tier 2 boots and an Executions, because he's playing versus Aatrox, might have delayed his build path by a significant amount. Would say that this is the exact breakpoint where I'd like to see Top Esports try to contest for a fight. They've got those first items hit. They've got Kalista, Blade of the Ruined King. And that's exactly what they're going to need to try to snowball off of.
Weibo Gaming do secure for themselves feats of strength with that first brick pickup. They had already gotten the feats of warfare with the first 3 kills of the game. Top Esports are going to answer with this Rift Herald charge immediately into the mid-tier 1. Doesn't look like they're going to have enough damage to take it out completely outright, and the rest of Top Esports is trying to huddle around this top river. Kanavi doesn't quite get the pin onto Tien, but the Paranoia flash right into the back line! They knew he didn't have flash, and now the rest of Top Esports trying to bail. Teleport in from Cream, but he's just trying to use the Protect shield as Breathe just tears through Hong, and the rest of Weibo Gaming is just looking like an absolute bloodbath. Kanavi will pull Chris right back into the tower, but it's just not enough. I mean, 1 kill back for the price of 3 or 2. Weibo Gaming should be able to secure the dragon off that.
Yeah, that's a massive win for Weibo. They'll absolutely take that, and they'll take the dragon off the back of this. They even take a teleport out from 369 as well. The top thing that they can contest this?
They're going to try, but Kanavi can't get into the pit and steal it. Now 369 might be compromised here. Remember, he has no flash. The Shockwave does pull
What are they
too, but there's just
doing?
no damage. Top Esports, they thought they could win that? I cannot believe it.
Okay. We're maybe doing a little bit of trolling here, team. We've picked Kalista, and then we've opted into a 4 versus 3. I guess the theory is that like they can try and just keep them interested, hopefully for long enough for JackeyLove and Hong to get there, but they engage far too quickly, and all of their gold is unfortunately on the Skarner, who just isn't the carry that you need him to be. Immediately, Xiaohu on top of the Kalista, and no amount of cleansing and potential Renata peel is able to save you from a Nocturne and Annie duo that are heat-seeking missiles onto you. Kanavi here flashes out. Yes, he pulls the Rel back under the turret, but once again, it's just such a worthwhile trade. And then they just lost their minds afterwards, going for another engage. They had no purpose fighting, and again, the only rationale that I can look to give them is that in their minds, it doesn't get any better, right? The state of this game isn't going to suddenly turn into a position where they outscale because they've drafted this Kalista or because they've drafted this Aatrox, typically champions that we associate with slightly poorer scaling.
Yeah.
But that, you know, could just not be the case as well. I don't think that the scaling aspect of Weibo is incredibly insane. I think Corky does very well, but the rest of the team as well, they've got a clock on them as well, so there's not the rationale there that I can see.
An overall 5,000 gold advantage gained off of a sequence of exceptional picks and team fighting from Weibo Gaming, and if we're gonna be honest, you know, questionable decision making for the side of Top Esports, and it's just so tragic to go from a very, very convincing Game 1 win, being able to combat Weibo at stylistically what they do best in the splitting of the map, playing the side lanes, and in Game 2, the game could have been theirs, to then the reverse Uno card played by Weibo Gaming, and now we're in this situation, Rude, where Top Esports went for an early game oriented composition, where really this composition doesn't get that much better the later the game goes on. They had the window to try and snowball, they didn't take it, and now they're being punished, and Weibo should be able to have control of this game to just close it out from here.
I will say that I do like the way that Top Esports can win these team fights. It's very Top Esports coded that The way this team fight goes well for them is Kanavi lands a big ulti, and then the Renata ult goes over the top of that. We layer that with a shockwave as well. There's a possibility, there's a world where Top Esports can team fight their way out of this. And it does come from Kanavi. So it's going to be down to that linchpin carry once again to try to wrest back control of this game. But Weibo are 4,500 gold to the good. They have got advantages on every single member that is over 1,000 gold. They're starting the Atakan, and they've got so much control over this map that it just feels inconceivable for Top Esports to claw their way back into this match.
Yeah, Xiaohu just dropping the Tibbers to help Tien burst down this Otacon as fast as possible. Easy objective secure, a little bit of extra gold in their pocket, as well as all of the Blood Roses, extra adaptive force, extra experience. Weibo Gaming are so considerably ahead, nearly 1,000 gold advantage in every individual across the board, at least when it comes to the main carries. And Top Esports, as you said, there is a way back into this game, but they need so much time so that Cream can get these items online, so that he's actually dealing damage when he's looking for these shockwaves on top of the Impale.
And there are so many intangibles in League in Season 25 now that the fact that this is only a 4,000 gold lead, 4,500 gold lead, I feel like back in previous seasons we'd be looking at this and going, yeah, probably it's not lost for Top Esports, but in the current state, it's a 4,000 gold lead. But it's also the 3,000 golds worth of adaptive stats that is different from those blood petals that Weibo have now got. It's all of the experience that they get from that as well that is on top of this massive gold lead, that when you compound all of those together, just again make this the idea that Weibo can lose this game not a particularly realistic one, as like you can see here, he's 2 levels up over Jackie Love. Same to be said for the majority really of the rest of the roles actually, that Top Esports are relatively keeping pace, which is quite surprising to me. But you'd like to think that Top Esports have got some way to come back into this, but they're giving a second Dragon, which again, given the state of the game, they absolutely have to. And they're actually playing around this map quite well, making sure that they're getting something when they're losing out on something else on the rest of the map. Tier 1 turret in the mid lane, likely to be forfeit, as you can see that there's nobody here to defend it. Was there anybody there? Probably Xiaohu, and Tian ends up killing them.
Giving up unnecessary structures and unnecessary objectives is the way back into it, or at least stalling the game long enough until your carries can hit certain spikes here. Archangels and now fully upgraded into Seraphs picked up for Cream. 2 items for Jackie Love here, 2 items for Kanavi. Sterix Gage picked up for 369. Has not gone for the tier 2 boots just to ensure that he is at full strength, as Crisp waiting in the shadows on the left side, looking for them to overextend their welcome. Oh, the Impale is short! Oh no, we don't have the Skarner ulti anymore! What are we gonna do?
Huh. Well, they also don't have any ulti, but that's a much less important cooldown. It's you know, in ARAMs when somebody flashes at level 1 or level 3, right?
Yeah.
And you know, you flash in solidarity. That was what Xiaohu did with his ulti. The Impale missed, and he was like, you know what, you can have this as well.
Hold this bear, bro. Yeah, I see you missed this. Yeah, this is a pity ulti out.
Again, the disparity between the two ults is quite large. Tibbers is, you know, a great little burst tool, but Skarner ulti is the only way they're winning this game. So the impact of both of those going wide is very large. Again, we look at the timers for objectives, though. What are they missing out on, right? Kanavi's not going to miss out on having that. It just means that their playmaking capabilities are significantly weaker for the next few minutes.
I agree with you. It did make me wince in pain. I've been there before, and it's always like secondhand nature pain just watching another jungler miss it. But Top Esports will have a little bit of time, and thankfully for them, Impale is back up in 2 seconds, and like you said, there was no objectives that were up during that time, as Kanavi runs straight into Xiaohu and forces the Tibbers to be used for the disengage, and well, Top Esports gonna be thankful and say, hey, you know what? Xiaohu doesn't have ultimate for now.
Yeah, all right, cool. And again, we already highlighted the fact that this Annie ulti is relatively inconsequential in terms of ultis that you would like to take. And I want to re-emphasize the fact that the composition that Top Esports has drafted for themselves was one that probably thrives right about now. Maybe we're getting past that apex, but the Kallista's power level is beginning to sort of dial down a little bit. I will highlight though that Cream, he went for this very scaling focused build with the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace, and the game hasn't ended yet. He has fully stacked both of those items, so this Orianna theoretically could go crazy later on.
Important note, Light did opt in for the QSS, so we'll have that get out of jail free card if he is snagged by Kanavi's Impale. Weibo Gaming still taking their time, being patient in how they're trying to play up on the map here. Control Ward, unfortunately, is not going to get that much value. It will immediately be snuffed out by Breathe. And Kanavi looking at Tien at the moment, flashing away from the Impale, but the Paranoia is used, and now they're on full chase trying to hunt for this guy. Exhaust used, pulled in with the handshake. Really strong from Top Esports to be able to isolate the jungler from Weibo Gaming. And now, yeah, I have to imagine that you have to send it for the Baron. You have the smite advantage.
Oh my god, and once again, it's just a Top Esports miracle from nowhere. They're looking for the Baron now. Again, Kallista smite should be enough to secure it. It's whether or not Weibo can get into contest.
Chris also has smite. Now, his smite level might not even be 900, could still be 600 at this stage of the game. Looking forward, Xiaohu flashing onto the back line. They don't really have the synced up ultis here for the combo. They do enough damage to the other side though. Weibo Gaming getting eliminated off the map. They finally take out Jackie Love, but the remaining members of Top Esports live to tell the tale. They won't take the Baron, but they pick up the ace against Weibo.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that for Weibo, unfortunately, given the circumstances, that is worthwhile. But Top Esports, again, from nowhere, they find a pick onto Tien, and then they're able to claw a way back into this game, a game that they had no purpose being this far, close to winning in. Kanavi gets a good little route here onto Tien as he flashes over, but they just keep going. They full send, full commit. Double flashes from Cream and Kanavi, and they do manage to take down the Nocturne. And then the sequence after this as well. I think, again, when Cream is missing a shockwave like this, you would think that this should just be a one fight for Weibo. Xiaohu gets immediately onto Jackie Love. It's a very quick cleanse to get him out. And honestly, it's a little bit unfortunate that the bailout gets procced at the timing that it does, because it's a very real possibility that he'd been able to get bailed out, and then they could have gone to the Baron as well. Top Esports, with all of the momentum, they head back towards that dragon. They put themselves on Soul Point. And all of a sudden, again, Top Esports right back within the footholds of having a chance.
Even though it was a 4v5, it seemed like just a little hesitancy and miscoordination on which targets to go for with that Wombo. Had the Magnastorm and the Annie been on any connected target, maybe it's just a quicker burst job, but Weibo now have to deal with the consequences of their actions here. They're still up by 2,000 gold, but the fact that Top Esports have clawed their way back into striking position makes this more competitive.
Yeah, Chris was looking for a little bit of an angle, but now they are pressured, Weibo, to start off this Baron. With teleport now being used by 369, they should just peel away. They got the summoner spell they were after, and now they can begin this little bit of a poke sequence. Crisp gets spotted though.
He's got to run. Kanavi's going to try to pin him down, looking for Xiaohu next. Stunned up by the Tibbers as well. Xiaohu trying to keep him in place. Weibo sending it with the Magnastorm right on top. This is the front line that they're going for. Tien trying to isolate Jackie Love into the back line. Gets knocked up. Shockwave pulls him back in. Hostile takeover is going to stall. Jackie Love trying to moonwalk backwards to keep his distance. You're going to be able to deal with Breathe as he's pinned in. Top Esports are able to protect the Callista. And now it's just up to Light, but it's a 1v4 as a Corki, and he's not pulling out any miracles anytime soon. So
somehow finds two with the power of Tibbers, but it's Jackie Love surviving and thriving on the Callista.
And I don't know that they can actually go for the Baron here. This is top's end goal, but Jackie Love a little bit low. He's going to be able to sustain up off of that blue buff and probably be able to vamp up as well using the Baron. This is going to be Baron for Top Esports. Xiaohu won't have Tibbers. Instead, that's actually enough to call them off. That's incredible. They're going to bait him. He doesn't know.
He does not know. Throws out the stun on the Jackie Love, but just not enough burst damage to save himself. Jackie Love will get one more auto attack in there. And Weibo are trying to blitz back onto the map. TP is coming out just to make sure that Weibo don't go for a Hail Mary of their own.
I mean, honestly, that heads-up play from Top Esports, it gets the kill for Xiaohu, but it stops them getting the Baron. And I think that in the face of things, they could have probably found a turn onto Xiaohu, or at the very least, like, baited him in enough to a point where they could have found that Baron as well. But it's all a little bit mismatched here from Weibo. Tien here goes on to the Callista, who, there's nobody else that can get access to it. Then Breathe flashes onto Cream, who's able to survive for honestly way too long on this Orianna, excuse me. And, with Tien going one way, Breathe going the other, it just means that Jackie Love isn't really actually threatened. Looking back at live, though, Baron's being started. Tien has got Paranoia, has got Flash.
3,000, he sends it. 2,000, it's secured by Kanavi with the power of the Callista Smite. The Impale keeps them into the hostile takeover. And just like that, the jungler and support for Weibo are deleted from the game. Top Esports are now fully in control.
And it's just the decision-making from Weibo letting them down again. Maybe they could have found a better fight a little bit later had they not pushed for this. And, those slight scaling concerns that we talked about for Weibo, they're really beginning to be envisioned here. Light cannot step up to auto. And with the Baron at their backs and 3 people dead, they might just go for the end.
Oh, the handshake. It's going to force the QSS out of Light. Breathe trying to step up, popping the Dominus and killing as most of the wave as he can. Xiaohu drops the Tibbers, but just not enough burst damage to deal with this Top Esports composition, as it does prevent them from being able to push into the inhibitor, and they'll take their leave.
Yeah, I think if that handshake had been enough to kill out Light, it might have been a different story here, but Weibo, they hold on for just a little bit longer, and you can see that they are doing significant damage here. Light is a monster on this Corki with 3 items, but they've just not had enough time for him to dish out that DPS, and importantly here, we're looking at this Renato, and it's having so much value in a game that we'd touted as the Callista savior. Maybe could Jackie Love be the guy to do the job that nobody at MSI could? The Renato by his side, and Hong, I think, has had some really solid Renato ults. That dive into the Baron pit was all stopped really by the fact that the Renato ult just caught them off guard. Now Weibo, they need to stop this dragon from giving over soul.
Pressured. Oh, another Impale. Gone.
And Shockwave, well, that's 2 big ults.
Oh boy, okay. Well, Weibo Gaming, if they're counting their ultimates, they should be able to find an angle.
I don't think they saw Cream use Shockwave. He wasn't on vision, so they probably still think that Orianna ult is still available. So they're probably playing a lot more hesitantly than they might need to.
369 trying to zone off Xiaohu. Decent damage. Tibbers is dropped. Dragon being started up. Paranoia being used, going over onto 369. Look at the healing though out of the Aatrox, immediately going back to
stolen.
Dragon is stolen by 10, but is it enough? You have to stop Jackie Love from being able to moonwalk on everybody, and Jackie Love is still living, and he's still putting in these spears and raking them out. Tien able to flash over the wall. Light still surviving, trying to see if he can kite this one out, but Breathe is on the run, running away from Cream, who is in hot pursuit, looking for another Shockwave, and this one will connect onto the Croc. Weibo Gaming down to Light, the only survivor, but Top Esports still rocking with 5, and they're gonna run straight into the base.
Baron still live for 5 seconds. Light might be able to rocket these minions down, but it's on 369. It's on all of top to block the minions.
Jackie Love just might be able to do what not even Ruler could at MSI as they corral into the base, eliminate Light, looking at the open Nexus, and Top Esports will take the series 2-1 and win with Callista.
Again, a performance that top esports, again, just pull out of nowhere, and it feels like it was a trend for this series. Whoever it looks like is going to win at 20 minutes into this game loses. Some miracle happens, and 6,000 gold to the good for Weibo. I said it seemed inconceivable. It seemed like a impossible prospect that they would lose in this series. But they did. But they threw that lead. And top esports, they found one pick onto Tien. They snowballed that into several consecutive fights around the Baron. And then they managed to find themselves with the Drake fight, with the Baron fight, and with a eventual ending of the game.
Yeah. Rude. I know we have been hesitant about top esports, and I still think there's some things that this team needs to clean up, as evident in their chuck and loss to Weibo in game 2. But Jackie Love won with Callista, so he might just be the GOAT, Rude. I don't know. We might have to do some evaluating. Not even Ruler from Gen G, who have went to win not only MSI, but I think it was who got tournament MVP or finals MVP. It was Ruler,
Chovy.
right?
Chovy got finals MVP.
Chovy. Okay, Chovy got finals MVP. All right, well, still. Ruler could
That doesn't fit my narrative.
But
Callista
Jackie
won.
Love did it, baby. So it might be good. It might.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a whim and say that it might not be the best S tier pick, but in a game 3 Fearless, we can make an exception for it. Like I say, the supporting cast really fit well here. A lot of dive for top esports, or a lot of dive for Weibo, so Renata gets a lot of value. And overall, you just have to admit that when it came up to it, when the clutch times were needed, it was Jackie Love that stepped in and did what he needed to do. I think that, again, the less we say about some of the shockwaves, the better, and moving into some of those supporting roles, all playing pretty darn well. It's Kanavi who's able to do just enough to keep himself in check and find that win for the team. And I think that Hong as well, just about on this Renata, actually had a very solid performance on that pick in particular. So maybe not one of the more playmaking supports that we're used to, but one of the supports that definitely gave enough to put themselves out in front. And that actually, in this instance, where we've got this battle of support trading, who comes out on top, and it being Hong is a really good story.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that for top esports' sake, Hong can be the support that answers what they're looking for. Because I think when we first got onto the broadcast, Rude, and when we were looking at all the roster shuffles and the roster rumors, and we saw that top esports wanted to opt into a support swap and sending over Crisp just to get Hong, and technically Feng Yue, we both just go, what do you see in this guy?
Yeah.
Like, what is it, And if it just came down to a happy coincidence of, what, maybe Weibo really wanted Chris back and they're willing to give these two supports, and top said, yeah, we can work with it, or there were just no other options that were insanely better. But, I genuinely hope it works out.
As we flash back at some of the highlights, it wasn't all sunshine and roses for Hong and for top esports, right? Like, they found themselves in a pretty dire situation, down 5,000-6,000 gold at some stage in this game, and by some miracle, really, that they were able to just barely claw their way back in. And honestly, right, we talk about it being a miracle, but it's once again the split to MVP. Finding that pick, and maybe just when it comes down to being the absolute clutch, Tien actually faltering a little bit here. He's just a little bit too overextended and separated from his team. I mean, this pick here is the reason that they lost. It was this sequence of events that mean that Weibo have to contest this Baron in a 4 versus 5. It means that this fight that they take is going to be lost, and overall you have to just think, well, if my Nocturne didn't get caught there, what could have been for this series? What could have been for, this road for WBG, who so far have been a tumultuous team at best in the LPL for 2025?
Yeah, and even after that sequence, there's this fight where it honestly kind of starts off pretty nicely, but then Weibo did the same thing that costing them at the Baron fight, despite being a, a 4v5. They didn't pick the same targets with their ultimates. They were splitting up their essentially ultimate economy, and as you called out in the replay, if you're splitting your effective damage, then Kalista has nothing to fear about, because Paranoia is not going to completely burst her out by itself. Tibbers is not going to completely burst her out by herself. This has to all come together, and it just seemed like after Weibo had done such a good job of layering and committing multiple ultimates onto the same target, if not group of targets together, it's like they just forgot it. And I don't know if it was just came down to frustration or desperation, but props to Top Esports for being able to force them into that position and then just outplay them when it comes to these team fight scenarios here.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder who it is that ends up securing the MVP for this game. I mean, Kanavi, for me, the reason that they won, right, just with that pick onto Tien, but I think Hong, Jackie Love both had some very, very good games, or both had a very good game as well, so arguments to be made for either of those two down in the bot side as well. For me, though, I mean, lots of things still to work on for Top Esports, right? It was a 3-game series for a reason. They were looking like they were going to lose this game as well, so hopefully they can rectify that and change it up going into the next series. Again, I can see that. He carried these late-game team fights. He did it on the champ that nobody's been able to do it on for a while, and... Yeah.
I thought that they would, like... Well... Actually, you know what? Kanavi missed a couple ultimates. You know what?
Yeah, he did. He
that
missed quite a lot.
That was the zinger. So, you know what? I'm okay with it. Jackie Love finally won on a champion that no one else could at MSI, the biggest international we've had this year. So, props. This is probably a great day to be Devin Booker Truther, too, the biggest Jackie Love fan that we know. But... Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our broadcast for tonight. Both of our series were bangers, and continuing overall, the fact that this final split of the LPL 2025 season is proving to be one that you cannot miss out on, and one that we cannot clearly miss out on, as we're putting in the work and making sure that we can get out broadcasts every day and getting 100% unlimited coverage. And Rude, someone and some people that are very, very, that we are grateful to. We have to give a lot of thanks to our elite coffee supporters in Aaron Soup, Mung, and Force Without, because their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. It's been a pleasure. Rude, we always get bangers, and they're always super fun to do. Before we close out the show, any last words you got for the people?
No. I mean, LPL's on every day for the next, 4 weeks or something, so just follow the channel, throw in a sub if you can, give us any support that you can, because we will be broadcasting every single day, and it's worth coming here to see.
Every day is a banger here in LPL, and anything is possible when it comes to storylines and, Cinderella stories and just overall exciting action. So make sure you all tune in same time tomorrow, because we'll be back with another 2 series you don't want to miss. Until then, see you all then.